Listen carefully. This is your final awakening ceremony. Those of you who fail today will spend the rest of your lives as civilians. You'll attend regular universities, work regular jobs, and live regular lives. For the next 3 months, you can still work on your physical conditioning to improve your odds, but statistically speaking, your chances are already close to zero. The instructor's words resonated in the hearts of every student in the gymnasium, including Moon, who sat near the middle of the assembled students. Next to him was his girlfriend, Sarah. Their relationship had been deteriorating recently, but today wasn't the day to think about that. Today was about awakening his class. 2 centuries had passed since the collapse, when rifts tore through reality and flooded the world with creatures that belonged in nightmares. Humanity had nearly fallen, but luckily, the Age of Awakeners arrived, individuals whose bodies evolved, granting them classes and abilities that defied anything humans thought was possible outside of fantasy books. The war had been brutal, lasting decades, but eventually humanity clawed back its survival. Now, the age of 18 represented a possibility, a chance to join the ranks of those who shaped the world rather than merely existed in it. We'll proceed alphabetically by first name, the instructor continued, gesturing to the crystal on the table before him. You know the drill. Place your hands on the stone. If you've awakened, it will respond. If not, you know your fate. Aaron Wells, a boy from the front row, stood, his legs visibly trembling as he approached the podium. Moon watched as Aaron pressed both palms against the stone's surface. After a few seconds had passed, light bloomed within the sphere. The phenomenon was brilliant and sudden. A spectral shield materialized in the air beside Aaron before fading away. A powerful guardian knight class. Congratulations, Aaron. The gymnasium erupted in applause. Moon clapped along with everyone else. The more awakeners, the stronger humanity was. 3 more names were called, of which 2 were successes and 1 failure. The girl who failed walked back to her seat with her head down, and the conversations around her died to uncomfortable silence before resuming moments later, completely ignoring her existence. Moon's heart hammered against his ribs. Sarah sat perfectly still beside him, with a composed expression. Sarah Vixen. Sarah stood without hesitation, smoothing down her uniform as she walked to the podium. Sarah wore black tights and a short skirt, which highlighted her curves. Moon watched her go, willing the stone to respond. She was still his girlfriend, even if things had been hectic for the past few weeks. They'd been together for almost 2 years after all. Sarah placed her hands on the awakening stone. Barely a second had gone by before a soft, golden, and translucent threads began to form as a phantom above her. Lifebinder class. That's a rare and powerful support class. Excellent result, Sarah. Your class is sought after by many guilds. With enough hard work, you will be able to enter the top guilds and reach great heights. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. Normal support classes were rare and highly valued, not to mention a rare variant. Sarah would have her pick of teams, academies, and opportunities. She smiled as she returned to her seat, but Moon noticed she didn't look at him, ignoring him completely. His smile disappeared and a frown formed on his face, but before he could speak to her about it, Moon heard his own name being called. Moon Outlaw. I will talk to her later. As Moon walked to the podium, he could feel every eye in the gymnasium tracking his movement. The awakening stone sat on the table, still faintly glowing from the previous student's success. Moon stopped before it, staring at his own reflection in its shiny surface. Moon pressed his palms against the stone, which was cool to the touch and smooth like glass. Moon waited, focusing everything he had on that single point of contact, trying to feel something, anything that might indicate a response. The stone remained unresponsive under his hands, its light neither brightening nor changing. The seconds crawled past rather quickly before the instructor sighed, shaking his head. That's enough. Understanding dawned Moon. Instructor, give me just a moment. Moon stepped back. The instructor spoke with a harsh tone. He had seen this too many times, and he grew frustrated when it occurred constantly. Moon's hands fell away from the stone. Awakening failed. Next, Natalie. The instructor called out. As Moon walked back to his seat, the instructor looked at his back with hidden pity. Sigh, he's an orphan and a null. He will struggle in life. Null was what they called people who failed all their awakening attempts. People with null potential and dim futures. It had started as slang among awakeners and spread until it became an insult among children and teenagers. Moon kept walking, his vision tunneling. He found his seat and sat down. Sarah looked at Moon, the way someone might look at a stranger who'd stumbled in front of them on the street. Her expression was perfectly composed, but in that moment, Moon understood with absolute clarity that whatever had existed between them was already over. She'd just been waiting for confirmation that he wasn't worth the effort of a proper goodbye. Moon wasn't dense enough not to understand. Sarah had prepared herself for this moment. If he failed, she would break it off. If he succeeded, she might continue, and it seemed like it was the former. Sarah turned away, redirecting her attention to the podium where the next student was approaching the awakening stone. Moon sat in his seat and stared at nothing in particular, the instructor's voice calling out more names fading into background noise. Around him, the ceremony continued. More successes, more failures, more futures being decided in the span of seconds. The voices around Moon had become distant, underwater sounds that barely registered, until one voice cut through the fog with perfect clarity. Sarah, want to join our party? Marcus stood at the end of their row, one hand extended politely. Marcus carried himself with confidence and prestige fitting his background. His awakening had also drawn one of the loudest reactions of the ceremony. He had awakened a Bladestorm, a variant swordsman class known for its raw offensive power. Hearing the proposal, Sarah's expression remained neutral, but after a pause that lasted just long enough to seem deliberate, she accepted his hand and stood. We could use someone with your talent and wits, Marcus continued, his smile widening. Adrian's already confirmed he's joining. Lena and Mark too. With you as our lifebinder, we'd have one of the strongest compositions in the entire academy. We will do amazing in the first sanctuary. The names alone carried weight. They were all powerful awakeners with strong classes that complemented each other in a team setting. Together, they'd form a party that could hold its own ground in the first sanctuary. Of course, this could only occur if they were placed in the same base. If they weren't, then they would have to wait until they headed to a more powerful base that the party could agree on. The first sanctuary was the name of the land where humans had the ability to travel to. It was a different world, where races from all over the universe fought over resources and power. Humans were one of the weakest races in the sanctuary, due to their late arrival and weak bodies. Moon watched Marcus's face, cataloging every detail of that self-satisfied smirk. Rich second-generation trash. That's what people called students like Marcus behind their backs, though never to their faces. His family owned a chain of supply stores that catered specifically to awakeners. He'd grown up around power, around success, around people who never heard the word no. Everything he wanted, he eventually got. And apparently that now included Sarah. Despite the hollow ache in his chest, despite the word null still echoing in his brain, despite the sensation that his entire future had just collapsed, Moon's expression became cold. He wouldn't give Marcus the satisfaction he wanted. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Moon's expression was flat, offering nothing. There was no anger, despair, or any negative emotion that Marcus would enjoy. Marcus's smirk faltered slightly, as if he'd been expecting something different and found the lack of response somehow unsatisfying. Give me a moment. I'll join you in a minute, Sarah said, her voice quiet but audible in the brief lull of conversation around them. Sure, take your time. Marcus's smile returned, easy and confident. He gestured to the other 3 members of his forming party, who'd gathered near the gymnasium's side exit. We'll be over there. Don't keep us waiting too long. He walked away, and Moon heard laughter drift back from the group. Adrian said something inaudible, and Marcus responded with another laugh, louder this time. Sarah turned to face Moon directly for the first time since he'd failed his awakening. Moon met her gaze and waited. He knew what was coming, had known, before she'd even accepted Marcus's hand. Maybe he'd known for weeks, during all those small moments when she'd pulled away and created distance. Sarah opened her mouth to speak. Moon, we're breaking up. Live a good life and don't get into trouble. Sarah offered no explanation beyond that. Moon looked at her coldly. Live a good life. Don't get into trouble. How noble of you, Sarah. She was ending their 2-year relationship in the same gymnasium where he'd just been branded a null, surrounded by classmates who'd witnessed both humiliations. And her parting words were hollow pleasantries that someone would offer a random person they'd just met. Live a good life. As if his life hadn't just been fundamentally limited by his failure to awaken. As if the upcoming years wouldn't be spent watching people like her ascend to heights he could never reach. Don't get into trouble. The addition almost made him laugh. What trouble could a null possibly get into that would matter? He'd be sorting inventory in some warehouse or processing paperwork in some forgotten office while she was clearing rifts and making a name for herself in the first sanctuary. But what really made him realize how foolish he had been was her new party. Sarah had decided to team up with the same person who had many fights with Moon throughout the academy years. Sarah knew all of this, witnessed it. She'd even complained about Marcus once or twice in the beginning. Moon had so much he could say. About her timing choice. About the fact that she couldn't even give him the courtesy of a real conversation. Just these empty words designed to make her feel like she'd done the decent thing. But he said nothing. Because if he did, she'd get to walk away feeling like they'd had a proper ending. Like she'd handled this maturely. Or worse, she'd get to see him hurt and take that image with her as confirmation that she'd made the right choice. He wouldn't give her either. Moon turned, walking away with no visible reaction on his face, as if nothing that had happened today mattered. Behind him, he heard Sarah's quiet exhale. Her footsteps moved in the opposite direction, toward the side exit where Marcus and his new party waited. Moon pushed through the main doors and stepped into the sun. The campus stretched out before him. Students clustered in groups across the quad, celebrating successes. Moon walked past them all, heading for the gates. Nobody called out to him and nobody tried to stop him. Back in his small apartment, Moon glanced at the time with a firm but powerless gaze. To say that he wasn't overwhelmed by his failure to awaken would be a lie. How could he not be? His dreams, his ambitions of becoming an awakener had been nullified in the span of seconds. And what made everything worse was that the summoning was about to begin. There were 2 ways a person could enter the first sanctuary for the first time. The first was at midnight immediately following their awakening. The second was on the night after their 18th birthday, regardless of awakening status. In mere hours, Moon would be thrust into the dangerous world of the first sanctuary. The first sanctuary was no ordinary place. Even awakeners struggled to survive there, especially in the beginning. The danger wasn't inherently fatal because new arrivals typically spawned inside bases controlled and maintained by other humans. Safety existed within those walls. It was only when you ventured outside, when you stayed too long hunting monsters beyond the perimeter, that the real threats emerged. For someone like Moon, someone who hadn't awakened, the summoning served a different purpose. He'd be transported to the first sanctuary, the world would scan him, recognize his lack of potential, and send him back through one of the established portals. A formality. A final confirmation of his status as a null. Humans who didn't awaken simply returned after their brief transportation. Many portals existed between both worlds, stable gateways that those who'd already visited could use freely. Awakeners traveled back and forth regularly, treating the first sanctuary like a second home, a proving ground, a source of resources and power. But those portals were selective. Attempting to enter without the first sanctuary's recognition meant death. The portals themselves would reject an unrecognized body, tearing it apart at a molecular level. Moon had seen videos of the aftermath once, back when he'd still believed he'd awaken. A careless civilian had tried to follow an awakener team through a portal as a prank. They'd found him in pieces. The summoning ritual solved that problem. When a person was naturally transported during their first summoning, something nobody could fully explain, the first sanctuary acknowledged them, scanned them, gave them an identity within its system. After that, They could enter and exit through the portals however they liked, recognized as valid entities by whatever force governed that world. Moon stared at his phone. 8:47 p.m. The summoning would occur at midnight. 3 hours and 13 minutes. His apartment felt smaller than usual. One room serving as a bedroom, living area, and kitchen. A bathroom barely large enough to turn around in. Cheap furniture he'd bought secondhand. It was all he could afford on his part-time wages, especially after his parents had passed 2 years ago in a rift breach. He'd thought awakening would change everything. It would give him the power to ensure that he could avenge them and he could protect people he cared about and cared about him. Or so he thought. It would lift him out of this cramped existence into something better, something meaningful. Instead, he was still here, powerless, and in 3 hours, the world would confirm it officially. Moon walked to his small window and looked out over the city. Lights stretched toward the horizon, thousands of people living their lives. Somewhere out there, Sarah was probably celebrating with Marcus and his party, planning their future and imagining the adventures they'd have. He closed the blinds and his eyes. You are being summoned to the first sanctuary in 1 minute. Prepare accordingly. Moon opened his eyes as the ethereal voice entered his ears. The same voice that everyone his age and all newly awakened should be hearing at the same time, across the entire world. A phenomenon that defied explanation, understood by nobody but experienced by all. He was still lying on his bed, fully clothed. He hadn't bothered changing. What was the point? 5. Let's just get this over and done with. He sighed, staring at the water-stained ceiling of his apartment. For point 3.2.1. You are entering the first sanctuary. The world dissolved. It wasn't painful, but it wasn't comfortable either. Moon felt his body come apart and reform in the same instant, like being pulled through a space too small for him to fit and somehow making it through anyway. Colors bled together, then separated. Sound became texture, texture became light, and then everything snapped back into focus. Moon stood in a stone courtyard. He blinked, his vision adjusting. To his surprise, other people materialized around him in flashes of light, appearing in ones and twos. Some gasped in wonder. Others immediately looked around in fear. They were easy to identify. They were people who hadn't awakened their talents. The sky above was different from that on Earth. 2 moons hung in the darkness, one pale blue and one deep crimson, neither matching the moon from his world. Stars formed constellations he didn't recognize. This was the first sanctuary. More and more people started materializing around him, until Moon felt like nearly 1,000 people were next to him, summoned to the same courtyard. He didn't recognize anyone from his high school, nor did he want to. Then, a spirit appeared in the air. She had a beautiful, curvaceous body and a smile that would topple planets rather than mere kingdoms. Without speaking, she clicked her hand after taking a quick glance at the crowd, her eyes scanning every single person like a hawk. Once her click registered in the ears of everyone present, tens of people started disappearing gradually, and Moon knew exactly what that was. The nulls are being transported back to Earth. I guess it's time, Moon thought with a bitter feeling, as he closed his eyes, no longer looking at the 2 moons that he would never see again in his lifetime. Within moments, 20% of the people present were sent back to Earth. Welcome to the first sanctuary. The voice returned, clearer now, resonating not through his ears but directly in his mind. All around the courtyard, the other students stopped moving, stopped talking, their attention drawn inward to the same ethereal presence. You are the chosen ones, those deemed worthy by the world itself to walk between realities. Here, in the first sanctuary, you will find both rewards beyond imagination and dangers that will test the very limits of your potential. Moon's confusion deepened with each word. Chosen ones? Worthy? The voice was addressing all of them equally, making no distinction between those who had awakened and those who hadn't. Within these walls, you are safe. The bases scattered across the first sanctuary serve as havens for your kind. Beyond them lie territories filled with creatures of increasing strength, resources of immense value, and mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Why was he still here? Your status panels will guide you. Your abilities will grow. Your choices will shape your path. Treat this world with the respect it demands, and it will reward you accordingly. Moon's hands began to tremble. This wasn't right. The voice was explaining the basics of the first sanctuary as if he belonged here, as if he had the same right to be present as the awakened students around him. May your journey be prosperous. Welcome once more to the first sanctuary. The presence faded, leaving behind a profound silence that was quickly filled by excited chatter. Students began comparing notes, discussing what they'd heard, marveling at their surroundings. Moon stood frozen, his mind racing. An error. It had to be an error. Some terrible glitch in whatever system governed the summoning process. His luck, already abysmal today, had somehow managed to get worse. Instead of being cleanly rejected and sent home, he'd slipped through a crack, been overlooked by the mechanism that should have filtered him out. His breathing quickened, and panic crept up his spine like ice water. He had no class or abilities. Essentially, he had no way to defend himself if he left the safety of this base, and from what he understood, people couldn't just leave the first sanctuary whenever they wanted on their first visit. There was a minimum duration, usually a week, before the return portals would accept a new arrival. He'd have to survive here for an entire week with nothing but his baseline human capabilities. No system interface to track his health, no skills to call upon, no power to protect him, and no food to eat. Moon's eyes moved around the courtyard. You may check your status by thinking or uttering the word, status. The spirit's voice returned with this final instruction. It was common knowledge, really. Every child knew this from the moment they learned about awakeners. But hearing it directly from the spirit made Moon respond instinctively, despite knowing he had no class to display. Status, he whispered. Light coalesced before his eyes, forming into a translucent panel that only he could see. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Level 10%. Lives 1. Strength 10 agility, 12 constitution, 12 mana, 15. Attribute points 0. Skills none. Talent Grim Reaper. Class skill. Class slot 0/1. Moon stared at the panel, his mind grinding to a halt. How could he have a status while being a null? That made no sense. Nulls were rejected by the system entirely. They didn't get panels. They didn't get stats. They certainly didn't get talents or class skills. Was something wrong with the awakening orb? Had it malfunctioned? Maybe his awakening hadn't failed after all. Before he could process this revelation, the world dissolved again. This time, Moon appeared inside a massive base with huge, sturdy walls. Other students materialized nearby, filling what appeared to be some sort of plaza. The architecture around was solid, defensible, unmistakably designed for safety. Moon looked around, trying to orient himself, when a girl with big round eyes and 2 ponytails approached him. She looked young, probably one of the new awakeners, and radiated nervous energy. Hey, I'm kind of new here. I just entered the first sanctuary. Can I form a team with you? She looked at Moon with an expectant gaze. Moon glanced at her for a second, his thoughts racing. Getting a team would be ideal for survival. He still didn't understand what was happening with his status, so playing it safe made sense. Besides, if she was an awakened, she wouldn't be completely helpless. Having someone with actual abilities would increase his odds dramatically. Sure, but can you give me a moment? I'm just sorting out some things. The relief on her face was immediate. Her breath that was caught suddenly left her chest. Oh, thank you. Yes, of course, take your time. She stepped back slightly, her eyes darting around the base with undisguised curiosity. Moon turned his attention back to his status panel, focusing on the entries that made no sense. Class, classless. Description, you are an anomaly. Whilst everyone is tied to a class from their birth, you are free from the restrictions of the system. You are able to learn any skill from any class based on your comprehension or from fruitful encounters. His breath caught. Learn any skill from any class? That was impossible. Classes were rigid by design. A mage couldn't learn sword techniques. A knight couldn't cast spells. The system enforced those boundaries absolutely. But apparently he had no such restrictions. His eyes moved to the next entry. Talent: Grim Reaper. Description: you are the Grim Reaper. You gain 5x the lives from the beasts you kill. Moon's mind reeled. Lives were the currency of progression in the first sanctuary. When Awakeners killed monsters, they absorbed a portion of the creature's essence, gaining what the system called lives that could be used for evolving skills, trading, and most importantly to live. The first sanctuary had multiple zones. Some zones, once you die there, you will lose a single life. But there were other zones where, once you die, you lose tens or even hundreds of lives. 5 times the normal amount. That wasn't just good. That was extraordinary. Most talents offered minor percentage increases or small utility benefits. This was a complete multiplicative bonus on the fundamental resource of this world. His hands shook as he focused on the final entry. Class slot 0/1. Description: you are able to mirror a class you see in action for 24 hours. You gain the class skills of that class depending on your level. The class skills you gain can be turned to real skills based on your understanding and comprehension. Moon read it twice, then a third time. He could copy classes. Not permanently, but for 24 hours at a time. And more than that, if he understood the borrowed skills well enough, he could make them permanent. Real skills that would persist even after the mirrored class expired. His failure to awaken hadn't been a failure at all. It had been something else entirely. Something the awakening orb couldn't recognize because it fell outside the standard. He was an anomaly. After understanding his situation, Moon felt a weight lift from his chest. The crushing pressure that had been suffocating him since the ceremony began to ease. In fact, the recent events had sprouted something important in his mind. Even the person he had trusted most, the one he'd wanted to spend the rest of his life with, had abandoned him at his lowest point. The lesson was clear and brutal. He couldn't afford to trust anyone easily anymore. Thinking back about their relationship, he was the one who had tried the most. She never really tried to do much, whether it was emotional or physical support. This ordeal had shown him who would stand by his side when things went wrong, and the answer was clear. No one would. He would remember that. Moon turned back to glance at the girl who had invited him earlier, but stopped short. She'd already gathered 2 other Awakeners, a small group forming around her with surprising speed. She's good, Moon thought. Making connections wasn't exactly easy, especially in a place like this where everyone was sizing each other up. Yet she'd managed to assemble a whole team in the few minutes he'd been distracted. He walked over to join them. The girl's face lit up when she saw him approaching. "You're done? Perfect timing. I found 2 more people." She gestured excitedly to the others. "We should introduce ourselves properly. I'm Celine." "Moon," he said simply. The larger of the 2 newcomers spoke next. He had a broad build, thick shoulders, and was quite tall. "John. Tank class. Nothing fancy, just the basics." The other was a tall blonde woman, nearly matching Moon's height at around 1.8 meters. She carried herself with a certain poise, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Hey, I'm Alara. My class is an archer." Celine practically bounced on her heels. "What's your class, Moon?" "Mine is water mage." Moon didn't hesitate. "I'm a water mage." When he heard Celine, Moon had made a decision he'd copy her class. The reasoning was straightforward. As a mage, he wouldn't need to worry about equipment. No arrows to buy or maintain like Alara would need. No heavy armor or weapons like John. Just mana, which his status showed he had 15 points of, slightly above the human average. More importantly, mages stayed in the back line. He could position himself near Celine, observe how she used her skills, and learn from her technique while maintaining relative safety. And something about her suggested she wasn't simple. Not at all. The way she'd approached him, gathered the others, the confidence beneath her nervous energy. "Oh," Celine's eyes widened with delight. "Another water mage. That's amazing. Do you have the same skills as... Why are they all gathering over there?" Moon cut in smoothly, gesturing toward a section of the hall where a large crowd was forming. Celine's attention shifted immediately, following his gesture. "Oh, that's the guild area. New awakeners can try their luck getting into a guild early. If you have a desirable class, healers, mages, stuff like that, some guilds will offer initial support. To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to new episodes and updates. Resources, guidance, that kind of thing. I see, Moon said. He studied the crowd for a moment. People pressed together, voices raised as they tried to catch the attention of guild representatives. The energy there was desperate, competitive. Everyone was trying to prove their worth, to secure an advantage that would help them survive longer. Neither John nor Alara seemed interested in joining the throng. John crossed his arms, content to observe from a distance. Alara's expression remained neutral, unbothered by the opportunity. Celine tilted her head. None of you want to try? Guilds come with obligations, Alara said simply. I'd rather see what the first sanctuary is like before I commit to anything. John nodded his agreement. Same. Rather figure things out on our own first. Moon said nothing, but internally he agreed completely. The last thing he needed was being tied to a guild, a weak one at that. Better to stay independent, at least until he understood exactly what he was capable of. Celine considered this for a moment, then shrugged. Fair enough. I just thought I'd ask. So, should we figure out what we're doing next? I heard there are basic training grounds where we can practice and get used to our abilities before venturing outside the base. The basic training ground was located inside the base itself. One of the primary benefits of having fortified bases was that stronger awakeners could capture and transport beasts back for weaker ones to practice against. Of course, this service wasn't cheap, and it benefited both parties. The strong earned money, and the weak gained crucial early experience. These training grounds allowed new awakeners to hunt contained beasts, gaining lives and experience in a controlled environment. With enough effort, you might accumulate enough experience to reach level 2 and earn additional stat points before venturing into the real dangers outside the walls. Moon had been saving money specifically for this. Getting an extra life and more stats before leaving the base wasn't just smart, it was potentially life-saving. Money could be earned back later by hunting beasts and selling equipment. But lives? Once you died, that was it. There were no second chances. Moon said. The others didn't object. They seemed agreeable, almost eager. So the group made their way through the base's stone corridors toward the training grounds. The entrance wasn't packed. Not many could afford the fee, especially fresh arrivals who'd spent their savings just trying to survive the outside world. Moon had been fortunate to have money saved from his part-time work, combined with the modest fund he received as an orphan. Even so, he'd barely managed to scrape together enough. An awakener stood at the entrance, an older man with scarred forearms and the confidence of someone who'd survived the first sanctuary long enough to make it a career. He looked up as they approached. $10,000 per person to enter. Celine pulled out her card without hesitation, practically bouncing with excitement. John and Alara followed suit, their movements calm and unbothered. For them, the fee was clearly a minor expense. Moon felt his stomach tighten. Even though he'd prepared himself mentally for this moment, watching the others pay so casually made the weight of it real. With this $10,000 spent, he'd have only $1,000 left in his savings. $1,000 to his name in both worlds. He pulled out his card, then scanned it. The machine beeped and the transaction went through. The man gestured for them to enter. Training Ground 3 is available. You'll find contained beasts at levels 1 to 3. Start with the weakest and work your way up. You have 2 hours. Moon stepped through the entrance, his mind already calculating. He needed to use every second of these 2 hours to his full advantage. He needed to get strong enough to earn money hunting outside with the group. Otherwise, with only $1,000 left and no job to return to in his world, homelessness wasn't just a possibility. It was a certainty. Moon and the others were led deeper into the training facility, arriving at an area where beasts ranging from level 1 to level 3 were contained. The space was vast, divided into clearly marked sections with reinforced barriers separating each zone. Large signs indicated the difficulty of each area, ensuring no one accidentally wandered into something beyond their capabilities. Moon positioned himself beside Celine as they walked, deliberately keeping close. He needed to see her in action first, needed to witness her class abilities before he could mirror them and fill his empty slot. He still didn't know how, but he had a hunch that every awakener had about their class. He had a natural inclination that he needed to witness a class to be able to mirror it. The group made their way to the section marked for Level 1 beasts. Inside the enclosed area, sheep-like creatures grazed peacefully, though these were far from ordinary livestock. Their horns were massive, curved, and sharp, easily the length of Moon's forearm. Their bodies were lean, muscular, with patchy wool that left sections of thick hide exposed. John moved first, activating some kind of defensive skill that caused his skin to take on a faint metallic sheen. He approached one of the creatures with his fists raised. Elara hung back, summoning a basic bow that materialized from light. She then nocked an arrow and took aim at the beasts. Moon stayed near the barrier, watching. He could feel a new sensation, an awareness he hadn't possessed before, like invisible threads extending from him toward each member of his group. He instinctively understood that he could pull on any of those threads, could activate his class slot ability on John's tank class or Alara's archer class right now if he chose to. But he didn't. He simply waited, his attention fixed on Celine. Celine, however, hadn't moved to attack yet. She turned to look at him, her head tilting slightly. "Why aren't you hunting like the others? Is everything all right?" Moon nodded. "Yeah, just zoned out a little. Thinking about something." Celine's response was a warm smile. "We don't have much time. Let's get to work." "Right," Moon said, but still didn't move forward. Fortunately, Celine seemed to take his hesitation as simple caution. She turned her attention to the nearest beast, extending her hand. Moon watched intently as mana gathered in her palm, coalescing into a sphere of water that hovered for just a moment before launching forward and striking one of the sheep creatures directly in the side. The moment he saw the skill activate, Moon felt the invisible thread connecting him to Celine pulse with possibility. He didn't hesitate. He pulled. Class slot 1/1. Class, Elemental Mage. Level 1. Skills, Elemental Attack, for Element Affinity. Duration 24 hours. New information flooded his mind like waves crashing against the seabed. He could feel it now, the pathways through which mana could flow, the shapes it could take. More details appeared as he focused on the skills themselves. For Element Affinity. Rank, Rare. Proficiency, 0%. Details, you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Elemental Attack. Rank, Common. Proficiency, 0%. Details, you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element. Moon stared at the information, momentarily stunned. Celine wasn't a water mage at all. She was an elemental mage, someone with an affinity for all 4 primary elements. That wasn't just rare. Classes with multiple elemental affinities were considered exceptional, the kind that major guilds would compete to recruit. Her class was far from ordinary. It was powerful enough to make Moon question who she really was. He'd suspected she wasn't simple from the way she'd gathered their group so effortlessly, the confidence beneath her friendly demeanor. But this was beyond what he'd expected. Meeting her might have been the best stroke of luck he'd had in a long time. Moon composed himself quickly, pushing down his surprise. He needed to maintain his cover. As far as everyone else knew, he was just another water mage. Nothing special. He raised his hand, mimicking the gesture he'd seen Celine make. Mana began flowing through the pathways his newly acquired class provided. Water gathered in his palm, forming into a crude sphere. It wobbled slightly, less stable than Celine's had been, but still a sphere nonetheless. Sheepdog. Level 1. Details. One of the weakest creatures with low potential usually stays with the herd. He released it toward one of the sheep creatures. The water ball flew forward and splashed against the beast's flank. The creature bleated in surprise and turned toward him, its massive horns lowering. "Not bad," Celine called out, already forming another attack. "Your control looks a bit shaky, though. Try to compress the water more before you release it." Moon nodded, already forming another sphere, this time focusing on keeping it denser, more stable. He had 24 hours with this class. 24 hours to learn everything he could, to understand these skills deeply enough that maybe, just maybe, he could make them permanent. The sheep charged towards Moon with eyes glinting with malicious intent. Moon gathered himself and locked eyes with the sheep. He had studied enough to understand that level 1 beasts are dangerous enough to kill new awakeners, so he didn't take the sheep charging lightly. Rather, he took it seriously. Moon conjured another water ball and sent it hurling towards the charging sheep. Splash! The water crashed against the sheep, momentarily dazing it and stopping its charge completely. Moon took advantage of that momentary stun and conjured another ball of water. The water ball crashed once again, this time hitting the sheep cleanly in the head. The attacks were powerful and not to be scoffed at. Each attack weakened the sheep further. After 2 more water balls, the sheep succumbed to its injuries and fell to the ground with a wet thud. Congrats! That's your first kill, how do you feel? Celine joyfully celebrated nearby, having gained her first kill, moments before Moon did. Moon flashed a victorious smile. Feels good, what about you? Moon asked, pointing at the dead sheep before her. Really good. She grinned, revealing her snow-white teeth. A notification flashed before his eyes. You have gained. You have killed a level 1 sheepdog. You have gained 5 lives. Staring at the notification flashing before his eyes, Moon felt satisfaction settle deep in his chest. He had gained the lives equivalent to 5 sheep. Things were looking promising already. What's up? Did the notification startle you? Celine appeared by his side, her voice carrying a knowing smile. Moon nodded. She laughed at his reaction. Same. Even though we're taught about the mysterious system before we even arrive, it's still different to experience it firsthand. I wonder how the system actually works. Celine didn't wait for Moon to answer before heading back to her area to hunt more sheep. The question had been rhetorical anyway. Nobody knew enough about the mysterious system and how it operated, let alone Moon, an orphan who'd only just entered the first sanctuary for the first time. Moon didn't dwell on her question. He turned his attention back to the enclosed area, scanning for another target. The more he could kill now, the more experience and lives he could accumulate. He needed to reach at least level 3 to feel safer about venturing outside the base walls with the team. Besides, fighting these beasts would give him practice using this class. The more familiar he became with the skills, the better his chances of comprehending them well enough to make them permanent. Hopefully, I can comprehend one of the 2 skills I mirrored from Celine's class, Moon thought as he approached another sheep. The affinity would be incredibly useful, although I doubt I'll be able to get it. It seems like a rare skill. It's not easy to comprehend. Even if he wanted to focus on the 4-element affinity, Moon didn't know where to start. How did you comprehend an affinity? Was it about understanding the nature of the elements themselves? The way mana interacted with them? He didn't have enough information yet. For now, he'd focus on what he could control. Killing beasts, gaining experience, lives, and mastering elemental attack through repetition. Another sheepdog noticed him and began its charge. Moon raised his hand, water already gathering in his palm. Moon raised his hand, then water coalesced in his palm, compressed and dense, before he launched it toward the approaching sheepdog. The creature bleated as the attack struck its shoulder, but didn't slow. These beasts were tougher than they looked, their thick hides absorbing more punishment than ordinary animals ever could. Moon sidestepped the charge. Although 12 points in agility weren't much objectively, it was enough to give him a very subtle edge against a level 1 creature that didn't specialize in speed. Moon formed another water ball and released it. This one caught the sheepdog in its flank as it turned to face him again. The beast staggered, its movements growing sluggish. Moon could see the toll the attacks were having. Dark, wet patches matted its sparse wool where the water had struck with force. Moon gathered mana for the 3rd strike, focusing on maintaining the compression Celine had mentioned. The water sphere formed perfectly in his palm, stable and ready. He took aim at the creature's head, where the previous strikes had left it most vulnerable. The sheepdog lowered its horns, preparing for another charge despite its injuries. Moon waited for it to commit, then released the water ball just as it began to move. Splash! The attack hit true, snapping the creature's head back. It stumbled, legs shaking, clearly on the verge of collapse. One more strike would finish it. Moon raised his hand again, mana already flowing. A furious bleat from his left startled him, different from the pained sounds of his target. This one was filled with rage. A sheepdog he hadn't accounted for charged from the side, its eyes fixed on Moon with malicious intent. This one was larger, with more developed horns. Moon was surprised by the aggression the sheepdog was displaying. He had never attacked it, which left him with one conclusion. It was most likely the mate of the sheepdog he was beating down or simply close to the one he had been beating down just moments prior. Either way, its intent to kill him was clear. Moon's heart jumped for a brief moment. He'd been so focused on his target that he hadn't noticed the second creature approaching until the last moment. The enraged sheepdog was already too close, its horns aimed directly at his stomach. He threw himself backwards, his body moving on instinct. The horns passed inches from his stomach, close enough that he felt the displaced air. Moon hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact, scrambling to put distance between himself and the charging beast. The second sheepdog turned, hooves digging into the ground as it prepared for another charge. Moon's first target was still standing nearby, swaying but alive, presenting a potential second threat if he didn't act quickly. Moon made his decision in a fraction of a second. He decided to deal with the injured sheepdog first. If he could eliminate it immediately, he'd only have to deal with one opponent rather than two. Moon pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the angry bellows of the second creature, and focused entirely on his original target. Water gathered in his palm before he released it. The water ball struck the wounded sheepdog directly in the face. The creature's legs finally gave out, collapsed completely, its breathing stopping within seconds. You have killed a level 1 sheepdog. You have gained 5 lives. Moon didn't pause to celebrate. The enraged sheepdog was already charging again, and this time he was ready for it. He sidestepped the charge more confidently now, creating distance as the creature thundered past. Conjure the water ball, create distance and repeat. That became his rhythm. The enraged sheepdog proved more resilient than the first, its fury seeming to fuel its endurance. But Moon remained calm and collected. Each strike weakened it further. Each dodge bought him time to prepare the next attack. The creature charged again, and Moon was ready. He launched another water ball, this one catching it mid-stride and disrupting its momentum. It stumbled, giving him the opening he needed. 3 more attacks followed in quick succession. The sheepdog's movements grew slower, more difficult. His bleats turned from rage to pain. Finally, after the 6th water ball found its mark, the creature collapsed. You have killed a level 1 sheepdog. You have gained 5 lives. Moon exhaled slowly, his hands trembling slightly from the adrenaline. That had been closer than he'd liked. One moment of inattention could have resulted in those horns finding their target. Then new text appeared, bright and satisfying. You have reached level 2. Strength, 10 to 11 agility, 12 to 13 constitution, 12 to 13 mana, 15 to 16. Attribute points 0. Moon felt the change immediately. His body felt lighter, stronger, and more responsive. The exhaustion from the consecutive fights faded slightly, replaced by renewed vigor. He'd crossed the first threshold. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless, elemental mage, limited time. Level 25%. Lives 10. Strength 11 agility, 13 constitution, 13 mana, 16. Attribute points 0. Skills: elemental attack for element affinity. Talent: Grim Reaper. Class skill: class slot 1/1. Staring at his updated status, Moon felt genuine satisfaction wash over him. 10 lives already. His stats had increased across the board. But what really thrilled him was the sensation of growing stronger. The moment his level increased, He'd felt his body become more powerful. This feeling of progression, of measurable growth with each victory, was addictive in the best possible way. Moon finally understood why Awakeners spoke about the first sanctuary with such passion. It wasn't just about survival or resources. It was about this, the concrete proof that effort translates directly into power. He wanted more of it. Moon's eyes scanned the enclosed area. Several sheepdogs grazed nearby, unaware or unconcerned with the deaths of their companions. Their level 1 status made them perfect targets for grinding experience. He had limited time in this training ground. 2 hours total, and he'd already used a portion of that. He couldn't afford to wait for them to notice him. Moon approached the nearest sheepdog, water already gathering in his raised palm. The creature looked up from its grazing, eyes meeting his. Before it could react, before it could lower its horns or prepare to charge, Moon released his attack. The water ball struck it cleanly in the side. The sheepdog bleated in surprise and pain, immediately turning aggressive. But Moon was already moving, already forming his second attack. Moon maintained his rhythm. The sheepdog charged repeatedly, each attempt growing weaker as the accumulated damage took its toll. Its movements became predictable, desperate. The fourth water ball struck its head with a wet impact. The creature's legs buckled, and it collapsed onto its side, breathing once before going still. It died quicker this time. The attribute gains are not to scoff at. Moon thought, "You have killed a level 1 sheepdog. You have gained 5 lives." The notification appeared, but this time it was accompanied by something new. Additional text materialized below the kill confirmation. Elemental attack. Rank common. Proficiency 5%. Details: you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element. Plus 5% extra damage. Moon paused, reading the information carefully. His proficiency had increased by 5%. This resulted in an additional 5% extra damage. It wasn't massive, but it was noticeable. More importantly, it proved something crucial. Skills could grow stronger through repeated use. The more he practiced, the more he fought, the more powerful his abilities would become. And if skills could improve while he had them mirrored, what would happen if he managed to comprehend them fully and make them permanent? Would they retain their proficiency level? Would he have to start from scratch? Could he continue developing a skill indefinitely once it became truly his? These were questions for later. Right now, he needed to maximize every second of his remaining time in the training ground. Moon turned his attention to another sheepdog grazing about 10 meters away. Water was already gathering in his palm before he'd fully committed to the target. The process felt smoother now, the mana responded to his intent with less resistance, and the compression happened almost automatically. The skill improvement wasn't just numbers on a screen. He could feel the difference in how the mana flowed through the pathways his copied class provided. 15 lives total now. He was accumulating resources at 5 times the rate of normal awakeners, and none of them would ever know. This power, this anomaly that the system had granted him, was his secret, his advantage. The world had branded him a null. Those he knew had laughed at him, had abandoned him at his lowest point. He released the water ball. It shot forward with slightly more force than his previous attempts, the increased proficiency already evident. The attack struck the sheepdog squarely in the head, and the creature bellowed in pain and rage. Moon was already moving, preparing his next strike, settling into the rhythm that was becoming second nature. Once the 2 hours passed, the tokens they'd been given at the entrance began vibrating with increasing intensity. Workers stationed around the training grounds immediately called out for Moon's group to stop hunting. "Your time is up. Start making your way out. Any additional attack from this point on will be counted as a breach of the contract, and you will be charged heavily." Moon and the others were escorted back through the facility, past the reinforced barriers and labeled sections, until they emerged into the main corridor of the base. Outside the training grounds, their group naturally gathered together to compare results. Level 3. Celine announced proudly, practically glowing with satisfaction. 75% toward level 4. How about everyone else? Level 3, 67%, John said, flexing his arms experimentally. The stat increases had clearly made a difference internally. Level 3, 65%, Elara added. All eyes turned to Moon. Level 3, 15%, he said simply. Elara looked at the Moon before asking, "Oh, you're a bit behind. Did something happen? Were the sheep bogs giving you trouble?" Moon shook his head. "No, nothing like that. Just took me a bit longer to get into the rhythm." Unlike him, Celine and the others had spent hours experimenting with their newly awakened abilities before the summoning. They'd come from families with resources, with knowledge about how to prepare. Moon had entered the first sanctuary with literally zero experience using any class because he thought he had none. Despite being behind them in level progression, Moon felt perfectly content with his results. What they didn't know, what they couldn't know, was that he had far more lives accumulated than any of them. 25 lives total now. Talents or classes that could increase or manipulate lives were simply unheard of. In all the documentation Moon had read, all the stories he'd heard, talents were known to be supportive at best. They were meant to offer small utility benefits. Hence, the reason classes were the true awakening of awakeners, not their talents. His talent was law-breaking by comparison, a 5 times multiplier on the fundamental resource of this world. Even Celine, with her incredibly rare and powerful elemental mage class, wouldn't have a talent anywhere near this potent. Classes and talents operated on different scales. A person might have an exceptional class and a mediocre talent, or vice versa. The system distributed advantages unevenly. Moon had gotten extraordinarily lucky with his talent, even if his class situation was unconventional. After they finished sharing their experiences and discussing which skills had proven most effective, Celine's eyes lit up with fresh enthusiasm. Looking at each of them in turn, she said, "So do you guys want to go on a real hunt now? Outside the base?" There was a moment of silence as the question settled between them. Going outside meant real danger. There were no safety barriers, no workers to intervene if things went wrong. Death became a genuine possibility rather than a distant concern. John nodded without hesitation. "I'm ready. That's why we're here. I currently have a few lives in stock, so it should be fine if we don't venture into any zones with a high penalty." Elara's agreement came just as quickly. "Same. The training grounds were useful, but we need actual combat experience." Moon met Celine's gaze and nodded as well. He had 25 lives, 3 levels, and a copied class that was growing stronger with every use. More importantly, staying safe meant staying weak. He couldn't afford weakness. Not with only $1,000 to his name and a future that depended entirely on what he could accomplish here. "Let's go," he said. Celine's grin widened, excitement radiating in heat waves from her body language. "Perfect. Let's gear up and head out. I saw some people selling basic equipment near the main gate. We should at least get some weapons and maybe a few healing supplies before we leave." The group began walking toward the base's commercial district, their footsteps echoing through the stone corridors. Moon walked with them, his mind already calculating how much money he would have left once he bought some equipment or if she bought some at all. In the first sanctuary, magical weapons from Earth were not allowed in and vice versa. The mechanism was special, since the sanctuary allowed humans to enter or leave with things like cash, clothes, etc. So even the heirs of the wealthiest needed to buy equipment from the first sanctuary itself. Moon walked with them, his mind already calculating how much money he would have left once he bought equipment, or if he should buy any at all. In the first sanctuary, magical weapons and equipment from Earth were not allowed through, and vice versa. The mechanism was peculiar and selective. The sanctuary allowed humans to enter and leave with things like cash, clothes, and personal items, but anything imbued with power or designed for combat was rejected by the portals. Even the heirs of the wealthiest families needed to purchase their equipment directly from the merchants of the first sanctuary itself. It was one of the few areas where everyone started on relatively equal footing. The commercial district near the main gate was bustling with activity. Stalls and small shops lined the stone corridors, their wares displayed prominently. Weapons, armor, potions, tools, all crafted within the sanctuary, and priced in Earth currency that retained its value here. Just like everyone else, most of the Awakeners lived on Earth but mainly used the First Sanctuary as a place to gather money for their family. The ability to move cash between both worlds allowed for Earth currency to retain its value. Of course, there were other currencies like beast cores, but this wasn't something that an orphan like Moon had his hands on. Beast cores were mainly used to create magical weapons. In their nature, these cores contain an abundance of energy that can be used to amplify or refine magical weapons. The others began browsing immediately, their purchases reflecting their preparation and resources. Alara, having already bought a bow before entering their team, skipped the weapon stalls entirely. She stopped at a Fletcher's stand and purchased several bundles of arrows, inspecting the fletching and tips with an expert's eye before handing over the money. Celine moved through the district with a clear purpose, stopping at multiple vendors. She emerged with a mage's robe in deep blue, a wooden staff carved with flowing patterns, and several healing potions that glowed faintly in their glass vials. The total must have been substantial, but she paid without hesitation. John's purchases were the most considering he was a tank. He bought a full body armor that covered him from neck to shin, a large shield emblazoned with a simple design, and a one-handed sword with a straight, sharp blade. He looked every bit the tank his class suggested, ready to stand on the front line. Moon approached the armor stalls with considerably less confidence. He had $1,000 remaining, so every purchase mattered. He settled on the most basic option available, lightweight armor that consisted of reinforced leather covering his chest and shoulders. The armor had no helmet or greaves. It provided just enough protection to potentially save him from a glancing blow without restricting his movement. The cost was $500, leaving him with half the amount only. Lightweight armor. Rank common. Details. A basic armor that provides minimal protection and offers high mobility to move in without restriction. Half his remaining money was gone in an instant, but it was necessary on multiple grounds. Going outside without any protection at all would be suicidal. He was fastening the straps when Celine approached, moving close enough that her voice wouldn't be heard by the others. "Do you need some money?" she whispered near his ear. "I can help you out if you want. You can pay me back later." The offer was delivered carefully, quietly, to avoid embarrassing him in front of John and Alara. It was a considerate gesture, a kind one at that. But Moon couldn't accept it. Accepting money meant creating a debt, a connection, a vulnerability. It meant appearing weak, dependent, and someone who needed charity. He'd already lost everything once by trusting the wrong person, by allowing himself to be in a position where others held power over him. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Moon shook his head, keeping his expression neutral. "No, it's all right. I've already bought some things before coming here. Thanks for the offer." Celine's face turned to one of understanding, then concerned that she'd overstepped her boundaries. "Sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to assume anything." "None taken," Moon replied evenly. Celine nodded, accepting his response without pushing further. She stepped back, giving him space, and rejoined John and Alara, who were comparing their new equipment. Moon adjusted the straps on his lightweight armor one final time, making sure it sat properly. The group finished their preparations and began moving toward the main gate, where the entrance to the wider sanctuary waited beyond the safety of the base walls. Arriving at the gates, another group intercepted them before they could pass through. There were 5 of them, all looking noticeably more experienced than Moon's group. Their equipment showed signs of use, scuff marks on armor. They were obviously not part of the same batch that Moon and the others came in. A tall man with short-cropped hair stepped forward, his eyes scanning Moon's group. He wore medium armor and had a long sword strapped to his hip. He appeared to be in his late teens, 19 maybe. His gaze lingered on Celine. "Hey there, you 4 look like you're about to head out for the first time." Celine glanced at everyone for a moment. Seeing no response, she positioned herself as the de facto spokesperson. "We are indeed." "Thought so." The man gestured to his group behind him. "My name's Derek. We've been here for some time now and we cleared a few zones. Most of us are level 5, We're heading out to farm some level 2 and 3 beasts in the eastern woodlands. Generally, it's a safer area, good for newer groups to get their feet wet and all. One of Derek's companions, a woman with her hair tied back and a bow across her shoulders, added, "The thing is, we're short of a teammate. Our team member had to return to Earth for personal reasons. When we saw your group, we figured we'd ask if you wanted to join up. Strength in numbers, you know?" Derek nodded. "We'd split the loot fairly based on contribution. You'd get experience, safety, and we'd have more flexibility with a larger group. It's a win-win situation, what do you say?" Celine's expression remained polite. "That's generous of you to offer." "Not at all," Derek said with an easy smile. "Eastern woodlands are relatively safe, but things can still go wrong. An extra mage, a tank, an archer? That improves everyone's odds." His eyes moved across Moon's group again, cataloging their classes based on their equipment. "What do you say? Better than going out alone on your first run." The woman with the bow leaned in slightly. "No pressure, but we're leaving in about 5 minutes. The good hunting spots get crowded if you wait too long." Celine glanced back at John, Elara, and Moon. Her expression was thoughtful, weighing the offer. The silence stretched for a moment as she considered. "Can you give us a second to discuss?" Celine asked. "Sure. Take your time," Derek said, stepping back slightly. "We'll be right over there." His group moved a few meters away, giving them space but remaining within sight. Celine turned to face the others, her voice dropping low. "What do you think?" John crossed his arms, his brow furrowed slightly. "I mean, they seem legitimate. Level 5 is only 2 levels above us. And they've been here a week, so they know the terrain better than we do." Alara's response was more measured. "The eastern woodlands could be a good starting point. But why approach us specifically? There are other new groups here." Moon spoke up, his voice quiet but firm. "It's convenient timing. They show up right as we're about to leave, they're missing exactly 1 role, and they know exactly where to take us." He looked at Derek's group, who were chatting among themselves. "Doesn't it seem a bit too perfect?" Celine tilted her head, considering his words. "What are you thinking? That it's some kind of trap?" "I'm thinking we don't know them, we don't know their intentions. Yes, they're only level 5, but that's still an advantage if things go wrong. And we'd be following them to wherever they want to take us." John shook his head slightly. "Moon, I get being cautious, but they're not that much stronger than us. If they wanted to do something, it wouldn't be worth the risk for them either. We're all awakeners here. It's not like they can just rob us without consequences. Besides, aren't we all in the same boat? We never knew each other before this, so you can apply the same principle to our gathering." Elara agreed with John and added her own. "Besides, the eastern woodlands is a known area. Other groups hunt there too. It's not some isolated place where they could do whatever they wanted." She paused. "And honestly, having experienced people guide us on our first outing isn't a bad thing. We could learn from watching them." Celine looked at Moon directly. "I understand your concerns. But they have a point. The difference between level 3 and level 5 isn't massive. And if we're worried about safety, having more people actually helps us, not them." Moon remained silent for a moment. Everything they said made logical sense. The level gap wasn't insurmountable, the location was public, and the reasoning was sound. But logic didn't erase the instinct telling him to be careful. Still, refusing outright would make him look paranoid. It would also create friction with his new group. He needed this group at least until he understood more about how the first sanctuary worked and how his own class worked. "All right." John clapped his hands together once. "All right then. Let's do it." Elara simply nodded her agreement. Celine turned back toward Derek's group and walked over. Moon followed with the others, his eyes keeping track of where each member of Derek's group positioned themselves. "We're in," Celine said. Derek's smile widened. "Great choice. You won't regret it. Eastern woodlands have good spawns, and we'll make sure you get your share of the experience." He gestured toward the gate. "Let's move out then. Stay close once we're outside. The path is safe, but no point taking chances." As they walked toward the massive gates that separated the base from the wilderness beyond, Moon stayed near the back of the group, his eyes moving constantly. Moon and his group continued walking, passing through the massive gates. Beyond the walls, the world transformed. The orderly stone of the base gave way to a wilderness. Trees rose in the distance, and large rocks were seen every now and then. The atmosphere was different in the wilderness. With danger lurking in the shadows, it was difficult not to be on guard, especially as a newbie. Derek led from the front, his group interspersed with Moon's as they followed a path heading east. As they walked, the older awakeners began sharing their own stories. With a self-deprecating laugh, Derek began. A week ago we thought we'd conquer this place, had it all figured out in our heads. We'd awaken, come here, hunt some monsters, get rich and powerful. Simple, right? One of his companions, a stocky man with a battle axe strapped to his back, shook his head ruefully. Then we actually left the base. The first beast we encountered was a level 3 razor wolf. The thing moved so fast we barely saw it coming. Nearly took Marcus's arm off before we managed to bring it down by using all of our strength. Everything's faster, stronger, more aggressive than you expect. Another member added, a thin man with twin daggers. The training grounds give you basics, but out here, the beasts actually want to kill you. They hunt in packs sometimes. They are very familiar with their terrain and use it for their own advantage. It's not like fighting sheep in a pen. Derek glanced back at Celine. Not trying to scare you. Just want you to understand what you're walking into. Stay sharp, follow instructions, and you'll be fine. John seemed engaged, asking questions about their tank's tactics and how to position properly. Alara walked alongside the archer woman, discussing sight lines and arrow conservation. Celine chatted with Derek, her natural friendliness drawing out more details about the eastern woodlands. Moon stayed toward the back, silent. He noticed the girl with the bow, the one who'd spoken earlier about needing a healer, glance back at him. A moment later, she slowed her pace, letting the others pull ahead until she matched his stride at the rear of the group. She flashed Moon a soft smile before greeting him. Hey, I'm Iris, by the way. Don't think we properly introduced ourselves. Moon. That's quite the unique name. I like it. She adjusted the bow on her shoulder. So what class did you awaken? I'm guessing an assassin based on the light armor and no visible weapon. Mage, Moon said shortly. Oh nice. Ranged damage, good control potential. Iris smiled. We could probably coordinate well. I usually open with arrows to draw aggro. Then mages follow up while the target's focused on me or the tank. You ever think about tactics like that? Not really. The shortness of his answer didn't deter her. What made you decide to come out so quickly? I mean, most people spend at least a day in the base, getting oriented. Seemed like the logical thing to do. Iris laughed lightly. Fair enough. Not much point sitting around when you could be getting stronger, right? She paused, then asked, what are you hoping to accomplish here? Like long term? Do you want to join a guild eventually? Go independent? Make a name for yourself by reaching the second sanctuary? Haven't decided yet. Moon kept his eyes on the path ahead, on the positioning of Derek's group, on the treeline that was growing closer with each step. Iris studied him for a moment, her smile fading slightly. You're not much of a talker, huh? Not particularly. That's fine, she said, though her tone suggested she was reconsidering her approach. Just thought it'd be good to get to know each other since we're hunting together. Communication helps when things get dangerous. Moon finally looked at her directly. I'll communicate when it matters. Iris held his gaze for a second, then nodded slowly. All right, fair enough. She didn't speed up to rejoin the others, but she stopped asking questions, the conversation dying into silence. Moon was fine with that. He didn't need to make friends, nor did he need to share his story or his ambitions, especially with a member of a group he had just met moments earlier. The treeline grew closer. Derek raised his hand, signaling for the group to slow down. The eastern woodland is just ahead. From here on, stay alert. Keep noise to a minimum. We're entering the hunting territory. A few moments later, the group was officially within the eastern woodlands, one of the many areas that newer awakeners used to grow stronger. Sounds of combat echoed through the surrounding forest. The clash of steel against hide, the crackle of elemental magic, shouted warnings and coordinated calls. It was a popular hunting spot, with multiple groups spread throughout the territory, each carving out its own patch of wilderness to farm. Moon could hear them from afar but rarely saw them. The trees were thick enough to provide natural barriers between groups, offering the illusion of isolation. Everyone here had the same goal: survive their encounters and grow stronger. Kill before being killed. This was the natural law of the first sanctuary, the fundamental truth that governed existence in this world. Defeat others and grow stronger, or be defeated and lose everything. The path Derek led them down was well-worn, packed dirt marked by countless footsteps. Branches overhead filtered the light from the two moons, casting everything in an otherworldly glow. At the front of the group, one of the members of Derek's team, the scout, raised his hand. Seeing the signal, Derek immediately made the group halt at once. "Razor Wolf pack ahead," he whispered, pointing through a gap in the trees. 3 of them, level 4, standard formation, tanks up front, ranged in back. Iris and... He glanced at Celine. "What was your name again?" "Celine. Celine. You two focus fire on the one I mark. John, you're with Marcus on the front line. Split their attention. Everyone else, watch for strays and be ready to adapt." Derek's eyes finally landed on Moon, as if only just remembering he was there. "You two just be careful not to die." The group began moving into position to tackle the incoming group of wolves. Through the trees, Moon could make out the shapes Derek had indicated. 3 wolf-like creatures, larger than any natural wolf from the old times, with fur that can withstand swords. Their fangs were visible even from this distance, elongated and sharp, exactly as their name suggested. They were feeding on something, tearing into a carcass with focused intensity. Derek raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. Moon positioned himself near Celine, his mind already running through various scenarios. 3 level 4 beasts. The math favored them heavily, but numbers meant nothing if coordination failed or if someone panicked. His hand moved through the motion of gathering mana, preparing to form a water ball the moment combat began. Derek's hand dropped. "Now!" The whole team moved in coordination with the command. The 3 wolves darted between trees the moment they detected the group, using the thick trunks as natural barriers to close the distance while minimizing their exposure. The wolves were smart. They didn't lunge blindly at Moon's team in a suicidal charge. Rather, they were sly and calculated. Derek reacted immediately, his sword already drawn. "Marcus, intercept left. John, support center." The main tank, Marcus, moved with no fear. He slammed his shield into the ground, and a translucent barrier of energy expanded outward, cutting off the leftmost wolf's approach. The creature snarled, forced to redirect. John rushed forward to support, positioning himself slightly behind Marcus. His role became immediately clear. He wasn't the primary tank but a secondary line of defense, ready to catch anything that slipped past or to reinforce where needed. "Iris, focus fire on the center one," Derek shouted, his sword flashing as he engaged the rightmost wolf that had broken through. Iris drew her bowstring back in one fluid motion. She released it, and the arrow struck the center wolf mid-stride, punching through its shoulder. The creature yelped but didn't slow its approach. Celine raised her new staff, mana gathering at its tip. A spear of compressed water formed and launched forward, following Iris's arrow. It struck the same wolf in its flank, the impact causing it to stumble. Moon positioned himself slightly to Celine's left, his angle giving him a clear line of sight to the wolves while keeping his back away from the older group's members. His eyes moved constantly, tracking the wolves, monitoring Derek's team positions, and noting exit routes through the trees. He formed a water ball and released it toward the center wolf, adding his damage to Celine and Iris's barrage. The attack struck true, crashing against the creature's head just as it tried to recover from the previous hits. The wolves were strong. They moved with frightening speed and coordination, their fur seeming to deflect some of the damage from glancing blows. But Derek's team was experienced. Marcus held the left wolf's attention, his shield absorbing vicious bites and claw strikes. Derek danced around the right wolf, his sword finding gaps in its defense. The thin man with twin daggers appeared from the wolf's blind spot, his blades flashing across its hind leg. The center wolf, taking the concentrated fire from 3 ranged attackers, began to falter. Another arrow from Iris. Another water spear from Selene. Another water ball from the moon. The creature's legs buckled. Derek's stocky companion with the battle axe rushed in, bringing his weapon down in a devastating overhead strike that crushed the wolf's skull. You have killed a level 4 razor wolf. You have gained 10 lives. The notification appeared in Moon's vision. A soft smile formed on his face. To gain so many lives whilst in a group was truly a great benefit. Rewards such as experience or lives were distributed by the system based on contribution. Compared to the others, he had the lowest contribution. Yet he might have gotten the highest lives whilst making the lowest contribution, all due to his talent. With the center wolf down, the fight shifted rapidly. Iris and Selene redirected their attacks to support Marcus. The left wolf, now taking damage from multiple sources while still being locked down by Marcus's defensive skills, lasted less than 10 seconds. Derek finished his opponent with a thrust through its throat. The entire fight had taken maybe 2 minutes. Derek straightened, wiping his blade on the wolf's fur. Good work, everyone. That's how it's done. Moon's eyes continued scanning the surroundings even as the others began to relax. Throughout the entire fight, he'd maintained awareness of every person's position. He'd noted how the older group moved, how they communicated with subtle gestures and timing. And he'd made certain that he never gave his back to any of them. Never put himself in a position where someone could strike without him seeing it coming. The wolves were dead, but Moon's vigilance wasn't. Derek sheathed his sword and turned to Moon's group with an approving nod. Not bad at all for your first real fight. Selene, your timing was excellent. Those attacks hit exactly when they needed to. He looked at John. And you, solid positioning. Knew when to hold back and when to support. That's good instinct for a tank. His eyes moved to Alara. Your accuracy is impressive. Every arrow counted. Then his gaze swept past Moon as if he wasn't there, moving on to address the group as a whole. You all did well. Keep that up and you'll survive out here just fine. Moon noticed the deliberate omission but showed nothing on his face. Selene, still catching her breath from the fight, asked, how many lives do you lose if you die in the eastern woodlands? Derek's expression grew more serious. Depends on the area. Where we are right now, 2 lives per death. It's one of the safer zones, relatively speaking. He gestured vaguely toward the deeper parts of the forest. Venture further in where the level 5 and 6 beasts spawn, you're looking at 4 or 5 lives lost. I heard from older awakeners that there are areas in these woodlands where death costs 10 lives or more. 10? John's eyes widened slightly. Or more, Derek confirmed. The deeper you go, the higher the stakes. That's why we stick to areas we can handle. No point getting greedy and losing everything. Moon absorbed this information silently, already running calculations. He pulled up his status, the translucent panel appearing before his eyes where only he could see it. Name Moon. Race human. Class. Classless. Elemental mage. Limited time. Level 325%. Lives. 45. Strength. 12 agility. 14 constitution. 14 mana. 17. Attribute points 0. Skills. Elemental attack. For element affinity. Talent. Grim Reaper. Class skill. Class slot 1/1. 45 lives. In this area, where death cost 2 lives, he could die 22 times before being permanently gone. 22 chances. Meanwhile, others in his group, Selene included, probably had around 10 lives at most. Maybe 12 if they'd been particularly efficient in the training grounds. For them, 5 deaths would mean complete erasure. For Moon, 5 deaths would barely make a dent in his reserves. The disparity was staggering, and it gave him a safety net that no one else possessed. He could take risks others couldn't afford, could push further, fight harder, make mistakes and learn from them without the same fear of permanent consequences. But he'd never let anyone know that. The moment people understood how many lives he had, questions would follow. How did you accumulate so many? What's your secret? Can you share it? No. This was his advantage, and it would remain hidden. 2 lives doesn't sound too bad, John said, though his voice carried uncertainty. Does not, compared to other areas, Derek agreed. But losing even 2 lives hurts. That's resources you could have used for enhancement, trading, other opportunities. Death is never cheap, even in the safer zones. Iris was already moving toward the wolf corpses, pulling out a knife. Might as well harvest what we can. Razor wolf pelts sell decently in the base. The group began the post-battle routine of harvesting materials, their conversation turning to what they do with their earnings. Moon stayed at the periphery, his eyes still scanning the treeline, his awareness still tracking every member of both groups. As they continued deeper into the eastern woodlands, the sounds of combat grew more distant. The path narrowed, forcing the group into a tighter formation. Then, through the trees ahead, another group appeared, moving in the opposite direction, heading back toward the base. Derek stopped immediately, his entire being changing. His confidence evaporated, and he appeared tense. Marcus and the others in his group straightened, their eyes dropping to avoid direct contact. The approaching group was impossible to miss. There were 5 awakeners, all radiating a powerful aura. Their equipment was immaculate, clearly high-grade gear that must have cost a fortune. But it was the man in the center who drew the eye. Red hair, vivid as fresh blood, fell to his shoulders. He wore long robes that matched his hair. His expression was utterly aloof, his gaze fixed straight ahead, not even acknowledging that Derek's group or Moon's group existed. Whether it was arrogance or not wasn't clear. But one thing was clear, their group didn't entice him or make him feel threatened in any way, as if they were too low to acknowledge. His 4 companions moved around him, clearly accustomed to their roles. A shield-bearer walked slightly ahead. 2 damage dealers flanked the sides. A support class brought up the rear. All of them looked formidable, but none of them carried the same presence as the red-haired man. Derek and his group pressed to the side of the path, making room. None of them made eye contact. John and Alara seemed confused by the reaction but followed suit instinctively. Celine's expression only showed curiosity, whilst Moon's dot was unreadable. The group passed without slowing, without speaking, without acknowledging anyone's existence. The red-haired man's eyes never moved from the path ahead, as if Derek's group and Moon's group were simply part of the landscape. His footsteps were silent despite his boots. The air around him felt warmer, charged with something that made Moon's skin prickle. Then they were gone, disappearing into the forest behind them, heading back toward the base with whatever spoils they'd claimed from the deeper territories. Derek released a breath he'd been holding. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, though he still looked unsettled. Who were they? Celine asked quietly. Derek waited another few seconds, as if making sure the group was truly out of earshot, before answering. Those were the Midnight Hunters. They entered the sanctuary at the same time as us, part of the same summoning batch. Same time as you? John's eyebrows rose. But they looked like they're on a completely different level? Derek finished. Because they are. They've already reached level 10. They're hunting in the deep forest areas where the beasts are level 10, 11, maybe higher. Places where we wouldn't last a minute. Marcus shook his head with something like awe. A week. They've been here the same amount of time as us and they're level 10. We're barely level 5. Did you see the one with the red hair? Derek continued, his voice dropping further. That's Cale Glassy, the sole inheritor of the Glassy group. John's eyes widened. The Glassy group? The same? The same one, Derek confirmed. His father is one of the most powerful businessmen in the Second Sanctuary. Controls multiple bases, has trade routes across half the known territories, holds resources most people can't even imagine. Iris added, word is he's powering through the levels like they're nothing. At this rate, he'll reach the Second Sanctuary in a few years, maybe less if he has a good run. Most Awakeners take a decade or more to make that transition. And his class? Celine asked. Derek glanced back in the direction Cale had gone, as if worried the man might somehow hear them. Nobody knows exactly what it is, but the gossip says it's something incredibly powerful related to fire. But who knows? Derek shrugged. Moon turned slowly, looking back down the path where Cale's group had disappeared. The red-haired man's back was just barely visible through the trees, moving with that same unhurried confidence, never looking back, never acknowledging the world behind him. Something about that absolute disregard stirred something cold in Moon's chest. He wanted to be like that, to walk without worrying about the people behind him. That was what real power looked like. The kind that made others step aside without a word. The kind that existed on a completely different plane from people like Sarah or Marcus. At level 3 with a copied class that would expire in less than 20 hours. The gap between him and someone like Cale Glassy was incomprehensible. But gaps could be closed. Power could be gained. Lives could be accumulated. Moon turned back to face forward, his expression unchanged. "Let's keep moving," Derek said, breaking the moment. "We've still got hunting to do." The group continued hunting, moving through the eastern woodlands. Beast after beast fell to their attacks. Razor wolves, horned boars with tusks like spears, and even a lone serpent creature that had dropped from the trees before Iris put 3 arrows through its skull. Derek's team maintained their leadership, calling out targets, managing aggro, and ensuring everyone got their share of the kills. Moon's group followed their lead, gradually finding their own rhythm within the larger formation. After 2 hours of looking for targets and engaging in combat, the notifications came. "You have reached level 4. Celine let out a delighted laugh, her fatigue momentarily forgotten. "Level 4. Finally." John grinned, flexing his arms as the stat increases took effect. "Same here. I can feel the difference already." Elara simply nodded, though her satisfied expression spoke volumes. "Level 4. Not bad for our first real outing." All 3 of them had crossed the threshold, their experience bars filling from the combination of training ground kills and hours of hunting actual threats. Derek's guidance had kept them in areas with appropriate level beasts, maximizing their growth without pushing into genuinely dangerous territory. Moon remained silent, checking his own status. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless, elemental mage, limited time. Level 392%. Lives 75. Strength 12 agility, 14 constitution, 14 mana, 17. Attribute points 0. Skills: elemental attack for element affinity. Talent: Grim Reaper. Class skill: class slot 1/1. Moon was tantalizingly close to level 4, but not quite there. He'd contributed to every fight, landed his attacks consistently, but remained just shy of the threshold his teammates had crossed because of his previous setback. More importantly, though, were his lives. 75. While the others had likely gained somewhere between 10 and 20 lives total from all their kills combined, Moon had accumulated 75. Every beast that fell added 5 times the normal amount to his reserves. With 2 lives lost per death in this area, he could now die 37 times before permanent erasure. 37 chances. The number was absurd, excessive, the kind of safety net that would fundamentally change how someone approached risk. But Moon kept his expression neutral, showing nothing of the calculations running through his mind. Derek noticed their level-ups and nodded approvingly. "Congratulations. Level 4 is a good milestone. You're officially past the complete beginner stage." He glanced at Moon. "You'll hit it soon enough. Probably 1 or 2 more kills." Moon nodded. "Probably. We should think about heading back soon," Marcus said, looking at the position of the 2 moons. "We've been out here for hours. Don't want to push our luck." Derek considered this, then looked at Moon's group. "What do you think? Want to hunt a bit more or call it here?" Celine glanced at Moon, John, and Elara. "I'm good to keep going if everyone else is. We're all doing well." John nodded his agreement. Elara simply said, "I can continue." All eyes turned to Moon. He was 8% away from level 4. One good fight would push him over. And more importantly, Every additional beast meant 5 more lives added to his growing reserves. I can keep going, Moon said. Derek smiled. All right then. Let's find you one more good fight to cap off the day. Then we head back, sell our materials, and split the profits. Sound good? The group murmured their agreement and continued deeper into the eastern woodlands. As they walked deeper into the zone, a notification suddenly materialized before Moon's eyes. You've entered a zone where death is punished by 5 lives. Everyone received the same notification, and their reaction was apparent. Their expressions turned grim, and their movements became more cautious. Derek noticed the change in atmosphere and quickly raised his hand. It's okay, everyone. Don't panic. We're at the edge of this zone. The monsters here won't be as powerful as the ones deeper in. We'll just get one good kill, then head straight back. Simple. His words carried weak reassurance, but the group nodded, accepting his command. They had little choice. They'd come this far already. The risk had doubled from 2 lives to 5. The rewards remained unclear. Everyone, tighten the formation, Derek ordered, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Stay close and maintain your positions. We're looking for a single target, something isolated we can take down quickly without alerting other monsters in the area. The group compressed, weapons ready, eyes scanning the forest. They moved like this for several minutes, careful to avoid alerting any beasts to their presence, hunting for prey while simultaneously trying not to become prey themselves. Then something strange occurred. A small circle of energy appeared in space, circular and spinning. It formed directly in their path. Light poured from within it. It was disorienting and impossible to look away from. What the Derek started. The portal expanded with terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, before anyone could retreat or brace themselves, an overwhelming force seized them all. Moon felt his body yanked forward as if caught by an invisible hand. His feet left the ground, and the world blurred as he was sucked into the mysterious force. Screams erupted from the group, but they were cut short as they were pulled through. Moon's vision went white, then dark, then flooded with color he had no names for. After a short while, the sensations stopped. Thud! Moon hit solid ground, stumbling forward before catching himself. The others materialized around him in similar states of disarray, some falling to their knees, others barely staying upright. The eastern woodlands were gone. They stood on a mountain, surrounded by ice and snow in every direction. The temperature hit Moon instantly, and the cold was so intense it threatened to burn his exposed skin. Wind howled across the barren landscape, carrying stinging particles of ice that felt like needles against his face. The mountains stretched endlessly in all directions, peaks rising into a sky that showed neither the familiar 2 moons nor stars, just a swirling vortex of pale blue and white that seemed to pulse with its own frigid light. Snow piled in massive drifts, some taller than a person. The snow beneath their feet was treacherous and unforgiving. Their breath came out in visible clouds, freezing almost instantly in the brutal air. You have entered a hidden realm. 30 lives will be lost per death. The words hung in Moon's vision like a death sentence. 30 lives per death. Around him, faces drained of what little color the cold hadn't already stolen. Alara's hand went to her mouth, her entire body already shaking from the temperature. John's earlier confidence evaporated entirely as he wrapped his arms around himself. Celine's lips were already turning blue, her gear offering almost no protection against the elements. Even Derek's team, the experienced ones who'd been guiding them, looked shaken to their core. Marcus's shield wouldn't help against this cold. Iris's bow was already stiffening in her grip. Shit. Derek's voice came out hoarse, his breath creating clouds of frost. We were pulled into a hidden realm. He swallowed hard, his entire body tensing against the cold that was already seeping through their clothes. Moon understood immediately why the reaction was so severe. Hidden realms were legendary among awakeners, places that existed outside normal space, pocket dimensions that offered incredible rewards to those who could clear them. Powerful artifacts, rare materials, massive amounts of lives and experience. But the danger matched or exceeded the rewards. Hidden realms were designed for experienced awakeners, people at level 10, 15, 20 or higher. The monsters inside were proportionally stronger. The death penalties proportionally harsher. For new awakeners like them, barely scraping level 4 and 5, their chances of returning alive were effectively 0. Moon pulled up his status, his fingers already numb from the cold. 75 lives. With 30 lives lost per death, he could die twice before permanent erasure. Just twice. Around him, the situation was even more dire. Celine probably had around 20 lives. One death would leave her with nothing, unable to resurrect if she died. John and Alara were in similar positions. Derek's group had more experience, maybe 30 lives accumulated over their week of hunting. But that meant one death would drain them completely. A second death would be the end if they were lucky to resurrect from the first one. Grinding his teeth, Derek said, "Everyone, stay calm. Hidden realms. They have exit conditions. We only need to complete the objective, then leave. We just need to figure out what the condition is. Okay?" Although he appeared confident, Moon could feel fear in his tone. "And if we can't complete it?" Marcus asked, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Derek didn't answer, but merely gave him a grim look. If they couldn't complete the Hidden Realms objective, they would die here. All of them, if not from monsters, then from exposure to this merciless cold. Moon's eyes scanned their surroundings, looking for anything that could help them in this dire situation. What his eyes landed on was endless snow, treacherous ice beneath their feet, and a brutal wind that seemed determined to freeze them solid. The peaks rising in the distance, impossibly tall, their summits lost in the swirling white sky. And in that distance something moved. It was a dark dot against the white landscape, making its way through the snow. Moon's legs moved instinctively, and he took a step back. "Do you guys see that?" Moon muttered, looking at the figure that approached them. Everyone turned to look at the area where the Moon's eyes were stuck, and the results shocked them all. It's a human? How? Were they also pulled in? John said, staring at the figure approaching them in disbelief. The figure wore haggard bare leather clothes, patched and worn from extended use. Thick fur lined the collar and sleeves, offering protection against the brutal cold that was already making Moon's group shiver violently. A spear rested in the figure's arms, its tip stained dark with what could only be blood. His aura was overwhelming, appearing to be a powerful awakener, stronger than everyone present. The group immediately moved into defensive positions. They weren't sure about the intentions of whoever was approaching, and in a place like this, trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. "Stay on guard, he is at least level 10, Derek whispered, his hand moving to his sword hilt. The figure continued forward, unbothered by the wind and snow. When they were about 20 meters away, close enough to be heard over the howling wind but far enough to avoid immediate threat, the figure stopped. It was a man, his face weathered and hard, with a thick beard crusted with ice. His eyes were sharp, assessing them with the same caution they showed him. "Your new arrivals," the man said. Derek stepped forward slightly, positioning himself as the spokesperson. "What are you?" The man didn't seem to mind the way the question was phrased. "Name's Gareth. I'm an awakener, same as you. Got pulled into this cursed place months ago through a random rift while hunting. Before you ask, I'm not the only one. There are others, too. We've managed to survive, barely. Months? You've been trapped here for months?" Gareth's expression darkened. "Trapped is right. This hidden realm doesn't let you leave easily. Most of us are still trying to figure out the exit conditions." He gestured vaguely behind him. "I was out hunting for supplies when I spotted you lot. Lucky for you. Most people who get dropped here freeze to death within hours if they don't find shelter." "Where are the others?" Derek asked, his tone cautious but interested. "We've got a camp. A cave system about 2 kilometers northwest with fire, shelter, and some food stores. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. You can follow me back if you want. Or you can stay here and take your chances with the cold." Alara stepped forward, her bow still in hand. "Why should we follow you? How do we know this isn't a trap?" Gareth stared at her for a long moment, then let out a harsh laugh that turned into visible clouds of frost. A trap? Girl, look around you. This whole place is a trap. I don't need to lure you anywhere to kill you. The mountain will do that just fine. He turned around, already starting to walk away. If you have a death wish and want to become frozen ice, then feel free to remain here. I'm going back. Whoever wants to follow me may do so. He didn't wait for a response, his footsteps crunching through the snow as he began retracing his path. The group exchanged glances, the wind howling around them, the cold seeping deeper into their bones with every passing second. Derek was the first to speak. He's right. We won't last out here exposed. If there's a group of survivors who've created a safe haven, somewhere we can get out of this cold and figure out our next move, that's our best option. We got lucky meeting him this early. Marcus nodded, already shivering badly. Better than freezing to death standing here. Celine looked at Moon, John, and Alara, her eyes asking the silent question. Moon considered for a moment. Gareth could be leading them into danger. But Gareth was also right. Staying here guaranteed death from exposure. We should go. We can figure out what we can do after we gain some information or understand where we are exactly, Moon said quietly. John and Alara nodded their agreement. All right, Celine said, raising her voice slightly. We're coming with you. Gareth didn't turn around or acknowledge them, just kept walking through the snow with the confidence of someone who knew the terrain. Derek's group began following immediately, and Moon's group fell in behind them. Separating now would be suicidal. Whatever dangers waited ahead, they'd face them together. Moon pulled his inadequate armor tighter against the wind and followed Gareth's footsteps through the snow, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, his mind already calculating how many more surprises this hidden realm might have waiting for them. The cold bit deeper with every step, and the mountain offered no mercy. Along the way, they encountered a large Arctic boar with 3 horns on its head. Its eyes glinted with malicious intent, and before the team could react, it darted towards them. Arctic boar. Level 12. Details. With 3 powerful horns that could penetrate most defenses and a natural affinity to cold weathers. The Arctic boar is a predator in the region, feared by most. Careful. It's really strong. Derek shouted with a grim expression as he got into a stance. Before the team could move, Gareth had already thrust his spear into the Arctic boar's throat. Wet gurgles was all that could be heard, as everyone watched in shock. At that moment, everyone present realized that Gareth was much stronger than they thought. They arrived at the cave after following Gareth for about 15 minutes through the relentless snow. The entrance was partially concealed by an overhang of ice and rock, natural camouflage that would make it nearly impossible to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. As they approached, Moon felt the question nagging at him. 15 minutes in this brutal cold, 20 meters of visibility at best through the blizzard, treacherous footing on the ice. Why would anyone venture so far from shelter? By the way, Moon called out, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. What are the beasts around this area? Gareth glanced back briefly, his expression unreadable behind his ice-crusted beard. Snow bears, mostly. They are territorial, but their meat keeps well in the cold. Good source of food. He gestured vaguely at the white landscape around them. Then there are the ice wraiths. They are much harder to kill, and not worth eating when other options exist. But their cores sell for good value if we ever get out of here. And deeper in. He paused. Deeper in there are things we avoid. Frost giants and worse. And you were out here hunting alone? Moon pressed. Someone has to, Gareth replied flatly. We take turns. Can't survive on stored supplies forever. He stopped at the cave entrance, turning to face the group fully for the first time. The bears don't usually come within a kilometer of the cave. They're smart enough to avoid areas with too much human activity. So yes, I go out far. We all do. His tone suggested the conversation was over. He ducked into the cave entrance, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Moon filed the information away. The explanation made sense, but something about it still felt off. He couldn't place exactly what, just an instinct whispering that not everything added up. Derek moved toward the entrance, already eager to escape the cold. Come on, let's get inside before we lose our fingers to frostbite. The group followed, one by one, stepping from the brutal wind and snow into the relative shelter of the cave. Inside the cave, it smelled foul, coming from the mixture of unwashed bodies, old blood, and stale air that hit everyone's nostrils like a wall. Gareth noticed their reactions and spoke without looking back. You'll have to get used to the smell. We've been wearing the same clothes for weeks. Can't wash them, can't change them. Get them wet in this cold and you're dead within hours. Moon and the others said nothing, though he could see Celine covering her nose discreetly. It was a practical reality of their situation, and complaining wouldn't change it. The cave itself was decently sized, extending back into darkness with a few torches providing illumination. Animal pelts were piled in corners, makeshift bedding. A small fire burned in a carved-out pit, its smoke somehow venting through cracks in the ceiling. Crude weapons leaned against walls. Dried meat hung from hooks driven into the stone. But unlike the large base that Gareth had implied, there was nobody inside except two people. They sat near the fire, both wrapped in layers of fur. One was a woman with hollow eyes and pale skin. The other was a younger man, his leg wrapped in bloodied bandages. Neither looked up when the group entered, too exhausted or too ill to care. Is that everyone here? Moon asked, his eyes scanning the cave's interior. Gareth shook his head. No, that's not everyone. But we all have our own duties. These two are in the cave because they're unwell. The others are out doing various things: scouting, hunting, gathering firewood, checking traps. You'll meet them later tonight. That's when everyone arrives back. Everyone nodded, understanding Gareth's words. You couldn't remain passive in a place like this. To survive, you needed to be constantly working, constantly contributing. Sitting idle meant death, either from starvation or from letting your guard down when a beast decided to attack. Still, Moon's eyes returned to the two injured people near the fire. The woman's hollow expression, the man's bandaged leg, the blood seeping through despite the wrapping. How many others had Gareth mentioned? How many people were actually part of this survivor group? And more importantly, what had injured these two badly enough that they couldn't even stand? Moon kept the questions to himself for now, but his awareness remained sharp, cataloging every detail of the cave and every potential exit. Derek moved closer to the fire, already extending his hands toward the warmth. Thank you for bringing us here. We'd have frozen out there. Gareth grunted, neither accepting nor rejecting the gratitude. You can rest by the fire. Warm up, but when night comes, you'll need to contribute. Everyone works. No exceptions. His tone left no room for argument. Derek and the others exchanged uncertain glances. How could they possibly contribute when night came? Were they expected to go out hunting in the dark, in temperatures even more brutal than what they'd already experienced? Guard duty? Something else entirely? None of them dared ask. The timing didn't seem appropriate, nor were the circumstances. Moon positioned himself near the cave entrance, close enough to the fire to benefit from its warmth, but far enough that he could see both the interior of the cave and the exit. The spot gave him visibility of everyone present while keeping his back to solid stone rather than open space. He'd also chosen the location partly because Celine had decided to sit there. She'd moved to the periphery rather than crowding around the fire with Derek's group, settling onto a relatively flat piece of rock with her staff resting across her lap. Out of everyone present, in Moon's opinion, Celine was the most mysterious. Her class was exceptional, rare enough that the most powerful guilds would have fought over her. Yet she'd formed a party with random awakeners rather than leveraging that advantage immediately. She'd offered him money without being asked, shown concern, but something in her eyes suggested she was always observing, just like he was. She noticed him settling nearby and gave a small, tired smile. Cold enough for you? Could be worse, Moon replied, though his fingers were still numb despite being inside the cave. Celine pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. In a quiet voice, she whispered low enough that the others by the fire wouldn't hear. Months. Can you imagine being trapped here for so long? I don't know if I'd last a week in this conditions. Moon watched Gareth move deeper into the cave, checking on the two injured survivors. He's lasted. The others have too, apparently. I wonder how many others there actually are. Celine murmured, echoing Moon's own thoughts. And what happened to the ones who didn't make it? It was the kind of observation that confirmed Moon's assessment. She wasn't just friendly and optimistic. She was paying attention, questioning, and analyzing the situation just like he was. We'll find out soon enough, Moon said. Celine nodded, her gaze drifting to the cave entrance where wind howled and snow continued to fall. Assuming tonight doesn't bring its own problems. Celine thought internally. They sat in companionable silence after that, both warming themselves by the fire while remaining alert, both keeping their thoughts private while clearly thinking along similar lines. Near the center of the cave, Derek was already trying to strike up a conversation with the injured woman, asking about the Hidden Realms layout, what they'd learned. She responded in monosyllables, her hollow eyes barely focusing on him. John and Alara huddled close to the fire, their earlier enthusiasm completely drained by the cold. And Gareth stood in the shadows near the back of the cave, his expression unreadable, watching them all with the patience of someone who'd seen this scene play out before. Time passed by in an excruciatingly slow manner. Minutes felt like hours and hours felt like days. The fire crackled nearby, and the wind howled outside. The two injured survivors remained motionless near the flames. Gareth occasionally moved through the cave, checking supplies, adjusting pelts, but offering nothing in terms of information or assistance. After a few hours had passed with no sign of the other survivors returning, no food being offered, and no explanation of what they'd be doing when night came, Moon decided to explore. He'd waited to see if anything would happen, but it seemed like Gareth had no intentions of providing anything beneficial beyond basic shelter. Moon stood up slowly, stretching as if his muscles were simply stiff from sitting. Hey, where are you going? Gareth's rough and suspicious voice filled the cave, prompting everyone to look at Moon. Moon turned toward him, keeping his expression neutral. I received a call from nature, so I'm responding. Gareth remained silent for a moment, his gaze measuring. There's a place deeper inside the cave. We dug out a section for people to do it there. No, it's fine. I'm more comfortable doing it outside. Moon gestured vaguely toward the entrance. I don't think there's any plumbing system in this cave after all. The excuse was weak, but plausible enough. Privacy was a reasonable request. Gareth waited another moment, his weathered face unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. All right, don't take too long. It's dangerous outside. I won't. Moon walked toward the cave entrance, feeling Gareth's eyes on his back the entire way. He could sense Celine watching too, her expression curious but not alarmed. Derek and the others paid him no attention, too focused on warming themselves and recovering from the journey. Moon stepped out into the brutal cold, and the merciless cold wind hit him immediately, stealing his breath. The temperature drop was shocking even after a few hours inside the relative warmth of the cave. Snow continued to fall, thick and relentless, reducing visibility. Moon moved away from the entrance, far enough that he'd be out of direct sight but not so far that he'd lose his way back. His breath came out in thick clouds of frost. His fingers were already going numb again, but he needed to see the area around. He scanned the area around the cave entrance, looking for tracks, signs of movement, evidence of the other survivors Gareth claimed would return at night. He didn't bother looking for footprints because the snow would have covered all traces, given how heavily it was falling. The wind alone would erase any prints within minutes. After doing a circle around the area, Moon didn't notice anything strange until he stumbled on some bones partially buried in the snow. He didn't think much of it at first. It was perfectly normal to find bones around the area. This was a place filled with beasts. Once the survivors finished with the flesh and extracted what they needed, they would discard the bones nearby. They didn't have much use except for perhaps weapon creation, but if no blacksmith was present, it made sense why they'd simply throw them out rather than store them. Moon didn't dwell on it and continued his survey until he stumbled on more bones. These were larger and scattered across a wider area. He knelt down, brushing snow away from one particular piece. Is this a human skull? The discovery made him stop in his tracks. He was concerned. Finding human bones around the same area meant the bones he'd found earlier might not be from beasts at all. They might all be human remains. Moon's heart rate increased despite the cold numbing his extremities. He quickly searched the surrounding area, moving carefully through the snow, his eyes scanning for more evidence. He found more bones, lots of them. Ribs, femurs, and vertebrae still had scraps of frozen flesh clinging to them. Others were picked completely clean. And taking a closer look, comparing the proportions and structure, they were unmistakably human. What is this? Am I in a human graveyard? A frown formed on Moon's face. This was more than troubling. It was horrifying. Either Gareth and the others were using this area as a graveyard for humans who died in the hidden realm, which would make sense given the frozen ground would be nearly impossible to dig proper graves in. Or there was something far more sinister happening that Moon's group was completely oblivious to. Moon straightened, his eyes moving back toward the cave entrance, barely visible through the falling snow. His mind drifted back to the iron smell inside the cave, the foul odor Gareth had attributed to unwashed clothes, the hollow eyes of the woman by the fire, the injured man who hadn't spoken a word. The fact that Gareth had been so far from the cave, supposedly hunting, but had approached them immediately when they appeared. The fact that he'd invited 9 fresh awakeners back to his shelter without hesitation. To Moon, these things didn't add up. Had he been in Gareth's shoes, he wouldn't have just invited awakeners to their base. Firstly, their goal was unknown. They could be a danger to the base. Secondly, why would they share the resources with others? Moon's hand moved instinctively to gather mana. This time, he didn't use the water element. Rather, he focused on fire, channeling the 4-element affinity that came with his copied class. Warmth bloomed in his palm, just enough to create a flame to combat the brutal cold seeping into his bones. The skill responded smoothly, proof that his proficiency with the elemental mage class was growing. But the small comfort did nothing to ease the dread settling in his stomach. Moon forced himself to breathe slowly, to calm the panic trying to claw its way up his throat. He had 2 options. The first was to leave and not come back. Walk away from the cave, from Gareth, from whatever was waiting inside and strike out on his own into the frozen wasteland. But that was incredibly risky in itself. Being alone in a hidden realm with no permanent class, no one to copy abilities from when his 24-hour timer expired, would be suicidal. He needed someone with him. Even if it was just one person, having another awakener increased his survival odds dramatically. The second option was to go back and enter the cave as if nothing had happened. Pretend he'd seen nothing, act natural and investigate further. But to do that, he needed to ensure Gareth wouldn't notice anything different in his behavior, wouldn't suspect that Moon had discovered the graveyard of bones outside their shelter. While he wasn't completely certain about his theory, every instinct screamed at him to be cautious. The bones, the smell, the missing survivors who were supposedly returning at night. After some time thinking, weighing the options against each other, Moon decided to head back. Going alone meant certain death from exposure or beasts. Staying gave him a chance, however slim, to figure out what was really happening and potentially save at least some of his group and get them out before whatever Gareth had planned came to fruition. Moon dispersed the mana in his palm and began walking back toward the cave entrance, his footsteps crunching through the snow. He forced his expression into something neutral, tired, cold. Just someone returning from relieving themselves in miserable conditions. As the cave entrance came into view through the falling snow, Moon rehearsed his demeanor. He stepped back into the cave, the relative warmth hitting him immediately. Gareth was standing near the entrance, almost as if he'd been waiting. His eyes locked onto Moon the moment he appeared. "Took you long enough." Gareth didn't blink as he spoke, his gaze on the newcomer. Moon shrugged, rubbing his arms as if trying to warm them. "It's cold out there. Didn't want to rush and slip on the ice." Gareth studied him for another moment, then nodded slowly. "Get back to the fire. You'll need your strength for tonight." Moon walked past him, feeling those eyes tracking his every movement, and returned to his spot near Celine. She glanced at him, her expression questioning. He settled back down near the fire, his mind racing through possibilities, through plans, through ways to survive what was coming when night finally fell. The sun began to set, the swirling sky outside gradually darkening from pale blue to deeper shades of violet and black. Yet Moon hadn't been able to tell anybody about what he'd found. Ever since he'd entered the cave, Gareth's eyes had been on him, watchful, like a predator tracking potential prey. This made Moon even more suspicious about the bones outside. Could they have followed a cannibal to his den? The thought was horrific to contemplate, but it fit. The repeated mentions of when night comes also made him suspicious. Gareth had said it multiple times, always with that same ominous undertone. And with the sun setting, Moon didn't have much time left to warn the others or prepare for whatever was coming. He needed to communicate with someone. Celine was his best option. She'd shown the most awareness, the most capacity for independent thought. But with Gareth watching, any obvious attempt at private conversation would raise suspicion. So Moon decided to use the cold as a means to get closer to her. Despite feeling embarrassed about what he was about to say, this was life and death. There was no shame in survival. "Hey," Moon said, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear, projecting discomfort that came naturally given the circumstances. "I'm feeling really cold. Can we huddle closer together, so we can use our body warmth to warm each other up?" Silence permeated the air for a brief moment, which made things more awkward for Moon. John raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Alara looked at Moon with barely disguised disgust, as if he were a pervert using the cold as a flimsy excuse to get what he really wanted. Even Derek's group glanced over, their expressions ranging from amused to judgmental. Celine, however, wasn't as quick to judge. She looked at Moon silently for a brief moment, her eyes searching his face. Whatever she saw there seemed to satisfy her. She motioned for him to get closer. "I'm feeling cold too, let's do it." Moon moved immediately, closing the distance between them until they were sitting shoulder to shoulder. The body heat was actually welcome, cutting through some of the persistent cold that had settled into his bones. More importantly, he was now close enough to whisper without being overheard if he timed it right. Gareth's eyes were still on them, but his expression hadn't changed. Apparently, two people huddling for warmth wasn't suspicious enough to warrant intervention. Moon waited, letting a few minutes pass, letting Gareth's attention drift elsewhere as the man checked on the injured survivors near the fire. Then, keeping his voice barely above a breath, Moon leaned slightly toward Celine. "Outside, human bones. Everywhere," he whispered, his lips barely moving. Celine's body went rigid beside him, but to her credit, her expression didn't change. She kept her eyes on the fire, her face neutral. After a moment, she whispered back, her voice even quieter than his. "Amount? Many." Celine didn't speak after that, her eyes remaining fixed on the fire. Thankfully, she was good at concealing her emotions. After some time had passed, she stood up abruptly. "I need the toilet. Can you lead me to where you did it?" Moon nodded and stood. "Sure." Before they could move toward the entrance, Gareth's voice cut through the cave. "It's getting dark outside. You should just use the one inside the cave. It's much more dangerous out there now." Celine turned to face him, her expression calm and reasonable. "I know, that's why I wanted him to come with me. We could protect each other. Besides, he said it's nearby, so it shouldn't be much of a problem." Gareth didn't argue, but his silence was heavy, weighted with disapproval. "That's how you get yourself killed." Derek's group seemed to agree with him. Marcus nodded vigorously. "Celine, I think you should stay, at least for tonight. Just bear with it. Nobody will look inside." Moon cursed the idiots inwardly. They were making things difficult, speaking as if they had zero survival instincts, as if they couldn't sense the wrongness permeating this place. "It's okay, don't worry. I'll be really quick." Celine smiled, the expression not quite reaching her eyes, before turning her back and making her way toward the exit. Moon followed immediately. As they made their way out, Moon could feel Gareth's eyes fixed on their backs, burning into them with unsettling intensity. The moment they stepped outside, Moon glanced back through the cave entrance and saw Gareth turn around, walking deeper into the cave's darkness. Outside, the cold hit them like a physical blow, worse now that the sun had set. The temperature had dropped even further. Moon immediately grabbed Celine's hand and led her toward the area where he'd found the bones, moving as quickly as the treacherous ice would allow. The wind howled around them, and visibility was barely 10 meters. He needed to be fast. Arriving at the location, Celine knelt down and took hold of one of the bones protruding from the snow. She turned it over in her hands, examining it closely despite the fading light. "This is a human's remains. You're right. What should we do? Should we go back?" Moon kept looking around, scanning for movement, for beasts, for Gareth following them. "I feel like he's already suspicious. Ever since I left and re-entered, his eyes were glued to me." I noticed that. Celine stood, brushing snow from her knees. She looked back toward where they'd come from, toward the cave entrance barely visible through the blizzard. "We can't go back. We need to find another place for now." Her voice was steady, controlled, but Moon could hear the fear beneath it. "As for the others, we'll have to leave them there for the time being. There must be a reason he hasn't acted yet. Either he's waiting for a specific condition to be satisfied, or he simply isn't strong enough to take on all of us at once." Moon nodded. "I was thinking the same. But what if these remains are simply those of deceased awakeners who died during their stay? Bodies they couldn't bury in the frozen ground?" Celine shook her head slowly, her expression grim. "That's possible, but it's very optimistic. Look at these bones, they have no flesh on them. Most of them are completely clean." She gestured at the scattered remains around them. "This means something wiped them clean, whether a beast or—" She didn't finish the sentence. "You mean?" Moon's eyes widened as the full implication hit him. "Yes." Celine's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, as if afraid something might overhear. "He might be a cannibal. Either a human native to this hidden realm who's learned to hunt awakeners and impersonate them, or he's actually one of us but has resorted to this to survive." She paused, her breath coming out in shaking clouds. "Or he's giving something in sacrifices to remain alive, feeding in exchange for protection." The wind howled louder, as if punctuating her words. "Either way," Celine continued, her hand tightening around her staff, "we need to leave this place. Now." Moon's hand moved instinctively to gather mana, the fire element responding to warm his freezing fingers. "Where do we go? We have no shelter, no supplies. The temperature will kill us before morning." "I don't know, but staying in that cave isn't a good idea. At least out here we have a chance." A sound echoed from the direction of the cave. Celine's eyes immediately met Moon's, and in that moment, they both understood. They needed to run. Heavy breathing tore through the night air as their feet crunched through the snow beneath them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. "Is he following us?" Moon whispered harshly, glancing back over his shoulder into the darkness. The blizzard had intensified, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few meters behind them. Celine shook her head, her own breathing ragged. I don't see anyone." They had run far from the graveyard, their legs burning from the exertion, their lungs aching from gulping down freezing air. Somehow, miraculously, they'd managed to escape without being caught. But Moon knew that didn't mean they were safe, just that they'd bought themselves time. "So what do we do now?" Moon asked, slowing to a walk as his stamina began to fail. His eyes scanned their surroundings for anything that could be useful for survival. Unfortunately, the view was nothing welcoming, offering no hope. Celine stopped, taking a deep breath that came out as a thick cloud of frost. "The cold is getting stronger. We need to find a place to hide for the time being and light a fire. If we don't—" She didn't finish the sentence. Not that she needed to. Without shelter and warmth, they'd be dead within hours. Moon nodded grimly. "Let's keep moving." They embarked on a desperate search, moving through the unknown landscape, searching for a cave, an overhang, anything that could serve as shelter against the brutal cold. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There, Celine said suddenly, pointing ahead. Moon followed her gesture and saw a rocky outcropping with what looked like a small depression carved into its base. Not quite a cave, but it would provide some protection from the wind. It was better than nothing. They hurried toward it, their last reserves of energy pushing them forward. Before they were able to enter, a small beast emerged from the depression, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It was no larger than a dog, with white fur that blended almost perfectly with the snow. Sharp teeth bared as it snarled at the intruders threatening its shelter. Moon and Celine didn't hesitate. Their hands moved simultaneously, gathering mana. Water balls formed in rapid succession, launching toward the creature from both directions. The attacks swarmed the small beast, overwhelming it before it could even leap forward. Had the water been from a natural source, it would have frozen solid immediately in this temperature, but conjured from mana, it retained its liquid form and force. The beast yelped once, then collapsed, its small body going still. You have killed a level 5 Hypsi. You have gained 10 lives. Moon glanced at Celine, who was already moving toward the corpse. Without speaking, they both understood what needed to be done. They quickly dragged the dead body into the shallow cave, pulling it away from the entrance to make room. The depression was small, barely large enough for 2 people to sit comfortably, but it blocked the worst of the wind. That alone made it infinitely better than being exposed. Celine knelt beside the Hypsi's body, pulling out a small knife she'd been carrying. The fur on its back, we can carve it out. Make some kind of covering for ourselves. It's not much, but it'll help. Celine explained as she harvested the fur. Moon nodded, watching the entrance while Celine began working. His hands were numb, his body shivering slightly now that the adrenaline from their escape was fading. He had 85 lives now. We still need fire, Moon said quietly. The fur will help, but without heat. I know. Celine's knife worked, separating the pelt from the carcass. But what can we burn? There's no wood here, no fuel. Moon looked at the Hypsi's body, then at Celine. Their eyes met and understanding passed between them. The meat, the bones, the body itself. It was grotesque, but it was survival. After you finish with the pelt, Moon said slowly, we can try to burn what's left. The fat should catch. It won't be pleasant, but it'll keep us alive, Celine finished. Her hands didn't stop moving. Let's do it. Moon nodded and positioned himself near the entrance, keeping watch while Celine worked. The wind howled outside, carrying with it the promise of death for anyone caught unprepared. Behind them, in that cave where the others still sheltered, Moon wondered if Derek and the rest had realized the danger yet, or if it was already too late for them. When the time came for the fire to burn, Celine set up the materials carefully. Moon noticed how she was still hiding the fact that she could use other elements beyond what she'd initially claimed. But he didn't care at the moment. There were more pressing matters to be concerned with than an awakener concealing her full strength. Sitting beside the burning body of the creature, both awakeners remained in comfortable silence. The smell was unpleasant, acrid and wrong, but the heat was precious. It kept the deadly cold at bay, kept their bodies from shutting down entirely. The wind outside howled relentlessly. The snow descended in thick curtains. The night deepened around them, hostile and unforgiving. Moon took first watch, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance, his body positioned between Celine and any potential threat. Hours in agonizing slowness, but nothing came. When his watch ended, Celine took over without complaint, and Moon allowed himself to drift into an uneasy sleep, knowing that rest was as vital to survival as warmth. The daylight emerged gradually, the swirling sky shifting from black to pale blue, signaling a new day in this cursed realm. He'd positioned himself near the entrance during the night, and luckily no beasts had approached. The small depression had remained undiscovered. Hey Celine, wake up. It's time, Moon whispered gently, moving closer to where she'd curled up against the cave wall, wrapped in the Hypsi's fur pelt. They'd split the watch time during their stay, alternating every few hours. Now it was time for both of them to venture out, to look for a better place, to figure out their next move. They'd agreed to set out early in the morning to avoid being caught outside when night fell again. Daylight offered visibility, slightly warmer temperatures, and the possibility of finding resources. Chum. Good morning. Celine's sleepy voice resonated in the small cave. She stirred, blinking against the dim light filtering in from outside. Celine sat up slowly, rubbing her arms through the fur. Any activity during your watch? Nothing, Moon replied. It was quiet. That's almost worse. Quiet means we don't know where the dangers are, Celine murmured. Moon nodded. She was right. In a place like this, silence wasn't peaceful. It was ominous. We should move. The fire's nearly out anyway. We can't stay here, he said. Celine stood, stretching her stiff muscles, and moved toward the entrance. She peered out cautiously, scanning the landscape. Where do we even go? We have no map, no sense of direction. For all we know, we could be walking in circles. Away from Gareth's cave, Moon said firmly. That's the only direction that matters right now. We put as much distance as possible between us and whatever he is. Celine looked back at him, her expression troubled. What about the others? Derek, John, Elara. They're still there. Moon's jaw tightened. If they're still alive. Celine said nothing, but slight guilt was written plainly across her face. Moon softened slightly. If there's a chance, if we find help or figure out what's happening here, we can come back. But right now, the best thing we can do for them is survive. We can't help anyone if we're dead. Celine took a shaky breath, then nodded. You're right, let's go. They stepped out into the frozen morning, leaving behind the small shelter that had kept them alive through the night, and began walking into the unknown. We've been walking for some time. Why is there nothing around us? Moon asked, his voice nearly swallowed by the freezing wind that tried to push him back with each step. Celine squinted her eyes, trying to get better vision while protecting them from the harsh wind that carried stinging ice particles. Not sure, but if this persists, we should just return. We can't wander aimlessly forever. Moon nodded, and they kept moving forward, their footsteps crunching through the deep snow. 30 minutes into their trek, Moon's foot caught something solid beneath the snow, and he almost tripped, stumbling forward before catching his balance. He looked down to find a half-buried body of an Arctic bear, its thick white fur filled with snow. The creature appeared to be dead, frozen in place, its massive form partially concealed by the drifts. Hey, check this out. Celine turned to face Moon, then her eyes widened in surprise at the sight. That's a dead bear. It looks quite large, too. She moved closer, kneeling to examine it. Let's harvest the fur. We can make proper clothes from it, better than what we have now. They worked quickly despite their numb fingers, using Celine's knife to carefully separate the pelt from the frozen carcass. The fur was thick, dense, designed by nature to survive in exactly these conditions. Once they'd carved out enough material, they fashioned crude but functional coverings wrapping the fur around their shoulders and torsos, securing it with strips of leather. The bear fur blocked the wind far more effectively than their previous clothes ever could. After finishing, Celine and Moon continued their journey, but more carefully this time. The body of the dead bear meant predators were active in this area. The creature wouldn't have simply died from cold. This was a beast born and adapted to these temperatures. Something had killed it. Not long after, they continued, savage sounds reached them. Roar! Moon raised his hand, signaling Celine to stop. They moved cautiously toward the source of the noise, keeping low, using the terrain for cover. What they found made them both freeze. Two massive beasts locked in combat. One was another Arctic bear, even larger than the dead one they'd found, its claws the length of daggers. The other was a creature Moon had never seen before, something wolf-like but much larger, with icicles jutting from its spine and shoulders like armor. Both beasts fought with terrifying ferocity. The bear's claws tore through the wolf creature's hide, drawing blood that steamed in the cold air. The wolf retaliated with jaws that could crush bone, its teeth finding purchase in the bear's shoulder. These creatures, They would kill us easily, Moon muttered, watching the display of raw power. Either one of these beasts could slaughter them without breaking a sweat. Celine nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving the fight. This is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Let's wait until the right moment, then strike. When they're both exhausted. Moon nodded his head in agreement. He'd been thinking the same thing. This encounter was served on a golden platter. A chance to gain massive experience and lives without having to face either creature at full strength. They would be the third party, waiting until both combatants were weakened, then reaping the rewards. They settled into position behind a snowdrift as they watched, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The perfect moment came when one of the beasts was about to die. Both Celine and Moon attacked. Celine's eyes trailed along the bloody gash on the beast's hide. Now, they launched their attacks from a distance, targeting the weakened beast that was on the verge of death. Their attacks swam through the air before smacking the dying beast in full force. Wail! The barrage of attacks drew out the cry of the beast, filled with agony and despair. The light in its eyes began to fade, and within moments, it was dead. The Arctic bear became furious. It had been battling the beast that had killed its kin for hours, shedding sweat, blood and tears to overcome the challenge. And in the end, its kill was stolen. You have killed a level 8 Arctic wolfer. You have gained 20 lives. You have reached level 4. The notification flashed across Moon's eyes as the kill registered. He had gained an incredible number of lives from the kill, increasing his survivability in this place by a large margin. Before he could celebrate the achievement, a loud roar filled the area. Roar! Moon! It's coming! Celine's hurried voice entered his ears, muffling the sound of his pounding heart. Moon took a quick gulp before forming another water attack and throwing at the beast that was charging towards both of them with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Both attacks landed, slowing it down for a split moment before it continued its charge. Move back! We need to create distance. Moon did as told and immediately tried to create more distance as he conjured more spells to hit the approaching beast with. Celine did the same thing, moving back and sending her spells towards the incoming beast without delay. Despite their attempts to slow down or kill the charging beast, the Arctic bear was still able to close the distance. Within striking range, the beast outstretched its limb, ready to claw Celine's face off. Moon's eyes widened before he threw a hurriedly made water stream to distract the bear. The distraction was momentary, but it massively helped Celine to dodge the attack that would have killed her instantly. Thank you. Celine breathed out as she leapt back several feet. Moon barely had the chance to acknowledge her statement. The bear turned its full attention toward him now, its eyes blazing with fury at the one who'd interfered. Shit. Moon immediately tried to retreat, but the beast charged toward him on all fours with explosive speed, its wounded state forgotten in its rage. Within seconds, the beast was directly in front of Moon, its massive body blocking out everything else. Time seemed to slow as its claws extended in a killing arc. Moon tried to dodge, but his foot caught in the deep snow, making him stumble. No! Moon! Celine's shout was desperate, her attacks launching a moment too late to distract the beast. Celine no longer held back her power, using her class to its full potential, sending multiple elemental spells, hurling towards the beast. Moon didn't have time to see what Celine was doing. All he could see was the beast before him and its incoming claws. He tried to mitigate the damage by crossing his arms before his body and, most importantly, his head. Bam! Pain erupted across his chest as the claws tore through his bare fur covering and lightweight armor like paper, raking deep furrows across his torso. At the same time, the Arctic bear defended against the attacks that Celine sent towards him by dodging and using his limbs as natural shields. The force of the blow sent Moon flying backwards, his body crashing into the snow several meters away. Blood sprayed across the white landscape, crimson red against pristine white. Gasp! A wet choke tore from Moon's throat, blood escaping his mouth in a stream that seemed endless. The metallic taste flooded his senses. His chest was torn open, ribs visible through the shredded flesh. At that moment, Celine realized that Moon was doomed. The light in Moon's eyes began dimming, his vision tunneling as shock threatened to pull him under its rug. But he refused to give up. He had 2 resurrections remaining. This death wouldn't be his last. Still, he couldn't let this one go to waste. Attack him. Moon struggled to speak through blood-filled lungs. With the last of his fading strength, he launched himself forward, grabbing onto the Arctic bear's fur and clutching it desperately. If he were dying, he'd take the beast down with him. He'd give Celine the opening she needed. Celine's eyes widened in shock at the seen Moon, clearly dying, throwing himself at the creature that had just eviscerated him. But she understood immediately what he was doing. She formed her most powerful attacks, channeling more mana than she'd used before. Fire gathered at her fingertips, compressed and volatile. She sent them flying toward the Arctic bear that Moon was clutching. The bear tried desperately to fling Moon off its body, twisting and thrashing. But Moon had positioned himself where the creature's flexibility was limited. His grip was weak, but it held just long enough. Boom! Boom! The 2 fireballs landed on both the Moon and the bear, engulfing them in flames and explosive force. Arg! Moon screamed as the fire consumed what was left of his dying body. Roar! The bear's bellow was equally agonized, its already wounded body taking the full brunt of Celine's desperate attack. Moon felt his grip fail. His body fell away from the bear, hitting the snow with no strength left to break his fall. His vision went dark. You have died. You have lost 30 lives. The world blinked out, then snapped back into existence. To Celine, Moon's body turned into particles before reappearing once again, with no injuries. Moon gasped, his body whole again, the wounds gone. He was lying in the snow where he had died. Luckily, the bear engulfed in flames was only a few meters away from where he'd died, the resurrection placing him at a safe distance from immediate danger. His chest heaved as he gulped down freezing air, the phantom pain of his death still echoing through his nervous system even though the injuries had vanished. Ahead of him, the Arctic bear was still alive, but barely. It staggered, its fur scorched and smoking, Celine's attacks having done catastrophic damage to its already weakened state. Celine stood 20 meters away, her hands already gathering more mana, preparing to finish it. The bear took one stumbling step toward her, then another. Its eyes burned with hatred, refusing to die, refusing to let its killers escape. But Moon forced himself to stand. His legs trembled, his entire body felt wrong, disconnected, but he pushed through it. He gathered mana with shaking hands and sent another ball of water hurling toward the beast. Celine's fireball launched at the same moment. The 2 attacks collided with the bear simultaneously, water and fire meeting in a violent reaction. Steam exploded outward, the temperature differential creating a shockwave that made the massive creature stumble backwards, its already burned and wounded body unable to maintain balance. The bear's legs buckled slightly, giving them the opening they needed. Again, Celine shouted, not questioning how Moon was alive, focused entirely on finishing the fight. They threw spell after spell at the staggering beast. The barrage was relentless, neither of them giving the creature a chance to recover or mount another charge. The bear roared one final time, a sound filled with pain and defiance, before its legs gave out completely. It collapsed into the snow, its massive body hitting the ground with a heavy thud that seemed to shake the mountain itself. Then it went still. You have killed level 9 Arctic bear. You have gained 35 lives. You have reached level 5. The notification flashed across Moon's vision. He'd lost 30 from the death, but gained more than that back from the kill. Once he saw the notifications, Moon stopped channeling mana. His legs gave out, and he sat down heavily in the snow, breathing heavily, each breath painful despite his body being whole again. He was drained mentally. To feel the sensation of being burned alive on top of being mauled wasn't something you could just shake off. It had taken all of his mental energy just to stand back up and keep fighting. Celine walked toward him slowly, her expression a mixture of shock, concern, and something else. confusion, perhaps awe. In a quiet voice, she whispered, "Moon. How? How are you still alive?" Moon looked up at her, still catching his breath. He could see it in her eyes. She'd watched him die. Watched his chest torn open. Watched him fall. Watched the light leave his eyes. And she'd seen the resurrection. Seen him appear whole and breathing where moments before there had been only a corpse. Nobody in their group had 30 lives. They'd been together since the beginning. Had hunted the same beasts in the training grounds and the eastern woodlands. She knew approximately how many lives everyone should have. The fact that Moon had come back meant he'd had more than 30. "I'm all right," Moon said finally, his voice hoarse. Celine knelt down in the snow beside him, her eyes searching his face. "Moon, you died. I saw you die. That bear took 30 lives with that hit. I know. I lost the majority of my lives with that earlier death. Luckily, I was able to gain some during my toilet break when I discovered the bones. Otherwise, I would have been dead by now." Moon said the lie came smoothly despite his exhaustion. He needed to deflect, to give her a plausible explanation that didn't reveal the true extent of his advantage. Before she could press further, he changed the topic. "On the other hand, I didn't know you were able to use the fire element too. I thought you were a water mage," he said with a soft smile on his face, turning the scrutiny back toward her. Celine's cheeks flushed slightly before she turned her head away. "Yeah, about that. It's okay, you don't need to explain. I'm just glad that you were able to kill it. Thank you." Celine shook her head immediately. Without your distraction on multiple occasions, I would have been dead. When that bear was about to claw my face off, you saved me. And then you grabbed onto it even while dying." Her voice wavered slightly. "You gave me the opening I needed. I should be thanking you." Moon looked at her for a moment, seeing the genuine gratitude and guilt in her expression. She felt responsible for his death, even though it had been his choice. "We're alive," he said simply. "That's what matters. We protected each other. That's how we survive in a place like this." Celine nodded slowly, her eyes moving to the massive corpse of the Arctic bear nearby. Steam still rose from its scorched fur where her fire attacks had landed. "Elemental mage," she said quietly, almost reluctantly. "That's my actual class." Moon made his expression shift to appropriate surprise, as if this was new information. That's incredibly rare." "I know." Celine pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. "That's why I didn't tell anyone at first. The moment people know you have something valuable, they start looking at you differently. Either they want to use you or they see you as a threat or," she trailed off, "or they target you." Moon finished. "Yeah." She looked back at him. "But after what just happened, I figured you deserved to know the truth." Moon appreciated the gesture, even if he'd already known her secret from the moment he'd copied her class. "Your secret's safe with me. We need to trust each other if we're going to survive this place." Celine managed a small smile. "Agreed." They sat in silence for a moment, both recovering, both processing what had just happened. Finally, Moon pushed himself to his feet, his legs still shaky but functional. "We should harvest what we can from the bear. And the wolf creature, too. Then we need to keep moving. We're exposed out here." Celine stood as well, nodding. "Right. And we need to figure out what the exit conditions for this hidden realm are. We can't just wander forever." Moon looked out across the frozen landscape, the endless white stretching in every direction. Somewhere out there were answers. Somewhere was a way out. They just had to survive long enough to find it. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Elemental mage. Limited. Level 566%. Lives 110. Strength 14 agility. 16 constitution. 16 mana. 19. Attribute points 5. Skills. Elemental attack for element affinity. Talent Grim Reaper. Class skill. Class slot 1/1. As they harvested everything they could from the two massive beasts, meat, leather, and even some of the wolf creature's icicles that might prove useful, Moon was checking his status. Upon reaching level 5, He'd been given an additional 5 attribute points to use, which was incredibly valuable given their situation. Moon didn't hesitate. He placed 3 into the Constitution and 2 into Mana. Constitution, 16 to 19. Mana, 19 to 21. He'd chosen to improve his constitution primarily because of the overwhelming weather conditions. Strengthening his body would help defend against the brutal cold that was a constant threat. Every point of constitution meant better endurance, better resistance to the elements, and better chances of surviving exposure. Secondly, mana was his main combat attribute. He was certain that the only class he would use for the foreseeable future was Celine's elemental mage class. As a mage, mana was what mattered most. More spells, stronger attacks, longer sustain in extended fights. The improvement was immediate and tangible. Moon could feel his body become slightly more resilient, the cold's bite lessening. His mana reserves expanded, giving him more room to work with. With the harvesting done, both of them bloody and exhausted, they made a decision. "We should head back," Moon said, looking at the sun's position in the swirling sky. "To the shelter we used last night." Celine nodded in agreement. "Venturing deeper isn't smart after what we just went through. We need to rest, eat, and think about our next steps." They gathered their harvested materials. Strips of meat wrapped in leather, pelts draped over their shoulders, and they began the journey back to the small cave depression they'd sheltered in the night before. The journey felt longer this time, their bodies heavy with exhaustion, their minds replaying the brutal fight. Moon's thoughts kept drifting back to the moment of his death, the claws tearing through him, the sensation of life draining away. By the time they reached the familiar outcropping, the sun was beginning its descent again. They'd been out for most of the day. They ducked into the small shelter, and Celine immediately began setting up another fire. This time, they had gathered wood from some trees they had found. Moon positioned himself near the entrance again, keeping watch while she began to cook the meat they had gathered. Once the food was cooking steadily, providing blessed warmth, they both sat close to it, letting the heat seep into their frozen bones. "We can't keep doing this," Celine said quietly, breaking the silence. "Running from shelter to shelter, fighting beasts that nearly kill us. We need a real plan." The next day arrived with a freezing cold breeze that made their bodies shudder despite the bare fur they'd wrapped around themselves. Moon glanced at the skills he'd gained from Celine's powerful class, pulling up the details while Celine stirred awake beside the dying embers of their fire. For element affinity, rank, rare. Proficiency, 10%. Details, you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 10% extra control. Elemental attack. Rank common. Proficiency, 12%. Details, you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element. Plus 10% extra damage. Looking at both skills, Moon was able to conclude that the extra effects, more damage or better control, only arrived at specific milestones. His elemental attack was at 12% proficiency, but the extra damage boost had appeared at 10% and hadn't increased yet. Likely it would jump again at 20%, then 30%, and so on. Still, there was a more pressing question brewing in his mind. What target proficiency will allow me to inherit the skill completely? The question remained unanswered for the time being, but Moon knew the answer was bound to reveal itself eventually. Would it be at 50%? 100? Hopefully, I can find the answer before it's too late, Moon thought with growing concern over their dire situation. Luckily, he had found the answer to one of his old questions. He had copied Celine's class once again, and he had found that his proficiency he'd built carried over. Unfortunately, they were still unable to get a lead on what kind of conditions they needed to satisfy to escape this cursed realm. "Are you ready?" Moon nodded at Celine. "Let's go." Both made their way out of the small cave, squinting against the harsh morning light reflecting off endless snow. The area was quite mountainous, making travel across it tedious and treacherous. Every step required careful placement to avoid slipping on hidden ice or rocks. Before venturing out, they decided to head in a different direction this time around. exploring more of the hidden realm they'd been thrown into unwillingly. Staying in one area would eventually exhaust its resources and leave them vulnerable. After hours of traveling through the brutal landscape, they came to a stop. Their cloaks and robes were sodden with snow that had formed stiff patches. But that wasn't what made them halt. Before them, bizarre three-toed animal tracks were visible in the snow, leading off into a claustrophobic forest of twisted, ice-covered trees that hadn't been visible from a distance. Beside the tracks, a bright crimson streak had been absorbed into the perfectly white snow, creating a trail of blood droplets leading into the dark woods. "This is new. Should we follow it?" Celine asked, kneeling to ruffle the snow near where the blood was freshest. It was still liquid, not yet frozen. Moon remained silent for a brief moment, contemplating their next move carefully. His eyes traced the tree-line, noting how the branches seemed to block out some light, creating deep shadows within. "It's risky, but it's a new territory. We can't stay in that small cave forever." He checked the sky, noting the sun's position. "Since the sun is still up, we can try to get some intel on the area. Learn what lives here, what resources might exist. But we stay cautious, and we turn back before it starts getting dark." Celine nodded, standing and brushing snow from her hands. "Agreed. And if we run into whatever's left that blood trail and it's too strong, we run," Moon finished. With their decision made, both ventured into the forest, following the blood trail and the strange three-toed tracks, unsure of what they would encounter deep in its frozen woods. The trees closed in around them, and the temperature dropped even further in the shade. Following the tracks of the three-toed creature, they moved deeper into the frozen forest. The trees grew denser, their branches heavy with ice that occasionally cracked and fell with sounds like breaking glass. The blood trail continued, growing more sporadic, as if whatever had been wounded was either recovering or dying. Then the forest opened into a small clearing, and they discovered an abandoned camp. Moon raised his hand, signaling Celine to stop. They both crouched low, observing from the tree-line before approaching. The camp was clearly human-made. An improvised tent constructed from animal hides sagged in the center, partially collapsed under accumulated snow. A fire pit sat cold and dead, its ashes long buried. Supplies were scattered around, a broken spear leaning against a tree, a torn backpack half buried in snow, cooking equipment overturned and frozen. But there were no bodies or any signs of the people who'd made this camp. "How long has this been abandoned?" Celine whispered. Moon studied the scene carefully. Hard to tell with the snow covering everything. Could be days. Could be weeks. The three-toed tracks led directly through the camp, disturbing some of the scattered supplies. "We should search it carefully. There might be supplies we can use." Celine nodded, though her expression was wary. What happened to whoever was here? Moon didn't answer, but they both knew that the possibilities were all grim. They approached slowly, both on high alert. Moon moved toward the collapsed tent while Celine checked the scattered supplies. The tent's entrance flap hung open, frozen stiff. Moon used his foot to push it wider, peering inside. It was mostly empty, except for the abandoned bedrolls and a few personal items: a journal, some clothing, a small pouch. Moon reached in carefully and grabbed the journal, its pages stiff with cold. He opened it, scanning the entries. His expression darkened as he read. "Celine, you need to see this," he called quietly. Moon opened the journal, its pages stiff from the cold and slightly damp. The handwriting was hurried, desperate in places, whilst controlled in others. He began reading aloud so Celine could hear. "Day 1. We've been pulled into what appears to be a hidden realm. There are 7 of us, all from different summoning batches, different times. Some have been here for weeks already. The cold is unbearable. We found this spot and decided to make camp. Better to stay together than separate. Day 3. The nights are worse than the days. Hopefully I can make it out. Day 5. We found others today, or what was left of them. Bones picked clean, scattered around a cave entrance. The cave looked safe from the outside, warm even. But it was a trap. Something lives in these caves, something that lures people in. We're avoiding all cave systems now, no matter how cold it gets. Moon's eyes widened slightly at that entry. He glanced at Celine, who motioned for him to keep reading. Day 8. The exit conditions finally revealed themselves. A notification appeared saying we need to claim the heart of winter. No explanation of what that means or where to find it. We've decided to head toward the mountain's peak. If there's something to claim, it's probably at the highest point. Day 11. Lost Jennifer last night. She went to relieve herself just outside the camp perimeter. We heard her scream, then nothing. By the time we got there, only blood remained. We don't go anywhere alone anymore, not even 10 meters from camp. Day 14. We found a temple structure built into the mountainside, and we are contemplating checking it out. Day 19. This will be my last entry. The others have decided to enter the temple. To whoever finds this, the temple is northeast of this camp, roughly half a day's climb up the mountain. Look for stone pillars carved with frost patterns. If you're reading this and I'm not here, I either made it out or I am dead. Good luck. You'll need it. The journal ended there. Moon closed it slowly, his mind racing through the words he had read. Celine stood frozen beside him, her face ashen. Temple, the heart of winter. This is troublesome. Moon nodded grimly. We definitely can't check out that temple anytime soon. A group of awakeners that survived for so long were hesitant to attempt it. I think we should get stronger first, explore other options, and perhaps save the others if they're still alive. I agree. Celine folded her arms, thinking, do you want to check on the cave from afar? See if Derek and the others are still there? Yes. Both made their way out of the abandoned camp, taking the journal with them. They caught no sight of the three-toed creature they'd followed, but that didn't matter anymore. They'd gained something far more valuable information about the temple, and the heart of winter that was supposedly the objective they needed to complete to escape this cursed place. The journey back took several hours, retracing their steps through the claustrophobic forest and across the mountainous terrain. They positioned themselves behind a rocky outcropping, a good distance from the cave entrance, close enough to observe but far enough to avoid detection. Then they waited, watching. Hours passed, but no movement came from the cave. No one entered or exited. The entrance remained dark and still, like the mouth of some dead thing. Something is wrong with Gareth, Celine whispered after the third hour of observation. There are no hints that any of those awakeners he spoke about even exist. We've been watching for hours and seen nothing. A thought appeared in Moon's mind, cold and unsettling. Could he have been part of that group? The one from the journal? Celine didn't respond for a moment, her expression troubled. Not sure, but this is really not good. She turned to look at Moon. Gareth isn't weak. Ever since we met him from the beginning, the way he killed that level 12 Arctic boar with ease. Moon nodded slowly. That observation matched his own assessment. That was precisely the reason why he couldn't simply alert everyone to the danger. He felt instinctively that Gareth would be able to kill them all if he wanted to. The question was why he hadn't yet. What was he waiting for? Moon's stomach turned as the pieces began connecting in his mind. We should head back, Celine said quietly, breaking his dark thoughts. Before it gets dark. We can't risk being out here when that thing starts hunting. Agreed. Moon took one last look at the cave entrance, at the place where Derek, John, Alara, and the others were still trapped, unaware of the danger they were in if they were even still alive. He and Celine retreated carefully, moving back toward their own small shelter, the journal's warnings echoing in Moon's mind. And Gareth, who might be the key to understanding it all or the most dangerous predator in this entire frozen hell. You have reached level 10. A week had passed and many things had happened during this time. Moon and Celine had continued their expedition through the frozen wasteland, constantly battling the brutal cold and the increasingly dangerous beasts that inhabited the hidden realm. They had been checking the cave every day at different time intervals, observing from their hidden vantage point. But only one person ever left that cave. Gareth. Always alone. Always returning before nightfall. Never any sign of the other survivors he'd claimed would return each evening. At this point, Both Moon and Celine were thankful to have escaped when they did, even if guilt still gnawed at them for leaving Derek, John, Elara, and the others behind. Still, in this world, only the strongest survive. That was the harsh truth they'd learned. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Level 10.6%. Lives 1,055. Strength 19 agility. 21 constitution. 24 mana. 26. Attribute points 5. Skills elemental attack for element affinity. Talent Grim Reaper. Class skill class slot 0/1. With all the beasts they'd killed over the week, Moon and Celine had both reached level 10. The progression had been brutal but steady hunting during the day, retreating to shelter before dark, avoiding the thing that prowled at night. Finally, both skills are mine, Moon thought with satisfaction as he stared at the two skills that were now permanently his. It had taken several days of constant combat for his proficiency to reach maximum in both skills, resulting in his complete acquisition of them. He no longer needed to copy Celine's class to use the abilities. They were his now, independent of any borrowed power. The hard work had been worth it. For the first time, Moon was finally able to use his accumulated lives more efficiently. For element affinity. Rank, rare. Level 1 evolve. Details, you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 100% extra control. Elemental attack. Rank, common level 1. Evolve. Details, you are able to conjure an elemental attack using mana and your affinity towards the element. Plus 100% extra damage. Staring at his status screen, a subtle smile formed on Moon's face. Unlike other Awakeners, for the past week, he'd been unable to evolve his skills because he'd never truly possessed them until now. Celine and other Awakeners had the ability to use the lives they'd accumulated to evolve their skills, making them stronger, more efficient, more deadly. Of course, as new Awakeners, it was generally considered wise to keep lives as a safety reserve and only evolve skills once you had a comfortable buffer. But for Moon, who had an abundance of lives thanks to his Grim Reaper talent, the calculation was different. He pulled up the evolution interface for elemental attack. Elemental attack. Rank common. Level 1 to 2. Cost 2 lives. With over 1,000 lives in his reserves, he had more than enough to push the skill to its limits. So he did. Confirm evolution. Cost 2 lives. Moon selected yes without hesitation. Moon watched as the notifications cascaded across his vision, each evolution costing exponentially more lives than the last. Level 1 to 2, 2 lives consumed. Level 2 to 3, 4 lives consumed. Level 8 to 9, 256 lives consumed. Level 9 to 10, 512 lives consumed. Total lives consumed, 1022. Lives remaining, 33/1055. Skill evolution complete. Elemental attack has reached level 10 and evolved to uncommon rank. At the end, he'd reached level 10 with the skill and spent a total of 1,022 lives. The result? It was more than satisfying. Elemental attack. Rank, uncommon. Level 1 max. Details, you are able to conjure intermediate elemental attacks using mana and your affinity toward the elements. Attacks deal significantly increased damage and possess enhanced elemental properties. Plus 200% damage. Reading through the upgraded description, Moon felt power surge through his mana pathways. The skill had evolved from common to uncommon rank, the next tier in the progression system. But he also realized something after this evolution. The evolve option had disappeared entirely. The skill had reached its maximum potential. Uncommon rank was as far as this particular ability could grow. Moon frowned slightly. He'd expected to be able to push it further, perhaps to rare or even epic rank later on. But skills had natural limits based on their fundamental nature. Elemental attack, despite being useful, was apparently capped at uncommon. Still, the improvements were substantial. Double damage, faster casting, better efficiency. For 1022 lives, it was an investment that would pay off immediately. Now he had a decision to make about 4-element affinity. For element affinity. Rank, rare. Level 1 to 2. Cost, 8 lives. Looking at the skill, Moon's happiness faded. Starting at 8 lives for the first level up, it would cost in the 5 digits for him to evolve the skill to epic rank. Are you ready? Celine looked at Moon with a hardened expression on her face. Let's go. Moon nodded, making his way out of the cave. He hadn't powered up without reason. They were going to Gareth's cave to confront him. Then they were going to head to the temple. They had been slowly accumulating strength for the past week, and it was finally time to confront him without simply providing themselves for slaughtering. Moon and Celine stood at the front of the cave, both glancing at the small entrance with frowns on their faces. Entering was incredibly dangerous. Whoever went first would absorb any incoming attacks from within the cave, making them the most vulnerable. In the end, Moon decided to enter first. The entrance wasn't so narrow that they couldn't prepare for attacks, but it was still risky. If Gareth was waiting inside, if this was a trap, Moon would be the one to spring it. He wasn't being chivalrous, but he was being realistic. With his new skill, he could heavily injure Celine if he used it whilst being behind her, and that was a big no. Stay back, he whispered to Celine. Give yourself room to react. Silently, Moon entered first, his body tense, mana already gathered and ready to cast. Celine followed right behind him, keeping a safe distance of several meters. Having a chance to respond to any variables was crucial, especially against someone like Gareth who radiated that level 9 aura. Surprisingly, they managed to enter the cave without incident. Moon's body remained alert, his senses straining for any sound or movement. His mana churned ready, prepared to unleash his newly evolved elemental attack at the slightest hint of danger. Looking around the cave, Moon found nobody. Where is everyone? Nobody is here, Moon muttered, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space as he surveyed the area with a grim expression. Celine shared the same reaction, her eyes scanning the cave. The fire pit was long exhausted, nothing but cold ashes remaining where flames had once burned. The injured woman and man who'd been sitting by the fire were gone. The pelts, the supplies, the makeshift bedding, all of it remained, but not a single person occupied the space. Do you think he already? Celine whispered, unable to finish the sentence. Not sure, Moon whispered back, moving deeper into the cave while maintaining his vigilance. Let's check the area deeper inside, where the supposed toilet was. Celine nodded and walked alongside him, her staff gripped tight, ready to cast at a moment's notice. They moved through the cave, checking every alcove. The stone walls pressed close around them, the torches that had provided light during their first visit now extinguished. After 5 minutes of thorough searching, the verdict was clear. The cave was completely empty. Damn it, he must have moved at some point this week. Moon cursed under his breath as they prepared to leave the cave. More than a week had passed since they'd escaped. Plenty of time for Gareth to relocate slowly, especially if he suspected they knew something. At this point, both Moon and Celine had verified that there was indeed something deeply wrong with Gareth. The question that remained was, where was everyone? Derek, John, Alara, Marcus, Iris, where had they all gone? Moon's eyes widened as a thought struck his mind. The graveyard, we need to check the graveyard. Celine's face paled slightly, but she nodded. To see if there are new bones, Moon finished grimly. They exited the cave and made their way through the snow to the area where they'd originally discovered the human remains. The location wasn't far, just around the rocky outcropping where the wind had created natural drifts. Moon's heart pounded as they approached. Part of him hoped desperately that they'd find nothing new, that somehow, against all odds, Derek and the others were still alive somewhere. They arrived at the site and began searching, pushing aside snow, looking for any fresh remains. Minutes passed. Nothing, Celine said finally, her voice carrying a mix of confusion and fragile hope. There are no new bones. The same ones we found before, but nothing fresh. Moon frowned, his mind racing through possibilities. Either nothing happened to them, or Gareth already decided to change locations entirely, Celine finished. If he suspected we knew about the bones, about what he was doing, he might have moved everything. Covered his tracks. Moon stared at the old bones partially buried in snow. The same remains they discovered a week ago. The evidence was inconclusive. Their teammates could be alive and relocated. Or they could be dead and disposed of elsewhere. Or something else entirely could have happened. What do we do? Celine asked quietly. Moon was silent for a long moment, weighing their options. They were level 10 now, significantly stronger than when they'd first arrived. But Gareth was still estimated at level 13 minimum, possibly higher. And they had no idea where he'd gone or what his true capabilities were. We keep getting stronger, Moon said finally. We focus on surviving, on preparing for the temple. If Derek and the others are alive, we'll find them. If they're not, he let the sentence hang. Celine nodded slowly, accepting the harsh reality. The temple, the heart of winter, that's our way out. That's our way out, Moon confirmed. They turned away from the graveyard and began the trek back to makeshift camp that they had found the journal in, leaving behind the unanswered questions and the ghosts of their former teammates. In this frozen hell, survival came first. Everything else was secondary. So they proceeded to the camp, encountering a few beasts along the way which Moon and Celine took care of easily. You have killed level 9 Arctic boar. You have killed level 10 Arctic lynx. Wow. Moon, you are so much stronger now. Your attacks are almost instantly killing these beasts. Did you level up your skill? Moon nodded his head. Yes, I leveled up my main skill a few times. What about you? I did too, but the effect isn't as exaggerated as yours. Well, it depends on the skill. We have different skills. So yeah. Celine nodded her head. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Level 1089%. Lives 140. Strength 19. Agility 21. Constitution 24. Mana 26. Attribute points 5. Skills: Elemental Attack, Uncommon, LVL. Max. For Element Affinity, Rare, LVL.1. Talent: Grim Reaper. Class Skill: Class Slot 0/1. By the time they arrived back at the broken camp, Moon was almost at level 11 from the experience he'd gained from all the beasts they'd slain along the way. The week of constant combat had pushed both of them to their limits and beyond, forging them into harder, more capable warriors than the frightened awakeners who'd first stumbled into this frozen hell. At the camp, they sat by their small fire, the flames providing meager warmth against the relentless cold. Moon stared at his status, noting how his lives had dropped from over 1,000 to just 140. The skill evolution had been expensive, but its worth was obvious. We need to make a decision, Celine said, breaking the silence. Her face was illuminated by the firelight, exhaustion evident in the lines around her eyes. We can't keep wandering aimlessly. We need a goal. Moon nodded. The temple. We need to check it out, see what we're actually dealing with. You think we're ready? Ready? Moon let out a harsh laugh. No, but we're stronger than we were. And we have information now. The journal gave us a starting point. He looked at Celine. We don't have to attempt whatever's inside. We just scout. Learn what we can. Then we decide our next move. Celine was quiet for a moment, then nodded. They spent the next 10 minutes preparing, checking their supplies, ensuring their harvested furs were secured properly, going over what little they knew from the journal entries. The temple was northeast from the abandoned camp, roughly half a day's climb up the mountain with stone pillars carved with frost patterns. We'll leave at first light tomorrow, Moon decided. Give ourselves maximum daylight for the journey back and forth. Celine agreed, and they settled in for the night, taking turns on watch as they had every night for the past week. When dawn broke, painting the swirling sky in shades of pale blue and violet, they departed toward the mountain mentioned in the journal. Their footsteps crunched through fresh snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. The mountain loomed in the distance, its peak lost in clouds and ice. Somewhere up there, buried in the frozen wastes, was a temple that held the key to their escape and possibly their deaths. But they had no other choice. Standing still meant slow death from exposure or starvation. Moving forward meant facing whatever horrors the temple contained. Moon adjusted the bare fur around his shoulders and continued climbing, Selene at his side, both of them advancing toward their fate with grim determination. The heart of winter awaited. They arrived at the bottom of the mountain as the sun reached its peak in the swirling sky. Moon and Selene stood side by side, their necks craned back, staring upward at the massive structure that rose before them like a frozen titan clawing at the heavens. The mountain stretched impossibly high, its slopes steep and treacherous, covered in layers of pristine snow and jagged ice that glittered like shattered glass in the pale light. The only sound was the wind. It howled across the mountainside in a constant, mournful chorus, carrying with it the whisper of 1,000 deaths. The scent of pure snow entered their nostrils, untouched by warmth or life. Underneath it lurked a subtle metallic tang of ice so cold it burned, mixed with the clean emptiness of air that had never known summer. The sight was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. The mountain's face was a masterwork. Massive ice sheets clung to sheer rock walls, creating formations that looked like frozen waterfalls caught mid-cascade. Snow drifts rose in elegant curves, sculpted by wind into shapes that seemed designed, almost artistic in a sense. The ice caught the light and refracted it into pale rainbows that danced across the white landscape. But both Moon and Selene knew that beneath that beauty lurked danger. Moon's eyes traced the lower slopes. Claw marks carved deep gouges into the ice-covered rocks, far too large to belong to anything they'd encountered so far. The marks were fresh enough that snow hadn't completely filled them, suggesting whatever made them had passed through recently. Further along, partially buried in a snowdrift, lay the frozen corpse of a massive creature Moon didn't recognize. Its body was mutilated, as if it had been thrown against the mountain with tremendous force. Ribs jutted through its torn flesh, with one of its legs missing entirely from the corpse. Whatever had killed it possessed strength that made the Arctic bear they'd fought seem like a child's toy. Selene pointed silently to a series of tracks leading up the mountain's lower path. They were enormous, three-toed like the ones they'd followed to the abandoned camp. Each print was deep enough that Moon could have fit his entire fist inside. "Something big lives up there," Selene whispered, her voice nearly swallowed by the wind. Moon nodded, his eyes continuing their scan. Blood stained the snow in several places, dark crimson against pristine white, trails leading both up and down the mountain. At this point, both awakeners realized that this wasn't just dangerous territory. It was a battlefield, a hunting ground for things that made the level 9 beasts look like prey. And somewhere up there, carved into this frozen nightmare, was a temple that possibly held their only chance of escape. Moon pulled his gaze from the mountain's peak, shrouded in clouds that swirled with unnatural patterns, and looked at Selene. Her face was pale, but her expression was resolute. "Last chance to turn back," he said quietly. Selene shook her head. "We've come this far, and there's nowhere else to go." Moon nodded, accepting her answer because it matched his own thoughts exactly. They climbed for 2 hours, their path winding through narrow passages between ice-covered rocks and treacherous slopes where one misstep could send them tumbling down the mountain. The temperature dropped with each meter of elevation gained, the cold biting through even their thick bare fur coverings. Moon kept his senses sharp, scanning for threats while Selene navigated, using her experience to find the safest routes upward. They were scouting, moving carefully, avoiding anything that looked like it might house a predator. Boom! A creature erupted from beneath the snow without warning, exploding upward in a spray of white powder. It was massive, easily 4 meters long, with a body like a scaled serpent covered in ice-blue armor plating. 6 legs ending in razor-sharp claws dug into the rock face. Its head was all teeth and hunger, jaws wide enough to swallow a person whole. Frost serpent. Level 12. Details. A non-venomous serpent that uses its stealth and overwhelming body strength to strangle its prey and feast on them. Moon's body reacted on instinct. "Left," he shouted to Selene. Selene dove left without question, trusting his call completely. They'd spent more than a week fighting together, learning each other's rhythms. developing coordination that only came from life-or-death combat. Moon's right hand gathered fire while his left channeled water. The frost serpent lunged toward where Selene had been standing, its massive jaws snapping shut on empty air. Moon released his fire attack. The fireball that launched from his palm was enormous, as large as a car wheel, compressed and volatile. The result of his evolved elemental attack skill combined with his rare 4-element affinity. The plus 200% damage boost made the attack devastating beyond anything a normal level 10 awakener could produce. Boom! The fireball struck the serpent's armored head directly, exploding on impact with enough force to shake loose snow from the rocks above. Fire washed over the creature's ice-covered scales, steam erupting where flame met frost. The serpent shrieked, its head snapping back from the impact. Selene was already moving, her staff glowing. Earth responded to her call, the mountainside itself seeming to shift as stone spikes erupted beneath the serpent's body, driving upward to pierce its vulnerable underbelly. The creature thrashed, trying to retreat back into the snow, but Moon didn't give it the chance. His hands moved in rapid succession. Another fireball, this one aimed at the serpent's midsection, where Selene's earth spikes had already weakened its armor. Then a lance of pressurized water, striking like a spear into the same wounded area. The combination was brutal and efficient. Fire to deal massive damage, water to exploit the openings, and earth to control positioning and create vulnerabilities. Selene added her own attacks, more earth spikes, a blade of compressed wind that sliced across the serpent's flank, and another fireball that struck its tail. The frost serpent had ambushed them, expecting easy prey. Instead, it found 2 abnormal awakeners, a mage that could control 4 elements and a grim reaper that would harvest its life 5 times over. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Moon's final attack was another massive fireball, this one striking the serpent's head as it tried to retreat. The explosion shattered what remained of its ice armor, and the creature went limp, sliding down the mountainside before coming to rest against a rocky outcropping. You have killed a level 12 frost serpent. You have gained 40 lives. You have reached level 11. Name Moon. Race human. Class classless. Level 11 2%. Lives 180. Strength 20, agility 22, constitution 25, mana 27. Attribute points 5. Skills: elemental attack, uncommon, LVL, max. For element affinity, rare, LVL.1. Talent: Grim Reaper. Class skill: class slot 1/1. Moon lowered his hands, breathing calmly. His evolved elemental attack, coupled with his own growing experience, made the spells more mana efficient. Selene walked over to stand beside him, staring at the dead serpent with wide eyes. That fireball dot was really strong. I know, Moon said quietly. He'd already confessed to Selene days ago about his class, though he'd been strategic about what he revealed. He'd told her his class was similar to hers, an elemental mage variant that gave him command over 3 elements instead of 4. He'd chosen to claim water, fire, and earth. Water and fire for attack versatility. Earth for defense and battlefield control. He'd deliberately omitted wind, because claiming to have a 4-element affinity identical to hers would have been too suspicious. The chances of 2 people having the exact same rare class in the same batch of awakeners were essentially none. His true nature, the classless anomaly that could mirror any class, the ability that let him learn skills, permanently remained his deepest secret. He trusted Selene more than anyone else in this cursed realm, but some truths were too dangerous to share unless absolutely forced. He had already learnt not to trust people easily, after his girlfriend of 2 years left him at his weakest moment. 3 elements are already incredibly rare, Selene had said when he'd told her. I've never heard of anyone else with multi-element affinity besides full elemental mages like me. Moon had simply nodded, letting her believe what made sense to her. Now, watching the results of his evolved skill, Selene seemed to be reassessing just how powerful his variant class actually was. We make a good team, Moon said, deflecting from the implicit question in her gaze. Yeah, we do. Selene smiled slightly, then looked up the mountain. If we can handle a level 12 ambush that easily, maybe we actually have a chance at this temple. Maybe, Moon agreed, though privately he wondered what kind of horrors awaited them if a level 12 beast was just an appetizer. They harvested what they could from the frost serpent, some of its intact scales, a portion of its meat, and continued their ascent. As they ascended the mountain, the weather suddenly turned violent. What had been a steady wind transformed into a howling gale within seconds. Snow that had been falling gently became a wall of white that obliterated visibility. The temperature plummeted even further, cold so intense it felt like knives cutting through their layers of fur and into their skin. Moon grabbed Celine's arm, shouting to be heard over the roar of wind. "We've been hit by a blizzard. We need to take shelter." Celine nodded, her face already covered in frost, her hair whipping wildly. They pressed forward, each step becoming a battle against the wind that seemed determined to throw them off the mountain. Rumble, rumble. Their faces turned pale at the ominous sound that was coming from the top of the mountain. "Avalanche!" Celine screamed, pointing upward. Through the blizzard, Moon could barely make out the massive wall of snow breaking free from the upper slopes, cascading downward with the force of a tidal wave. With few seconds to move, they were forced to find a shelter to escape their imminent death. There, Moon spotted a dark opening in the rock face about 20 meters to their right. They ran, stumbling through the deep snow, the rumble growing louder. The ground shook, the air filled with the thunder of countless tons of snow racing down the mountain. They threw themselves into the cave entrance just as the avalanche roared past them in fury, the displaced air creating a pressure wave that knocked them both off their feet. Snow poured into the cave's mouth, but the angle of the entrance protected them from the worst of it. For several seconds, they lay gasping on the cold stone floor, hearts pounding, listening to the avalanche rage outside. When it finally passed, leaving only the howl of the blizzard, they slowly picked themselves up. "That was close," Celine breathed, brushing snow from her face. Moon nodded, still catching his breath. He looked around their shelter, gathering a small flame in his palm to provide light. The cave was larger than their previous shelter, extending back into darkness. As his eyes adjusted and the firelight spread, Moon noticed something. This cave had been used before. Near the entrance, scattered across the stone floor, were the remnants of an old fire. Moon knelt beside them, touching it gently. "Someone camped here," he said. Celine moved deeper into the cave, her own light source illuminating the walls. "Moon, there's more." He joined her and found what she'd discovered. Belongings left behind, forgotten or abandoned. A torn piece of fabric that might have been part of a bedroll. An empty water container, cracked from the cold, and a broken knife, with a blade that was snapped in half. And on the cave walls, writing. Moon brought his flame closer, studying the marks carved into the stone. They were rough, done with something sharp, probably the same broken knife lying nearby. Unfortunately, they were incomprehensible, providing no useful intel to Moon. "Can you read any of this?" Celine asked, running her fingers over the carvings. Moon shook his head. "No, but look at this." He pointed to one section where the carving was deeper. The pattern repeated 3 times, each iteration slightly different. Whoever wrote this was trying to communicate something, important enough to carve it into stone. "The journal," Celine said suddenly. "The group from the journal. They came this way, heading toward the temple. This could be one of their camps." Moon considered that. The belongings looked like they'd been here for months, maybe more. The journal's last entry had been 19 days after the group had entered the hidden realm. But why write in symbols no one can read? Moon wondered aloud. Maybe they couldn't, Celine suggested. Maybe something about this place, about the mountain or the temple, affected them somehow. Changed how they perceived language. It was a disturbing thought. Moon moved to the cave entrance and looked out. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Snow fell so thick he couldn't see more than a meter beyond the opening. The sky, what little he could glimpse through the whiteout, was darkening. Night was beginning to fall. "We can't go back down," he said quietly. "Not in this weather. Not in the dark." Celine joined him, her expression grim. We'll have to stay on the mountain and wait it out. It wasn't what they'd planned. Their strategy had been to scout during daylight and retreat to safety before evening. Moon turned back to survey their shelter. It was defensible, with one entrance, solid stone walls, and enough space for both of them. They'd also harvested meat from the frost serpent. They could survive the night here. We take shifts, Moon said, making the decision. For hours each. The one on watch stays near the entrance, ready to wake the other at the first sign of anything. Celine nodded. I'll take first watch. You need to recover your mana after that fight. Moon didn't argue. He wasn't going to complain about resting after their long journey. He settled against the cave wall where he could still see the entrance. And Celine, if you see anything at all, wake me immediately. Don't try to handle it alone. I won't, she promised. Moon closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Somewhere in the darkness, carved in symbols they couldn't understand, was a message from people who'd walked this path before them. People who'd never made it back. After surviving the night, morning finally arrived. The blizzard had stopped. The howling wind had faded to a gentle breeze, and pale light filtered through the cave entrance, or what remained of it. Previously, the snow had completely covered the opening, sealing them inside like a tomb. Moon and Celine worked together to clear it, using fire magic to melt through the packed snow and physically digging out the rest. It took some work before they finally broke through. When they emerged into the morning light, they stopped and stared. The mountain had transformed. The avalanche hadn't just passed by their cave. It had fundamentally altered the entire landscape around them. The path they'd climbed yesterday was gone, buried under meters of snow and ice. Entire sections of the mountainside had been reshaped, creating new slopes, new cliffs, new obstacles that hadn't existed before. We can't go back the way we came, Celine said quietly, surveying the destruction. That route doesn't exist anymore. Moon nodded grimly. They were committed now. The only way was up. Then Celine's hand shot out, gripping his arm. Moon, look. She pointed upward, and Moon followed her gaze. The blizzard had cleared completely, leaving the sky that strange swirling blue-white color that passed for daylight in this realm. And there, carved into the upper reaches of the mountain, barely visible through wisps of remaining cloud, were stone structures. Massive pillars that rose like fingers of giants, their surfaces covered in frost. Before them stood the temple. They were closer than they'd realized. The blizzard and avalanche had actually pushed them nearer to their destination, cutting away the long approach they would have needed to make. We're almost there, Moon breathed, a mixture of hope and dread settling in his chest. Celine continued staring upward, her body tense. Moon, I saw something, just for a moment. What? Moon's eyes scanned the area around the temple pillars. A silhouette, moving between the pillars. Human-shaped, I think, but she squinted, leaning forward. It's gone now. Moon looked where she'd indicated, his eyes looking for anything. He saw nothing but stone and ice and the ever-present snow. Are you sure? He asked. Celine hesitated, doubt creeping into her voice. I thought I did, but maybe it was just a shadow or the clouds moving. Moon continued watching for another full minute, but nothing appeared. Still, Celine wasn't the type to imagine things, especially not after a week of constant vigilance had honed her instincts to razor sharpness. We stay alert, he said finally. If there's someone up there, we'll find out soon enough. Celine nodded, though her hand remained tight on her staff. The climb was treacherous. The avalanche had created unstable snow fields that could give way without warning. Ice sheets clung to rock faces at angles that seemed to defy physics. More than once, Moon had to use his earth magic to create handholds, or Celine had to melt a path through ice too thick to break manually. But they climbed. The temple pillars grew larger as they approached, revealing details that hadn't been visible from below. The frost patterns weren't natural. They were carvings depicting scenes Moon couldn't quite make sense of. He squinted at the nearest pillar as they drew closer, trying to understand what the craftsman had been trying to convey. Figures that might have been human, or might have been something else, were carved in procession along the stone surface. They were stylized, their proportions slightly wrong, as if the sculptor had been working from memory rather than life. Each figure appeared to be carrying objects held high above their heads as they marched toward a central point in the carving. Moon's eyes followed the procession to where it led. A massive throne carved with excessive detail that stood out even among the drawings covering the rest of the pillar. And seated upon that throne was a being that made Moon's skin crawl despite being nothing more than carved stone. It was humanoid with odd proportions. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. It was really tall, very thin, with limbs that bent at angles that shouldn't be possible. The head was crowned with something that might have been ice or horns or both. And even in stone, even weathered by perhaps uncountable years of frozen wind, there was something in the carving's posture that radiated dominance. Before this throne, at its base, was an altar. The procession of figures appeared to be placing their offerings upon it. One by one, their carved faces turned upward toward the seated being as if in supplication or terror. Moon shifted his attention to the next pillar and found similar scenes. Different figures, different offerings, but always the same throne. Sacrifices, Celine whispered, coming to stand beside him. She'd been examining a different pillar but had clearly reached the same conclusion. They're offering sacrifices to whatever that thing is. Moon nodded slowly. This had been happening for a very, very long time. The heart of winter, Moon said quietly, his eyes returning to the carved being on the throne. I think we're looking at it. Celine's face had gone pale. If that's what we have to face to get out of here. Between the pillars, barely visible in the shadows cast by the massive stone structures, was an entrance. A doorway leading into darkness, its threshold marked by more of those intricate frost carvings. Whatever answers they sought, whatever horrors awaited them, lay beyond that entrance. After a short climb, they were at the entrance of the temple. Tap, tap. Sounds of boots striking the floor echoed from inside the temple, making Celine and Moon tense immediately. They hadn't expected to hear sounds of boots that most definitely would come from humans from inside the temple. There are people inside this place. Moon whispered to Celine beside him. From their current point, it was difficult to tell who was inside because all they could see was a dark corridor leading to what appeared to be a room without a door. The sounds were presumably coming from that room that they could barely see inside. Celine nodded her head. Should we go in? After a moment of contemplation, Moon responded. We don't have a choice, do we? With pounding hearts and tense bodies, they entered the temple, ready to face whatever was inside, whether evil or good. They slowly walked through the temple, afraid of making any sounds, wanting to get a hint of who was inside before making any move themselves. When they arrived at the end of the corridor, the sight that greeted them inside the room shocked them to their core. John? Alara? Celine whispered, her eyes wide in shock. The last people she expected to see inside the temple were the 2 teammates who they had thought were dead by now. Staring at the 2 people in the chamber, Derek's team looked at Moon and Celine with equally shocked expressions. You're still alive. We thought you guys were dead. Where have you been? John asked, looking at his 2 former teammates with wide eyes. Moon did not respond immediately, his gaze sweeping around the circular room, noting everyone present and searching for one figure specifically. All members of their original team were here, but Gareth was nowhere to be seen. The absence made Moon's instincts scream with warning. Before Celine could respond, Moon spoke first. We got lost in a snowstorm that overtook us, so we found shelter until we could continue. Why are you all here? And where is Gareth? Derek walked forward, taking charge of the conversation as he always did. He approached Celine with what seemed like genuine relief on his face. I'm glad you're safe. We were worried about you. Moon's expression darkened because his question had been completely ignored. Celine, sensing Moon's tension, repeated the question more firmly. Why are you guys here? Derek finally responded, his tone casual, almost dismissive. We came here shortly after Gareth discovered this place by accident. Since then, we've been using this temple as our hideout. It's safer than the cave, and warmer somehow, despite being made of stone. Moon and Celine exchanged a look laden with uncertainty and suspicion. Questions flooded their minds. Were they wrong about their assumptions regarding Gareth? Had they misread the situation entirely? But what about the bones? The graveyard of human remains outside his cave? After a silent exchange of glances, Celine made a decision. With Gareth absent, this might be their only opportunity to warn the others and find out if anything was truly wrong. She looked at Derek's group with a grim expression and began explaining what had truly happened, how they'd never gotten lost in a storm, how they'd fled deliberately after discovering the human bones, the suspicions they'd developed about Gareth, the journal they'd found at the abandoned camp. By the time she finished, the chamber had fallen into tense silence. Then Derek burst out laughing. The sound echoed off the stone walls, harsh and disbelieving. He clutched his stomach, wiping tears from his eyes as his laughter gradually subsided. When he finally composed himself enough to speak, he looked at the frowning moon with undisguised mockery. "Are you out of your mind? Seriously? A cannibal?" Derek shook his head, still chuckling. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You even managed to fool Celine into believing this fairy tale?" Marcus snorted in agreement. "Human bones around the cave? They're probably from awakeners who died before we even got here. This place has been trapping people for who knows how long. And the fact that Gareth's been nothing but helpful to us means nothing to you?" Iris added, crossing her arms. "He's fed us, taught us how to survive here, and showed us this temple. If he wanted to hurt us, he's had a dozen chances." Moon's jaw tightened. "Where is he right now? Why isn't he with you?" "He went scouting," Derek said with exaggerated patience, as if explaining something to a child. "Checking the perimeter, making sure no beasts are nearby. He does it every few hours. He'll be back soon." "And you just believe him?" Celine pressed. "You never questioned why he was alone when he found us? Why were there no other survivors despite him claiming?" "Enough." Derek cut her off, his amusement fading into irritation. "Look, I get it. You two ran off and have been struggling to survive on your own. You're tired, scared, and probably half-starved. Your minds are playing tricks on you. But don't come in here and try to turn us against the person who's kept us alive." John stepped forward, his expression apologetic but firm. "Celine, Moon, I know you've been through a lot, but Derek's right. Gareth's been good to us. Whatever you think you saw, there has to be another explanation." Moon opened his mouth to argue, to press harder, but a sound from the corridor behind them. Everyone in the chamber turned toward the entrance. A figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor, tall and imposing in his haggard bare leather. The blood-stained spear rested casually across his shoulders. His weathered face showed no surprise at finding Moon and Celine there. Gareth stepped into the chamber, his eyes settling on the two of them with an expression that was impossible to read. "Well, look who finally found their way home." Derek immediately jumped in to explain. "Gareth, you won't believe what they just told us. They think you're some kind of cannibal. Said they found human bones near the cave and ran away because they thought you were going to eat us or something." He laughed again, shaking his head at the absurdity. Moon's muscles tensed, ready to fight or flee. But Gareth's expression didn't change. He simply looked at Moon and Celine with what might have been pity or indifference, his face betraying nothing. "I don't blame them," Gareth said finally, his voice calm and measured. "People go crazy in this place. The cold, the isolation, the constant fear. It makes you see things that aren't there, connect dots that don't exist. I've seen it happen before." His response was so reasonable, so understanding, that for a brief moment Moon felt a flicker of doubt. Had they been wrong? Had the stress and paranoia of survival warped their judgment? Derek laughed again, clearly relieved that Gareth wasn't offended. "See? I told you you were just being paranoid." Gareth shifted the spear on his shoulders, and Moon's hand twitched toward his mana reserves. But the man simply adjusted his grip, making himself more comfortable, before speaking again. "I found the way to enter the sealed chamber. Let's prepare for it tonight. Get yourselves mentally ready. We're leaving this place." Everyone from Derek's group lit up with joy, their faces transforming from the haggard exhaustion of survival to hope. "Really?" Alara breathed, her bow lowering completely as tears formed in her eyes. "We can finally get out? Tonight?" Marcus asked, disbelief and excitement warring in his voice. Gareth nodded once, firm and certain. "Tonight." John turned to Moon and Celine. "There's a door deeper in the temple that we think is our exit from this realm. We've been trying to open it for days, but there's some sort of mechanism we couldn't figure out. It wouldn't budge no matter what we tried." He gestured toward the far end of the chamber, where Moon could now see another corridor leading deeper into darkness. "It seems like Gareth finally found a way to open it." Celine glanced at Moon, her expression carefully neutral, but he could see the questions in her eyes. Moon's mind raced. A sealed door that led to their escape. A mechanism that required specific conditions to open. And Gareth, who'd been here longer than any of them, had finally figured it out. Or had he been waiting for something specific? For enough people to gather? For enough lives to be accumulated? The carvings outside flashed through Moon's memory. Processions of figures carrying offerings to an altar. Sacrifices made to the being on the throne. What kind of mechanism? Moon asked, his voice cutting through the others' excitement. Gareth turned his attention to Moon. "The old-fashioned kind requires multiple people to activate simultaneously. Pressure plates, seems like." He gestured to Derek's group. "Now with you two here we have 10. Should be more than enough." 10 people, Moon repeated slowly. 10 people, Gareth confirmed. "We'll attempt it at nightfall." The timing matters, apparently. Something about the temple structure and how the mechanisms respond to temperature changes when the sun sets. It sounded plausible. But Moon couldn't shake the image of those carved figures, marching toward their doom with offerings held high. "What happens if it doesn't work?" Celine asked quietly. Gareth's smile finally appeared, but it was thin and didn't reach his eyes. "Then we're all trapped here forever." Derek's group seemed too excited to care about the ominous tone. They were already discussing preparations, what supplies to bring, and how to coordinate their efforts. But Moon caught Celine's eye across the chamber, and in that shared glance, they communicated everything that words couldn't say. Tonight, they would learn the truth about Gareth. Tonight, they would either escape this frozen hell or discover exactly what kind of sacrifice the heart of winter demanded. "Are you ready?" Gareth spoke, standing at the front of the formation before a massive door. "Yes." The group shouted in unison, each person positioned exactly where Gareth had instructed them to stand along the chamber walls. Moon and Celine had both stood at the back, not involved with what was happening. It gave them a view of everyone else, making it harder to be ambushed. "Press it," Gareth commanded. 8 hands touched the walls simultaneously. Moon felt the carved brick beneath his palm give way slightly, sinking deeper into the stone with a grinding sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. The large door began to move. Slowly, ponderously, the massive stone slab started to slide open, revealing a passage beyond, one that descended into darkness deeper than anything they'd seen so far. The group erupted in celebration. Derek raised his fist in triumph. Marcus laughed with relief. Iris and Alara embraced, tears streaming down their faces. John simply stood there, grinning like he couldn't quite believe it was real. Only 2 people didn't join the celebration. Moon and Celine stood at the back of the formation, their expressions carefully neutral, their bodies tense and ready. They watched Gareth's back, watched how he observed the opening door with an expression that was neither surprised nor particularly joyful. Despite all their warnings, despite the bones and the journal and every instinct screaming that something was wrong, they couldn't prove anything to the others. Derek's group had made their choice. They trusted Gareth more than they trusted 2 teammates who'd disappeared for a week. So Moon and Celine had made their own decision. They would enter with the group, and if Gareth tried anything foolish, anything that confirmed their suspicions, they would kill him. They had the strength to do so now. They walked down the dark passage. The descent felt endless, spiraling deeper and deeper into the mountain's frozen heart. After what seemed like hundreds of steps, they finally arrived at the end, where another door lay. Again, Another mechanism to solve? Derek said in irritation, his voice bouncing off the walls. But before anyone could respond, before Gareth could even approach it, the door simply opened. It swung inward silently, smoothly, as if it had been waiting for them. Beyond lay a chamber so dark that even with their lighting, they could barely make out its dimensions. It was large, that much was certain. The darkness seemed to swallow sound itself, creating a void that felt less like an absence of light and more like a presence. "Stay together," Gareth said quietly. They entered slowly, the group clustering closer together as they crossed the threshold. The moment the last person stepped inside, the door behind them slammed shut with a sound like thunder. Then the torches began to light. One by one, flames erupted along the walls. Each torch that ignited revealed more of the chamber, peeling back the darkness layer by layer. And with each revelation, anxiety struck deeper into Moon's chest like a blade of ice. The chamber was circular, vast, its ceiling lost in shadow high above. The walls were covered in the same carvings they'd seen outside, but here they were larger. The procession of figures wasn't stylized here. It was realistic, showing faces twisted in fear or ecstasy, bodies bent in submission. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, exactly like the ones depicted in the drawings outside. Massive, carved from black stone that seemed to drink in the torchlight. Its surface was covered in channels, grooves that all led to a central depression. And behind the altar, rising up like a monument to something that should never have existed, was the throne. Moon's blood turned to ice. Massive, constructed from what looked like bone and ice fused together. And sitting upon that throne, exactly as depicted in every carving they'd seen, was the creature. The being they'd thought was myth. The thing that demanded sacrifices. Its body was covered in an ice armor. The head was crowned with antlers made of pure ice, each branch razor-sharp and gleaming in the torchlight. It had no eyes, just smooth ice where eyes should be. But Moon could feel its gaze anyway, boring into him, into all of them, seeing things that went deeper than flesh. The creature's mouth moved, revealing teeth like icicles. And when it smiled, the temperature in the chamber dropped so suddenly that frost formed on their breath mid-exhale. Then words appeared, not spoken but manifesting directly in Moon's vision, in everyone's vision, burning with that same blue-white light as the torches. "Welcome to the heart of winter." The silence that followed was absolute. They simply stood there, 10 awakeners who'd thought they were entering a trial, staring at the thing that had been waiting for them. Gareth stepped forward. Then he looked up at the creature on the throne and spoke with the familiarity of someone addressing an old acquaintance. "I've brought more sacrifices for you. Now free me from this place." Derek's eyes widened in confusion and shock, his face going pale as the meaning registered. "Gareth, wha?" The figure laughed, his voice filling the chamber, echoing off stone walls, burrowing into their skulls. Derek's voice was completely masked, swallowed by that horrific laughter. When it finally subsided, the figure leaned forward on its throne, those eyeless sockets somehow focusing directly on Gareth. "I don't see sacrifices, Gareth. Did you forget how sacrifices are meant to look like from the last time you were here?" Moon's eyes widened as the implications crashed over him. Gareth had been here before, not just in this realm but in this very chamber, standing before this very creature. He'd brought people here before, probably the group from the journal, probably others before them. And they were supposed to be the newest offerings. Many thoughts raced through Moon's mind, but he didn't have time to process them. Because new text appeared, burning in the air before them all. Permanent death zone. The safety net he'd relied on, the advantage that had let him take risks and survive mistakes, was gone. One death here and it was over. Around him, he could see the others checking their own statuses, their faces draining of color as they realized the same thing. "No," Marcus whispered. "No, no, no. The heart of winter trial. Survivors, 10/1. Time, 10 o'clock. Once the timer ends, if there is more than one survivor left, you will all fail the trial and my beautiful companions shall feed on you." The voice erupted from the creature on the crown, as 6 Arctic wolves emerged from behind the throne, their fangs gleaming. Arctic wolf. Level 15. Details. The strongest creatures in the realm after their lords. They are extremely vicious and command the ice element. Let the game begin. The creature chuckled as he spread both his hands wide. Gareth immediately darted towards the nearest person, Marcus. Marcus raised his shield, but Derek was too fast, too strong. The spear broke through the shield and penetrated directly into Marcus's chest. Cough! Marcus coughed blood, his eyes going wide with shock and pain as life fled his body. Thud! Marcus dropped dead to the ground, his eyes void of any light. Marcus! Derek's scream was raw agony as he stared at his companion's corpse, fury and grief warring on his face. Derek, Iris, and the 2 other members of his team immediately clustered together, weapons raised. Derek spun toward Moon, Celine, John, and Alara, desperation making his voice crack. We need to kill him. He's too strong. Help us. Gareth was already charging again, his spear still dripping with Marcus's blood. Moon and the others reacted. Alara drew her bowstring, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Only one found its mark, punching into Gareth's shoulder. He barely flinched, casually ripping the arrow free and discarding it as he closed the distance. Boom! The wall of earth that Celine erupted between them shattered almost immediately. Unable to contain the force of Gareth's attack, chunks of stone scattered across the chamber floor. But the wall had bought Derek precious seconds to create distance. Iris sent more arrows flying. Moon and Celine launched their elemental attacks. The attacks hit, but not as hard as they could have. Moon held back the full power of his evolved elemental attack, his fireballs only a quarter of the size they could be. Celine's flames burned with restrained intensity rather than the inferno she was capable of conjuring. Unconsciously, both of them were pulling their punches. They needed to conserve their energy for what came next. The condition was clear. 10 survivors needed to become one. And neither of them wanted to be the ones doing the killing. Neither wanted that blood on their hands, even if survival demanded it. So they fought defensively, protecting rather than attacking, creating barriers rather than finishing blows. But Gareth had no such hesitation. He tore through Derek's remaining team like a reaper harvesting wheat. 2 awakeners in Derek's team fell within seconds of each other. Gareth's spear found the warrior's throat, then reversed to impale the healer through the chest before either could mount a proper defense. Iris took a glancing blow that opened a gash along her arm, blood streaming down to her elbow. She stumbled backward, nearly dropping her bow. Alara fired desperately, trying to cover the others, but Gareth was too fast, too experienced. He deflected her arrows with his spear shaft, closing the gap between them with terrifying speed. Annoying pest. Die already. Gareth darted towards Alara. John moved, throwing himself in front of Alara just as Gareth's spear thrust forward. The blade meant for her heart found his instead. John. No! Alara shouted with horror. Thunk. The spear punched through John's chest brutally. John gasped, blood bubbling from his lips, his eyes going wide with shock. John. Alara's scream was anguish incarnate. John collapsed, and Alara caught him, lowering him to the ground with trembling hands. Blood pooled beneath them, spreading across the ancient stone. Just as Gareth was about to strike Alara, everybody's attacks landed in his direction, forcing him to abort and dodge. No, no, please, Alara sobbed, cradling his head. John, stay with me, please. John's hand found hers, gripping weakly. His lips moved, forming words too quiet for anyone but her to hear. Then his hand went slack, his eyes losing focus. Alara's grief was intolerable, her body shaking with sobs as she held him. Moon realized in that moment what he hadn't noticed before: the way she'd looked at John during their reunion. The subtle touches, the shared glances. They'd developed something during their time in Gareth's care. He looked at the scene with a mixture of emotions. He respected John's sacrifice for his lover, but at the same time, he believed that he was a fool to throw his life away for someone he met just days ago. 5 remained alive: Celine, Moon, Alara, Iris and Derek. Gareth stood before them, breathing heavily, his bare leather torn and burned from their attacks that he was unable to fully dodge. Blood ran from multiple wounds, slashes from Derek's sword, burns from Moon's fire, arrows embedded in his flesh. He was weak, on the brink of death, his level strength finally failing him. Derek stepped forward, his sword trembling in his grip, his face a mask of fury and devastation. "Why?" he screamed, his voice echoing off the chamber walls. "Why did you do this?" "We trusted you." Gareth laughed. It was a weak sound, wet with blood, but genuine. His eyes, cold and empty, swept over the survivors with something like contempt. "Fools," he rasped, then coughed blood. "You were always just objects for the sacrifice." He tried to say more, but his legs buckled. He dropped to one knee, then fell forward, his spear clattering from his grasp. Moon didn't hesitate. A massive fireball, finally unleashed at full power, struck Gareth's prone form. The heat was intense enough to make the others step back, flames washing over the dying man until nothing remained but charred leather and scorched flesh. "You have killed level 13 Awakener, Gareth. You have gained 120 lives." Looking at the large number of lives flooding into his reserves, Moon wasn't surprised. He dealt the most damage to Gareth throughout the fight, even if he hadn't landed the finishing blow until the end. The chamber fell silent except for Alara's quiet sobbing and the heavy breathing of the survivors. Survivors. 5/1 time. 6:47. The timer continued its countdown. Without hesitation, Moon immediately began to level up his skills. Lives didn't matter in here, so he chose to level up his second skill. For element affinity. Rank, rare. Level 1 to 2. Cost, 8 lives. Level 2 reached. Level 3 reached. Level 6 reached. Within seconds, Moon had leveled the skill to 6, the cost escalating exponentially with each level. He'd spent a total of 232 lives out of the roughly 300 he possessed, but the result was immediate and tangible. For element affinity. Rank, rare. Level 6 evolve. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 100% extra control. Plus 60% elemental damage. The power surged through him. His attacks had just gotten even stronger than before. Derek was staring at him, and the expression on his face had shifted from grief to something else. "That spell just now. The one that killed Gareth. It was much more powerful than the others. You were holding back this entire time, weren't you?" Moon met his gaze without flinching. "And what if I was?" Derek's composure was shattered. "You think this is a game? Marcus is dead. John is dead. For people died because of your greed. Because you wanted to save your precious power instead of finishing Gareth when you had the chance." Moon's expression hardened, and he laughed bitterly. "For people died because of my greed?" Moon's voice was icy. "You're a fool, Derek. Complete fool. We warned you about Gareth. We told you about the bones, the journal, the danger. And what did you do? You laughed. You mocked us. You chose to trust him over us." Moon stepped forward, his eyes boring into Derek's. "In fact, you are the reason your friends are dead. You led them here. You ignored every warning. Their blood is on your hands, not mine." Derek's face twisted with rage. "Don't listen to him." Derek turned to Iris and Alara, gesturing wildly. "He's dangerous. Look at what he just did. He's been hiding his real power this whole time. He let our friends die when he could have saved them. He's too strong. If we don't stop him now, he'll kill us all to win this trial. We need to work together." Moon saw it clearly. Derek didn't actually believe his own words. He'd simply identified Moon as the greatest threat in the room and was trying to eliminate that threat by turning the others against him. Moon's eyes shifted to Celine, the unspoken question hanging between them. "Are you going to side with them, too?" he asked quietly, his eyes locking with Celine's. Celine looked at him with a soft smile, one that carried warmth despite the cold chamber and the horror surrounding them. "Never." She turned her back to Moon, positioning herself beside him, facing Derek and the others. Her staff came up, fire already gathering at its tip. "If you fight him, then you're fighting me," Celine said calmly. "Why don't we just fight that beast over there?" She gestured toward the figure still watching from its throne, surrounded by its 6-level 15 wolves. "He's the reason behind all of this." Derek's face contorted with fury. "Kill the harlot with him. She's just as guilty." Iris hesitated, her brow half raised, uncertainty written across her features. She'd been injured, was still bleeding, and the logic of attacking their strongest fighters seemed questionable at best. But Alara didn't seem to share the same hesitation as Iris. Alara stepped forward, tears still streaming down her face, her bow fully drawn and aimed directly at Moon. Her hands shook, but her aim was steady. "You could have saved him," she whispered, her voice breaking. "John, you could have killed Gareth before he..." She couldn't finish, grief making her choke on words. "You had the power all along. You let him die. You killed him." The accusation hung in the air, and Moon felt its weight. She wasn't entirely wrong. He had held back. He and Celine both had, unwilling to cross that line, unwilling to become murderers even when survival demanded it. Survivors, 5/1 time, 4:59. The timer counted down relentlessly. Derek raised his sword. "Last chance. Surrender now and we'll make it quick." Moon's hand moved, mana gathering with his enhanced control. Beside him, Celine's fire burned brighter as if warning them. "You're a fool, you are only sending yourself to your grave," Moon said simply. "Tack!" Derek shouted, as he pointed his sword at Moon. Iris and Alara both drew their bowstrings and sent the arrows hurling towards Moon. Moon sighed. They had brought this upon themselves. They were weak, too weak compared to him and Celine. Whilst they had been hunting for the past days, the group had been in the shelter barely leaving, relying on Gareth for sustenance. With a simple motion, Moon managed to form a rocky wall to block the attacks and one large fireball that had eliminated all three of them. The attack killed them instantly, ensuring they didn't suffer before their death. It was a tough decision, but Moon wasn't going to allow emotion to get in the way of survival. Celine looked at the area where their corpses remained with a complicated expression, before shaking her head. "You did the right thing." She consoles herself more than she did Moon. Moon didn't respond, staring at the notifications flashing in his eyes. "You have killed level 6 Awakener, Iris. You have gained 60 lives. You have killed level 6 Awakener, Derek. You have gained 80 lives. You have killed level 5 Awakener, Alara. You have gained 60 lives." Although he wished things would have been different, he was forced to kill people that he stayed with for time even if it was mere hours. Ever since he entered the first sanctuary, he knew that there would come a time where this might happen. Alara had chosen to use her emotions more than her brain, and Derek and Iris had thought they could kill him and become the true champions of this trial. With only the two of them left, Moon and Celine finally had time to think about their options without interruptions. They were still slightly wary of each other, but their distance and body language made things easier. Survivors, 2/1. Time 4:01. "So what are we going to do now?" Celine asked, looking at the figure on the throne and the 6 massive wolves flanking it. "We definitely can't believe its words." Gareth clearly fell for the same trick. He might have been in the same group as the person from the journal, and Gareth was the only survivor then. Now this thing is asking for sacrifices again. She was stating the obvious, hoping that Moon was also having the same thought. After seeing Moon's earlier attack, she was almost certain that she had no chance against him in a fight. If Moon chose to eliminate her, then she was most likely dead, even if she could put up a decent fight. "We're going to fight it," Moon said with finality, making her body wash in relief. Status: name Moon. Race human. Class: classless. Healer: limited time. Level 1167%. Lives: 268. Strength: 20 agility. 22 constitution. 25 mana. 32. Attribute points 0. Skills: elemental attack, uncommon, LVL. Max: For element affinity, rare, LVL.6, basic healing. Talent, Grim Reaper. Class skill, class slot 1/1. Moon had managed to copy the class of one of Derek's team members during the Chaos the Healer. It was the most useful secondary class he could have acquired, considering he already possessed Celine's combat abilities. Basic healing wasn't powerful, but it could keep them alive longer in a drawn-out fight. Their chances weren't high, but if he could kill the 6 wolves and absorb their lives through his Grim Reaper talent, he might accumulate enough to push for element affinity to the next rank. With that power boost, they might actually have a chance against the Heart of Winter itself. For that reason, he didn't want anyone sharing kills with him. Every life mattered. He turned to Celine. "Do you trust me?" Celine looked at him, then nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Silly question. Moon's gaze shifted to the 6 Arctic wolves prowling at the base of the throne, their ice-blue eyes fixed on the survivors with predatory focus. "I want to fight them alone and kill them," Moon said. "I don't want you to get involved unless I tell you to." Celine looked at him, confusion flickering across her face. These were 6 level 15 beasts, and Moon was only level 11, same as her. The level gap was significant, and the fight was almost suicidal in a way. Still, she didn't question him. She'd seen the determination and certainty in his eyes. "All right," she said simply. Moon nodded, grateful she trusted him enough not to argue. He turned his full attention to the wolves and the creature watching from above. The Heart of Winter's smile widened, as if pleased by this development. "How entertaining," it said, its voice like grinding ice. "The prey wishes to dance with my companions alone. Very well. Let us see if your arrogance is justified." The Heart of Winter trial has evolved to Trial of Winter's Death. Trial of Winter's Death. Survival probability, 5%. The system has recognized this trial's extreme difficulty. Bonus rewards applied. Experience gain multiplied by 2. Lives gained multiplied by 2. 6 Arctic wolves began descending from the throne platform, their movements coordinated and predatory. Ice crystals formed in the air around them with each breath, their level 15 power radiating like a physical pressure. Moon stepped forward, separating himself from Celine, his hands already gathering mana in preparation for the hardest fight he was going to face. Fire erupted from his palm, a massive fireball compressed with all the power his evolved skill and higher elemental affinity could muster. Crackle. The energy was difficult to contain, but the strengthened skill allowed Moon to do so. With a casual throw, the fireball streaked toward the lead wolf. The wolf at the front was clearly arrogant, not taking Moon seriously. It saw him as a toy, something to play with before killing. Ice shards materialized around its maw, launching forward to intercept the incoming fire. These wolves aren't weak. Just what is Moon thinking? Could this be his way of sacrificing himself for me? Celine blushed at the thought before shaking her head. What am I thinking? When did I start thinking about these things? We are at death's door. Focus, Celine. Focus. The other wolves didn't intervene, content to watch their packmate handle this insignificant threat. That was until the attack connected. Boom! The explosion was catastrophic in all kinds of ways. The area where the wolf stood immediately erupted in intense flames. The heat was overwhelming, forcing the other wolves to scatter, their frost-covered fur singeing from their close proximity alone. The lead wolf's arrogant expression transformed into pure agony as fire engulfed its body. Its howl was cut short as flames consumed its throat. The other wolves immediately tried to intervene, conjuring ice mist to smother the flames, but the fire burned too hot, too fierce. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. Celine stared in absolute shock and amazement. The attack was even stronger than the one that had finished Gareth, much stronger, at least twice as powerful. It surprised her because she'd thought that the previous fireball was Moon's maximum output. What she didn't know was that Moon had leveled his 4-element affinity during the brief respite, making his elemental damage significantly higher. The fire didn't just burn, it consumed, fueled by enhanced magical control that made it nearly impossible to extinguish. Before the wolves could regroup, Moon sent another massive fireball hurtling toward the same burning wolf, determined to finish what he'd started. Boom! The second explosion ended it entirely, extinguishing any hope the other wolves had of saving their packmate. The charred corpse collapsed, steam rising from its remains. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have reached level 12. You have gained 700 lives. Moon's entire body surged with power as the level increase took effect. His attributes jumped across the board. Strength, agility, constitution, and mana, all increasing by 1 point. Reading through the notification, Moon was shocked by the number of lives he'd received. He hadn't expected so much, but it made sense the rewards were doubled, and he'd gotten the kill entirely on his own, triggering his Grim Reaper talents 5 times multiplier on top of the trial's doubled rewards. Essentially, the lives that he was gaining were 10 times the ones he would have gotten before. Fueled by the new attributes and the massive influx of lives, Moon's confidence soared. He immediately sent another fireball toward one of the wolves charging at him in vengeance, their earlier arrogance replaced with fury and caution. While the spell was mid-flight, Moon pulled up his status and channeled lives into his skill without hesitation. For element affinity has reached level 7, minus 256 lives. Lives remaining, 712. He didn't stop. There were still more lives to spend, and every level made him exponentially more dangerous. For element affinity has reached level 8, minus 512 lives. Lives remaining, 200. The power flooded through him immediately. His control over the elements became even more refined, more instinctive. The mana responded to his will like an extension of his own body. For element affinity, rank, rare, level 8 evolve. Details: you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 100% extra control. Plus 80% elemental damage. The fireball he'd launched moments ago struck its target with devastating force, the enhanced damage from his upgraded skill making the explosion even more catastrophic than before. The wolf tried to dodge but wasn't fast enough. Flames washed over its side, burning through its thick fur and into its flesh. It howled in pain but didn't die, its level 15 durability keeping it alive despite the terrible wounds. The remaining 4 wolves spread out, learning from their fallen packmate's mistake. They wouldn't underestimate him again. Ice began forming around them, creating defensive barriers, preparing coordinated attacks. Moon stood his ground, fire dancing around his hands, ready for whatever came next. Survivors, 2/1 time, 258. The countdown continued, but Moon was no longer worried about the timer. He was worried about finishing these wolves before they adapted to his tactics. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 650 lives. Out of the 4 wolves that remained, 3 of them were converging on Moon from different angles in a planned assault. Moon leapt backwards, his legs carrying him clear of snapping jaws. He raised his hand, conjuring an earth shield that absorbed a claw strike from the left. Water streamed from his other hand, creating a slick surface that made the 3rd wolf's attack slip wide, its claws missing entirely. Celine watched with an expression that mixed excitement with confusion, perhaps even concern. She was ecstatic that Moon was winning against the wolves, dominating creatures that should have been far beyond his level. How is he this strong? She'd believed they were of similar strength, or that he was perhaps slightly stronger. That had been her understanding for their entire time together. But now, Moon was overwhelming her expectations entirely. Even with her hidden talent, even fighting at her absolute hardest, she believed she could handle maybe 2 of these wolves at best. He was taking on 4 at once and winning. Go Moon, go! She cheered from the sidelines, pushing down her doubts to focus on supporting him with her voice if not her magic. As for the figure on the throne, it looked at the scene before it with no expression on its face. Moon sent earth spikes erupting from the ground toward the wolf on his right. The stone projectiles punched through multiple places in the creature's body. The shoulder, abdomen, and rear leg were all hit, severely injuring the wolf. Blood streamed down its body as it staggered for a moment. But before Moon could finish it with a fireball, a howl split the air, grabbing his attention immediately. Another wolf lunged from his blind spot, its claws extending in a slash aimed at his throat. Moon felt the displaced air graze his face as he leaned back desperately, the claws passing mere centimeters from his skin. That was close. He sent a quick fireball toward the attacking wolf, forcing it to break off and dodge. The momentary reprieve gave Moon the space he needed to reposition, creating distance between himself and the pack. He couldn't let the wolves get close. That was the critical weakness in his approach. He was more mage than anything else. Ranged combat was his strength. Close quarters fighting was his vulnerability. If they managed to pin him down, surround him completely, he was bound to lose. The 4 remaining wolves seemed to realize this. They adjusted their tactics, moving to encircle him rather than charging recklessly. Moon backpedaled, trying to maintain space, but the wolves were fast. Their speed was nothing to dismiss. One attack got through. Claws raked across his shoulder as he twisted to avoid 3 other strikes. The pain was immediate and sharp, a deep gash that tore through his armor and into his flesh. Blood ran hot down Moon's arm. Gritting his teeth, he used his elements to create space once more. Earth walls erupted around him, giving him a momentary barrier. Fire blasted outward in a wave, forcing the wolves back. Then he activated his copied healing ability. A soft, warm light enveloped his shoulder. The flesh began knitting back together, the deep claw marks closing, the pain receding to a dull ache. It wasn't instant, but it was enough. Celine hissed at the scene, her body tensing as if to intervene. She took a half-step forward, fire already gathering in her hands. Moon's eyes found hers across the chamber, still tracking the wolves in his peripheral vision. The look he gave her was clear. Stay back. Celine froze, torn between following his instructions and protecting him. But she trusted him. She'd said as much. She stayed where she was. But her eyes widened in shock as she watched the wound close. He can also heal? How? Does he have 2 classes? The thought was impossible. Everyone knew Awakeners got 1 class. That was the fundamental rule of the system. 1 class per person, determined at awakening. It was unchangeable. But Moon had just used fire, water, earth, 3 different elements, and now healing magic on top of that. The wolves didn't give her time to process. They lunged again, having realized the barrier was temporary. Moon was ready. His shoulder healed enough to move properly. He sent another massive fireball toward the injured wolf with the earth spikes still embedded in its flesh. The creature tried to dodge, but its wounds slowed it. Boom! The explosion consumed it entirely. When the flames cleared, only a charred corpse remained. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 680 lives. Moon's mana reserves were depleting fast despite the efficiency boost from his skill. Each massive fireball costs significant energy. The 3 remaining wolves circled him with wariness, their pack reduced by half. They were learning that this small human was far more dangerous than he appeared. Moon raised both hands, fire gathering in one, water in the other. The figure at the throne leaned forward, finally showing something resembling interest. Fascinating, it murmured. Name Moon. Race human. Class. Classless. Healer. Limited time. Level. 1279%. Lives. 1,530. Strength. 21 agility. 23 constitution. 26 mana. 33. Attribute points 0. Skills. Elemental attack uncommon, LVL. Max. For element affinity, rare, LVL .8. Basic healing. Talent. Grim Reaper. Class skill. Class slot 1/1. Moon didn't hesitate. Even as the 3 remaining wolves circled him warily, he pulled up his status and channeled more lives into his skill. Minus 1,024 lives. For element affinity has reached level 9. Despite the fact that he was winning the fight, Moon remained worried about the figure on the throne. It had been watching this entire time with minimal reaction, showing neither concern for its wolves nor satisfaction at the carnage. and that silence felt ominous. After all, the figure could intervene at any moment. Although the chance seemed minimal, since it hadn't acted yet, Moon couldn't shake his caution. Maybe it's restrained by some kind of force from intervening directly, Moon thought as he repositioned, keeping both wolves in his line of sight. Some rule of the trial that prevents direct action. Otherwise, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't have already killed us both. That had to be it. Perhaps it was bound by those same rules, forced to use proxies rather than acting itself. Or perhaps it was simply entertained, watching to see if Moon could actually win. Either way, Moon intended to finish this quickly. For element affinity. Rank, rare. Level, 9 evolve. Details, you have low affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Plus 100% extra control. Plus 90% elemental damage. The power surge happened immediately, and with 3 wolves remaining, the challenge he was facing had diminished significantly. They couldn't overwhelm him with numbers and coordination anymore. They were just 3 isolated threats. Moon got to work. Fire gathered in his right hand, crackling furiously. He launched it at the wolf on his left, the one still bearing earth spikes from earlier, already weakened and bleeding. Boom! The explosion was catastrophic, enhanced by his improved elemental damage. The wolf tried to dodge, but its injuries made it too slow. Flames engulfed it entirely, the heat so intense that its howl cut off almost immediately. When the fire cleared, nothing remained but ash and scorched stone. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 720 lives. You have reached level 13. The second wolf tried to use the small window that Moon was occupied with its dying friend to launch a barrage of icicles towards Moon. Moon raised an earth wall, blocking all the icicles that threatened to overwhelm it. Suddenly, Moon's heart nearly jumped from its place. He felt a gush of wind from his right, too close for comfort. He turned to find that the third wolf had used the wall he raised as a cover to get closer to him and land a powerful strike. Arg! Moon cried out in pain as his arm bore the attack, head-on. You bastard! D. Moon cursed out as he used his earth talent to block the wolf from escaping before forming a small fireball and launching it towards the wolf that tried to retreat, but tripped on the small earth spikes that Moon had created behind it. The fireball landed on the wolf as it tripped down. Moon used that chance, ignoring the immense pain he was feeling to launch a more powerful fireball attack against the wolf. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 760 lives. The wolf granted him a large number of lives, more than its other allies. Clearly, this one was much stronger and smarter than the rest, despite being at the same level. The final wolf had drawn near, trying to launch an attack on Moon whilst he was busy. Moon snapped his head towards it, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the remaining wolf with anger. The wolf backed away, its earlier confidence completely shattered. It had watched 5 of its packmates die, seen this small human-wield power that shouldn't exist at his level. Fear replaced arrogance in its ice-blue eyes, but it was still a level 15 beast, still dangerous and capable of killing him if he made a big mistake. Moon didn't give it the chance, healing himself immediately. After stopping the blood leak from his arm, he started to gather water in both of his hands. The water began forming into pressurized lances that he launched in rapid succession. The wolf dodged the first 2, its speed impressive even in retreat. The third caught its hind leg, shearing through muscle and bone. Collapsed with a yelp, struggling to stand on 3 legs. Moon pressed forward, relentless. Earth spikes erupted beneath the wolf, impaling it from below. It howled in agony, thrashing against the stone, piercing its body. Then Moon sent the final attack, ending its miserable life. Boom! The explosion silenced its cries permanently. You have killed a level 15 Arctic wolf. You have gained 750 lives. The chamber fell silent except for the crackling of residual flames and Moon's heavy breathing. 6 level 15 Arctic wolves lay dead around him, their bodies a testament to power that should have been impossible for someone at his level. He stood victorious, covered in minor wounds but alive, his mana reserves depleted but recovering. Selene stared at him with an expression that mixed awe, confusion, and perhaps a hint of wariness. As if he is the Grim Reaper, Selene muttered under her breath. Moon turned his attention to the throne. The figure remained seated, its eyeless gaze fixed on him. That smile hadn't changed, still present, still unsettling. Survivors, 2/1 time, 0:47. Less than a minute remained on the timer. The creature leaned forward slightly, its massive frame shifting on the throne of bone and ice. Impressive, it said, its voice carrying genuine approval for the first time. You have exceeded my expectations, little human. It stood. The movement was slow, and as it rose to its full height, Moon realized just how massive the creature truly was. It was easily 4 meters tall, its crimson and black armor gleaming in the torchlight, those antlers scraping the ceiling high above. But the trial is not complete, the creature continued, descending the steps from its throne with measured steps. 2 survivors remain, and only one may leave. Its eyeless face turned toward Selene, then back to Moon. Choose. Kill your companion and claim your freedom, or die together when the timer expires. The countdown continued its relentless march toward 0. Time 0:36. Moon stared at the large creature silently. He had suspected this moment would come. Had known since the beginning that this was the trap force people to turn on each other, to become murderers for the promise of escape. But he'd also been planning for exactly this scenario. There's a third option, Moon said quietly, his eyes never leaving the creature. It tilted its head, curiosity in its posture. Oh, and what might that be? We kill you instead. Minus 2048 lives. For element affinity has reached level 10. For element affinity has evolved to 5 element affinity. New information flooded Moon's consciousness. A 5th element, one he hadn't possessed before, suddenly became available to him. 5 element affinity. Rank, epic. Level 1 max. Details, you have moderate affinity to the 4 elements. Water, earth, wind, fire. Low affinity to the intermediate element lightning. Plus 100% extra control. Plus 100% elemental damage. Moon's eyes widened as he processed what he was seeing. He had just gained an epic rank skill before even having a first-class evolution. Before awakening, he'd read extensively about the journeys of powerful awakeners who had reached the second sanctuary. Never, not once, had he read about any of them possessing an epic rank skill before their first-class evolution. Most awakeners considered themselves fortunate to obtain a single epic skill by the time they were well within their second evolution. Some never obtained one at all, even in the second sanctuary. Yet here he was, level 13, with an epic rank skill that gave him moderate affinity to 4 basic elements and access to lightning and intermediate element that combined properties of multiple basics, known for being one of the most devastating in combat. The power coursing through him was intoxicating. Time 0:24. 24 seconds left. Moon's smile was cold and sharp as lightning as he looked at the figure descending from its throne. Oh boy, you're dead. He turned toward Selene, who stood with a complicated expression on her face, shock, confusion, wariness, and perhaps a hint of fear warring across her features. She didn't know how to process everything that had been happening. Selene, are you ready to leave this realm? Moon said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. Selene swallowed hard, then nodded with a soft smile. I'm ready. The figure watched this exchange with that same unsettling smile, apparently unconcerned by Moon's declaration. Foolish, it said, its voice carrying amusement rather than fear. Many have tried to fight me directly. All have failed. Do you know what I am, little human? I don't care what you are. You're in my way of going home, Moon replied. Its smile widened impossibly, revealing more of those icicle teeth. Then come, it invited, spreading its arms wide. Show me what you can accomplish, human. I don't think you're ready, Moon grinned, before releasing his new element. Zap! Lightning crackled around Moon's hands, blue-white arcs dancing between his fingers with wild energy. Both Selene and the Heart of Winter reacted with visible surprise. Moon didn't waste the moment. He immediately wanted to test his new skill against the figure before him, to understand the power he'd just gained. Lightning left his arms in a jagged zigzag line, traveling toward the creature with speed that made his previous fire attacks look sluggish by comparison. Its eyeless face somehow conveyed shock as it threw itself to the side, dodging with a speed that belied its massive size. Boom! The lightning strike hit the throne instead, the concentrated energy exploding on impact. The bone and ice structure shattered where the bolt landed, fragments scattering across the platform in a shower of debris. Moon smirked at the scene. He wasn't upset about missing, in fact, he was pleased. Incredibly pleased. The fact that this supposedly high and mighty creature had dodged meant it was afraid of his attack. It respected the threat. That told Moon everything he needed to know. You. The heart of Winter's voice carried genuine confusion for the first time. How can you be so much more powerful than seconds ago? Were you hiding your strength this entire time? Maybe? Moon smirked, taking a step closer but maintaining a safe distance. He turned slightly toward Celine, keeping the creature in his peripheral vision. Let's combine our elements, Moon whispered urgently. I'll use lightning, you use water. Celine nodded immediately, understanding flashing in her eyes. Moon wanted to use both elements himself, but he couldn't. Despite having an affinity toward lightning and water, lightning was demanding far more so than the basic elements. The mana cost was higher, and the focus required was intense. He was unable to dual-cast while channeling lightning without losing control entirely. With Celine's help, though, they could create a combination far more devastating than either element alone. Moon gathered more lightning and sent another bolt toward the creature. It dodged again, forced to move. Celine seized that moment. The massive sphere of water in front of her launched toward where the creature had dodged. The water ball exploded on impact, drenching the heart of Winter entirely. Its body ran with water, pooling on the stone floor around its feet. The attack did minimal damage, barely worth mentioning in terms of actual harm. But that wasn't the point. It was soaked, exactly what Moon had been waiting for. What was surprising was the fact that the creature still hadn't attacked them at all. Not once since the fight began. It had dodged, moved defensively, but never counterattacked. Moon's eyes widened as realization struck, as his gaze landed on the timer and thought about the conditions before the timer ended. Time 0:12. You can't attack us, can you? Moon said, his voice carrying certainty. The creature's expression twitched for just a fraction of a second before it smoothed back into that eternal smile. 12 seconds left. Not bad, that's enough time to turn you into a charred corpse. It was bound by the trial's rules. Couldn't directly harm participants until the timer expired. That's why it had used the wolves. Why had it orchestrated the entire setup to make awakeners kill each other? It didn't know that everything would resort to this scenario. Nobody did, not even Moon himself. So, it was now bound by the system, unable to fight them until the trial ended. Moon decided to take a calculated risk and moved closer. Not incredibly close, he wouldn't walk into a potential trap, but close enough to ensure his lightning wouldn't miss. The creature was fast and could dodge from long range. But physics was physics. If it were standing in water and he hit the water with lightning, dodging wouldn't matter. Again, Moon called to Celine. They attacked in tandem. Celine sent more water, this time creating a spreading puddle beneath the creature's feet, rather than a direct strike. It didn't move, as if waiting for Moon's attack. In its eyes, the attacks that Celine was sending were nothing worth mentioning. She wasn't a threat. Moon was. Soon enough, it found itself standing in ankle-deep water that Celine had pooled across the stone floor as it waited for Moon's attack to arrive. Moon had expected it to leap clear, to recognize the danger. But it didn't move further. A sudden thought struck him, almost making him laugh aloud. It might not know what happens when lightning interacts with water. It had ruled this frozen realm for God knows how long, using ice and cold as its weapons. Lightning was fire's opposite, heat and energy. And this creature might have never encountered an awakener with lightning affinity before. It didn't understand the danger it was in. The realization made Moon incredibly happy. "Celine," he said quietly, lightning already building in his hands to unprecedented levels. "Prepare your strongest attack. The moment my lightning hits, it's going to be stunned. We finish it then." Celine's eyes widened as she understood. Fire began gathering around her, compressed and violent, ready to unleash the moment Moon created the opening. Time 008. The heart of winter stood in the water, apparently confident that whatever these humans tried would be futile as long as it dodged Moon's attack. Moon released everything he had. The lightning bolt that erupted from his hands was massive, crackling with blue-white fury. It struck the water inches away from him, traveling through the water particles at incredible speed. The entire pool became a conductor, and the creature was immediately hit. The lightning bolt struck the water with catastrophic force. The electricity spread instantly through the conductive pool, following the path of least resistance, which meant through every inch of water touching the heart of Winter's body. Blue-white energy enveloped the creature entirely, arcs of lightning dancing across its crimson armor, finding every gap, every weakness. The heart of Winter's scream was unlike anything Moon had heard before. It sent shivers down his spine. It convulsed, its massive body jerking as hundreds of thousands of volts coursed through it. The armor that had seemed invincible cracked in places, the ice formations on its crown exploding from the heat generated by the electrical current. Time 006. "Don't stop," Moon shouted, already gathering more lightning despite the massive drain on his mana. Celine didn't need to be told twice. Fire erupted from her hands, massive fireballs that struck the creature while it was immobilized by the electrical current. Then more water, keeping it drenched, maintaining conductivity for Moon's attacks. Lightning from the Moon keeps the creature stunned and unable to dodge. Fire from Celine, dealing massive burning damage to its heavily damaged armor. Water to reset the cycle, ensuring the next lightning strike would be just as devastating. Zap! Boom! Splash! Zap! Boom! Splash! The winter beast tried to move to break free, but the combination was overwhelming. Every time it started to recover from the electrical shock, another bolt hit. Every time it tried to counter the fire, more water drenched it for the next lightning strike. Moon's mana reserves were dropping precipitously. Each lightning bolt cost far more than his fire attacks ever had. His hands shook from channeling so much power in rapid succession. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not when they were winning. Time 003. Time 002. Time 001. Time midnight. Trial of Winter's death time expired. The creature's restrictions lifted. Moon could feel it as a sharp change in pressure descend. The beast was finally free to fight back. But the damage had been done. Where moments ago had stood a majestic, terrifying being, now stood something charred and broken. Its crimson armor was cracked and blackened, pieces falling away to reveal burned flesh beneath. The ice crown had melted partially, dripping down its face. One arm hung useless, the muscles too damaged to respond. It was still moving, still alive, but barely. It no longer looked mighty or invincible. "Continue," Moon shouted, gathering more lightning despite his exhaustion. Finally able to retaliate, the heart of Winter opened its mouth. Then it attacked. A massive icicle materialized before the creature, longer than a spear, thicker than Moon's torso. It launched toward him with speed that was comparable to his lightning. Moon felt death approaching. His body moved on pure instinct. Lightning crackled around him not as an attack but as movement, his epic rank skill allowing him to channel the element through his own body. He moved, faster than he'd ever moved before, his form blurring as electricity enhanced his speed beyond human limits. He was so fast that when he dodged, his feet couldn't keep up. He tripped, tumbling across the stone floor in an undignified heap. Crash! The icicle struck where he'd been standing a fraction of a second earlier. It didn't just hit the door they'd entered through, it obliterated it. The ancient stone exploded into fragments, the entire doorway collapsing in a shower of rubble. Moon gulped, his heart hammering against his ribs. His hissed from a sudden pain that erupted in his legs. Shit. It seems like conducting lightning through my legs has its own side effects. Moon thought with growing worry. The figure before him was devastatingly strong in offense. Even wounded, barely able to stand, it had nearly killed him with a single attack. He thanked whatever forces governed this realm that the creature had been unable to fight them for those crucial 12 seconds. If it had been able to attack from the beginning, if it could have used its full power, they would be dead. No question. Then the beast swayed. Its legs buckled. The massive form collapsed to one knee, then fell forward entirely, crashing face first onto the charred stone. An irregular. It muttered, its voice barely a whisper. You are an irregular. Then it went still. You have killed level 20 winter beast. You have gained 1100 lives. You have completed the hidden realm. The number of lives was insane, especially considering the double reward bonus had ended with the completion of the trial. That winter beast would have killed him 5 times over maybe 10 if conditions hadn't been so perfectly in his favor. The inability to attack during the trial. No knowledge of how lightning and water are combined. Underestimating him based on his level, allowing him to evolve his skill to epic rank. All of it had created a perfect storm that allowed victory. Remove any single one of those advantages and Moon would be dead. Celine stared at the massive corpse, then at Moon, her face pale and her hands still trembling from channeling so much magic in rapid succession. Moon, she started, then seemed unable to find words. Moon slowly got to his feet, his legs shaking from exhaustion and adrenaline. His mana was nearly depleted. His body ached from the electrical current he'd channeled through himself. Every muscle felt like it was on fire, but they were alive. Against all odds, despite everything this cursed realm had thrown at them, they were alive. The hidden realm completion notification hung in his vision, but Moon barely registered it. He was too busy trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand how they'd actually survived. Celine took a shaky step toward him, then another, until she was close enough to grab his arm, perhaps to steady him, perhaps to steady herself. We did it, she whispered, disbelief evident in her voice. We actually did it. Moon nodded slowly, still staring at the fallen winter beast. Yeah, he said quietly. We did. Then another notification appeared, different from the others. The text seemed to burn itself into Moon's vision with weight and permanence, as if being etched into reality itself. An irregular ascended the frozen mountain, leaving behind the corpses of heroes and monsters alike. He entered the ancient temple, where a powerful king sat enthroned before his altar, demanding the blood tribute that was his due. The irregular refused. Instead, he offered the blood of the king himself. You have defeated 6 powerful beasts. Arctic wolves, level 15. You have defeated an awakened human. Gareth, level 13. You have defeated a hidden realm king. Winter beast, level 20. Level up. Level up. You have achieved the impossible. Final appraisal. Extraordinary. Your power defies comprehension. You stand where none should stand, victorious where all others have fallen. The realms themselves take notice of your unexplainable existence. The words hung in the air, shimmering with an otherworldly light that had nothing to do with the torches lining the chamber walls. Each phrase seemed to pulse with significance, as if the system itself was struggling to quantify what Moon had accomplished. Moon stared at the notification, his breath catching in his throat. This wasn't a simple completion message. Irregular. The word carried weight, implications. It suggested that the system had categorized him as something outside its standard framework. An anomaly, just as the winter beast had said with its dying breath. Awakener. Receive your boon. Tenacity. Rank. Epic. Level max. Details. Your will cannot be broken, no matter the circumstances. Illusions do not affect you, and your courage makes those with you feel stronger. +5 to strength, agility, and constitution. Moon's breath caught. He had gained another epic skill. Not just any skill, but one that affected his core attributes directly, permanently boosting 3 of his most vital stats. And the effects went beyond numbers: mental fortitude, immunity to illusions, and an aura that strengthened allies. He glanced at Celine, who was still reading her own notification. Her eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted in shock. Whatever she'd received, it had clearly exceeded her expectations as well. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The weight of what they'd accomplished, what they'd received, hung between them like a physical presence. Moon didn't ask what she'd gotten, and Celine didn't ask him. Some things were meant to be kept private. In a world where power meant survival, where knowledge of someone's capabilities could be used against them, discretion was wisdom. They'd fought together, survived together, but that didn't mean they needed to know every detail of each other's strength. Celine seemed to understand this instinctively. She simply nodded at him, a small smile on her exhausted face. "Congratulations," she said softly. "You too," Moon replied. Then a crack in the air rippled before them. A portal materialized in the center of the chamber, just a few meters from where the winter beast's corpse lay. It appeared suddenly, without warning, a vertical tear in space that revealed swirling colors beyond, blues and whites that seemed to shift and move. Unlike the violent summoning that had brought them here, this portal felt stable. It hummed with energy that suggested passage rather than imprisonment. Exit portal available. Duration: 10 minutes. Moon stared at it, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. After everything they'd endured, the blizzards, the beasts, the cave, Gareth's betrayal, the trial itself, here was their way home. Their escape from this frozen hell. Celine took a step toward it, then stopped and looked back at Moon. "We should go, before something else happens." Moon nodded, but his eyes swept the chamber one last time. The bodies of Derek's team were scattered across the floor. The charred remains of the 6 Arctic wolves. The massive corpse of the winter beast itself. So much death. So much sacrifice, willing and unwilling. He'd killed awakeners today. Humans. People he'd shared shelter with, however briefly. The weight of that would stay with him. He knew it would. But he also knew he'd do it again if survival demanded it. That's what this realm had taught him. What this trial had burned into his core. Survival wasn't pretty, nor was it noble. It was just necessary. "Wait. Let's take the body of the winter beast with us," Moon said as he began to walk towards the winter beast. Its body would sell for a large amount. Moon then stopped in his tracks and turned towards Celine with a soft smile. "So, I don't have a storage ring with me. Can you hold it for us? We can split the shares." Celine smiled before nodding her head. "There is no need also. Here, you can have this," she said, as she gave him one of the storage rings she had on her hand. Moon accepted the gift graciously, then stored the body of the winter beast. He tried to store the bodies of the Arctic wolves, but unfortunately, he was only able to store the body of one as the storage ring became full. They walked toward it together, side by side, 2 survivors of an ordeal that should have killed them both. The portal's swirling surface beckoned, promising warmth and safety, and an escape from this endless winter. Moon took one final breath of the frigid air, then stepped through. The world dissolved into light and color, and the hidden realm released its grip on him at last. Moon and Celine materialized back in the first sanctuary with a flash of light, the portal depositing them onto familiar frozen ground. The transition was jarring, one moment surrounded by the ancient temple's oppressive atmosphere, the next standing under the familiar 2 moons of the sanctuary. Before Moon could even orient himself, movement caught his eye. 5 wolves prowled nearby, their eyes turning toward the new arrivals with interest. Level 6 or 7, based on their size. Normally, they would have posed a threat, especially in a zone where death cost 5 lives. Celine didn't even break stride. She raised her hand casually, and a basic wind blade manifested nothing complex. The attack traveled the air at an alarming speed. When it landed on the targets, all 5 wolves collapsed simultaneously, their bodies severed cleanly. Moon stared at the corpses, then at Celine. "Well, that was quick." Moon smiled. Celine nodded her head. "The gap between us is too high. They'd grown so much stronger. What would have been a genuine fight before was now trivial. Neither bothered harvesting materials. They had more important things to address. Let's head back to the base, Moon said. Celine nodded, and they began the trek through the forest landscape. The journey that had once felt dangerous now seemed almost mundane after everything they'd survived. The weather was warm, nothing like the frozen hell they had survived for long. The punishment for death was lower too. When they finally reached the main human base, the one where they'd first entered the sanctuary together, Moon spotted an awakener near the gate. The man looked to be in his mid-20s, wearing practical gear and carrying a worn sword. "Excuse me," Moon called out, approaching. "What day is it?" The awakener glanced at them, taking in their battle-worn appearance and scorched equipment. "3rd of the month." "Why?" Moon's stomach dropped. They'd entered the hidden realm on the 15th. If it was now the 3rd, that meant time had somehow reversed, unless... "Wait," Celine said, her voice tight with confusion. "What month?" The awakener frowned at the strange question. "It's the 4th month of the cycle. Is something wrong with you too?" 4th month. They'd entered during the 1st month. 15th day of the 1st month, to be precise. Moon's mind raced through the calculations. If it was now the 3rd day of the 4th month, that meant nearly 3 months. They'd been in the hidden realm for almost 3 full months. Moon turned to look at Celine, seeing his own shock mirrored perfectly in her expression. Her face had gone pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. 3 months. It had felt like half a month at most. 2 weeks, maybe 3 if he was generous with his estimate. The days had blurred together in the constant struggle for survival, but surely not that long. Surely not 3 entire months. But the man didn't lie, there was no reason to. The time difference was staggering, and yet undeniable. The awakener was looking at them strangely now, clearly confused by their reaction to such a simple question. "You two okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Moon forced himself to respond. "We're fine. Just lost track of time." That was the understatement of the century. The awakener shrugged, already losing interest. "Whatever. I need to join my team. Good luck with whatever you're dealing with." He walked away, leaving Moon and Celine standing in stunned silence. 3 months in that frozen hell. 3 months of fighting, surviving, watching people die. 3 months compressed into what their minds perceived as mere days. "How is that possible?" Celine whispered. Moon shook his head slowly. "Hidden realms exist outside normal space. Maybe they exist outside normal time too. Some kind of temporal distortion." It made a twisted kind of sense. The realm had been a trial, a test. Perhaps extending the perceived time was part of that test, making awakeners endure more than they thought possible, breaking them down through duration as much as danger. 3 months. Moon looked down at his hands, at the calluses and scars that had formed, at the equipment that was worn far beyond what 2 weeks would justify. His body had known, even if his mind hadn't fully processed it. "Everyone we knew." Celine started, then stopped. Moon understood what she was thinking. Everyone they'd entered with Derek's team, the others who'd been pulled into the realm, they were all dead now. And the world had moved on without them for 3 months. Sarah was probably long gone from the beginner base by now. She and Marcus's team would have leveled up, moved on to better hunting grounds, or possibly even started preparing for the trials to reach the 2nd sanctuary. Not that it mattered. Moon had stopped caring about Sarah the moment she'd abandoned him in his darkest hour. "We should rest," Moon said finally. "Actually, rest. In a real bed, with actual warmth." Celine nodded, still looking dazed. "Yeah, rest sounds good." They walked into the base together, 2 survivors who'd lost 3 months of their lives to a frozen nightmare, carrying powers they shouldn't possess and secrets they couldn't share. Inside the base, near the shimmering rifts that transported awakeners back to Earth, Celine and Moon stood facing each other. "So, what are you planning to do after resting?" Celine asked, looking at Moon with genuine curiosity. Moon considered for a moment before answering. "Probably head back here after a few days, then try to find transport to a more advanced base. As you know, the beasts around here will no longer allow us to level up efficiently." We're too strong for this area now. That's true, Celine agreed, nodding. I've planned the same thing, actually. She paused, then added with careful casualness, want to exchange numbers? Maybe we can hang out on Earth? Get actual food that doesn't taste like frozen monster meat? Moon remained silent for a moment, weighing the request. There were implications to exchanging contact information, connections that went beyond simple friendship. But they'd survived together, fought together. That had to count for something. Sure, we can do that, he said finally. Celine's expression brightened noticeably. Great. Can I have your number? Moon shook his head. Wait, I wanted to get yours instead. I didn't memorize my number. Can you write it on my armor or a piece of parchment? Celine quickly rummaged through her belongings and produced a small piece of parchment, pulling out a charcoal stick to write with. Her handwriting was neat and precise as she jotted down the digits. Here, she said, handing it over with a smile. Call me when you're free or just to talk. Whatever. Sure, Moon responded, carefully folding the parchment and tucking it into his armor. After their brief exchange, both turned toward the portal. The swirling energy beckoned, promising warmth and civilization, and all the comforts they'd been denied for 3 months. Although they had survived a trial together, faced death side by side and emerged victorious, Moon was still unable to fully trust Celine. By giving her his number, he would be practically handing her his identity on a platter. Phone numbers were tied to government records, addresses, family information. If she had a powerful family, which he strongly suspected she did, given her rare class and general demeanor, she could easily use those resources to dig into his background. Where he lived, who he was, everything. He couldn't allow that to happen. At least not yet. He couldn't afford to trust anyone completely, even someone he'd survived a life and death battle with. There was still more to uncover about people. More layers to peel back before real trust could form. Just like how he had hidden his true nature, his classless anomaly, his ability to copy classes, his grim reaper talent, he was certain Celine was hiding things too. Everyone had secrets in this world. Everyone had cards they kept close to their chest. That was simply how survival worked. The portal shimmered before them, its surface rippling like disturbed water. According to the information they'd been given during orientation, the portal would return new awakeners directly to the location they'd been transported from during their first summoning. For Moon, that meant the small apartment that he used to live in. See you soon, Moon, Celine said, offering him one final smile before stepping toward the portal. Yeah. See you, Moon replied. Celine walked through first, her form dissolving into light as the portal accepted her. Then she was gone, returned to Earth and whatever life awaited her there. Moon took a breath, steeling himself for the return, and stepped through. When his vision cleared, Moon found himself standing in his apartment. Before he could even process the familiar surroundings or feel relief at being home, movement exploded from his right. A rapidly approaching small, snow-white fist came traveling towards him. Moon's reflexes kicked in instantly. His hand shot up, catching the strike mid-motion, his fingers wrapping around a delicate wrist. The impact still resonated through his palm, making him blink in surprise. That's a powerful attack, he thought, genuinely impressed. The technique was good, the speed was rapid. Whoever this was had training, real combat experience, and a high level. Then his brain caught up with what his eyes were seeing. The attacker was a woman. A beautiful woman with wet hair plastered to her shoulders, droplets of water still clinging to her skin. She was wearing nothing but a white towel wrapped around her curvaceous body, a towel that was clearly struggling to contain everything it had been assigned to cover. "Who are you?" she demanded, trying to yank her wrist free from his grip. "How did you suddenly appear in my room?" Moon released her immediately, his gaze shifting upward in a deliberate show of courtesy. "I'm not an intruder. This is my apartment. What are you doing here?" The woman didn't answer. Instead, she attacked again. Her other hand came up in a palm strike aimed at his solar plexus. Yet another well-executed technique that confirmed formal martial arts training. Moon caught this attack as well, his enhanced agility making it trivial to intercept. "Stop it. I'm not trying to hurt you," Moon said calmly. maintaining his grip but not applying pressure. The defensive redirect caused her to lose balance. She stumbled forward with a small gasp, and her free hand, the one clutching the towel, instinctively reached out to catch herself. The towel fell. Moon registered the movement peripherally, his gaze already averted before his conscious mind fully processed what had happened. He released her wrists immediately and stepped back, putting distance between them. "My apologies," he said evenly, keeping his eyes fixed on the wall. "That wasn't intentional." The woman's shriek was ear-splitting. "Get out." Moon heard the sound of the towel being hastily retrieved. He remained still, hands visible and non-threatening, gaze averted. "Get out right now. I understand your distress," Moon said, his voice calm despite the absurdity of the situation. "But I genuinely used to live here. This is Unit 347. I've been away for several months and this is my apartment." The woman's voice carried fury and confusion. "I signed the lease 2 months ago. You just appeared out of thin air." The timeline clicked into place with cold clarity. He'd been gone for 3 months in the first sanctuary. 3 months without rent payments, without contact, without explanation. A thought suddenly emerged. His landlord had evicted him and rented to someone new whilst he was away. "I see," Moon said quietly, understanding flooding through him. "The lease lapsed while I was in the sanctuary. All his belongings, his few possessions, the emergency savings hidden in his desk drawer were possibly gone." "What are you talking about?" the woman demanded. He could hear rustling. She was getting dressed. "You need to leave before I call the Awakeners Association." "That won't be necessary," Moon replied. "I'm leaving, but before that, I need to ask you something. Did you see any money in the desk drawer?" The woman looked confused for a moment. "What? No. Why would there be money in the desk drawer?" "The landlord must have taken it. I need to talk to him soon. I used to live here. I had some leftover money in the drawer." Moon said, "I don't care about your excuses. If I ever see you again, I'm reporting you." "Understood. Again, my apologies for the intrusion. It's just a misunderstanding." He reached the door, opened it, and stepped into the hallway. The door slammed behind him immediately, followed by multiple locks engaging. Moon stood in the corridor, processing the situation. He was homeless. He'd survived a hidden realm that had killed dozens of Awakeners, defeated a level 20 winter beast, acquired epic rank skills that would make him legendary among his peers. And he'd returned to find himself evicted and replaced. Moon pulled out his phone, but it had a dead battery as expected after 3 months. He had approximately $500 in Earth currency, the clothes on his back, and his battle-worn equipment that probably looked absurd in this mundane apartment building. Legally, he'd probably been declared missing, so he had to go to the Awakeners Association to deal with his awakening, too. He needed to charge his phone, contact the landlord about his belongings, and navigate whatever bureaucratic nightmare awaited someone who'd vanished for 3 months. But those were solvable problems. Annoying? Certainly. Time-consuming? Absolutely. Though next time he returned from the first sanctuary, he'd definitely verify his living situation before using the portal home. With a few $100s left, Moon was able to secure himself a temporary room for the night. He found a hotel a few kilometers away through word of mouth and headed there on foot, his battle-worn appearance drawing occasional stares from passers-by that he ignored. The establishment was exactly what he expected for the price range rundown, questionable, the kind of place that didn't ask questions and accepted cash without requiring identification. He paid the daily cost of $250, which wasn't cheap considering the terrible accommodation. It was the most basic hotel room imaginable, barely large enough for the narrow bed and small table. No private bathroom, just a shared facility down the hall. The walls were thin enough that he could hear conversations from neighboring rooms. The mattress sagged in the middle, and the single window looked out onto a brick wall. But it had a door that locked and a bed. That was enough. Inside the room, Moon collapsed onto the mattress without bothering to remove his armor. His body had been operating on pure adrenaline and willpower for longer than he cared to calculate. The moment he stopped moving, exhaustion crashed over him. Weeks of sleeping on frozen ground, in caves, huddled against the cold with one eye always open for threats. The bed was lumpy and the room smelled faintly of mildew, but compared to what he'd endured, it felt like luxury. Moon's eyes closed almost involuntarily. His mind tried to process everything. The apartment situation, his missing belongings, the bureaucratic nightmare awaiting him, but his body overruled all of it. He needed some real good rest, not the shallow, alert half-sleep of the first sanctuary, but actual sleep in a place where nothing was trying to actively kill him. Within minutes, Moon was asleep, his breathing evening out as his tired body began the process of recovery. His last conscious thought was a vague awareness that he should charge his phone, should start making calls, should begin sorting out the disaster his life had become. But that could wait until tomorrow. For now, he slept, and for the first time in a long time, he slept without nightmares of ice and death. The next day, Moon checked out of the hotel early and headed toward the Awakeners Association. He needed to get himself registered as an Awakener. Otherwise, under the current legal framework, he'd be in serious trouble, classified as a criminal Awakener with hidden intentions, someone operating outside the system's oversight. That classification came with surveillance, restrictions, and in extreme cases, prison time. More practically, no Awakener could legally buy or sell sanctuary-related goods without proper registration and an Awakener's badge. The body of the winter beast still sat in his storage ring, along with the body of the Arctic wolf. Those represented significant value, enough to stabilize his financial situation, but they were worthless if he couldn't access legitimate trading channels. Additionally, registered Awakeners received a monthly allowance from the government, compensation for the role they played in humanity's defense and resource gathering. It wasn't extravagant, but it was a steady income, something he needed, given his current circumstances. So Moon made his way through the morning streets toward the association headquarters, intent on getting himself properly registered as an Awakener. Not a null, like everyone at his school's awakening ceremony had assumed. An actual, legitimate Awakener. The Awakeners Association building came into view, a modern structure of glass and steel that stood out among the older architecture surrounding it. People in various states of equipment came and went through the main entrance. Moon joined the flow of foot traffic, stepping through the automatic doors into a spacious lobby. The interior was rather well designed with registration desks along one wall, notice boards displaying guild recruitment offers and basic sanctuary information, and seating areas where small groups discussed strategy or negotiated deals. He approached the main information desk, where a young woman in a professional uniform looked up from her terminal. "Welcome to the Awakeners Association. How can I assist you today?" "I need to register as a new Awakener," Moon said. The woman's eyes flicked over his appearance before nodding her head. "Of course. Do you have your awakening certificate from your school or testing center?" Moon paused. "I awakened during my first sanctuary summoning. There was no official ceremony. It was technically true." His classless nature had manifested fully only after entering the first sanctuary, even if the awakening orb had failed to detect it. The woman looked surprised, her fingers pausing over her keyboard. "I see. That's quite unusual." Her professional demeanor remained intact, but Moon could see the gears turning behind her eyes. "Give me a moment." She picked up her desk phone and pressed a few buttons, waiting for someone to answer on the other end. "Yes, this is reception 3. I have a situation that requires managerial approval. New Awakener registration, but the circumstances are irregular." She listened for a moment before nodding. "Understood. Thank you." She hung up and turned back to Moon with an apologetic smile. "I need to call the new manager here to oversee your registration. This isn't standard procedure, so we need authorization from someone higher up. Shouldn't take long." Moon nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though he sighed internally. He'd been hoping everything would go smoothly. Quick registration, get his badge, sell his materials, and disappear. His plan was simple. Register as a rare-class elemental mage using the skills he'd legitimately acquired from Celine's class. 3-element affinity was rare but not unheard of. It would mark him as talented without painting a target on his back. He'd keep his epic rank skills, his classless nature, his ability to copy classes, all of it hidden. Revealing himself as an anomaly to a controlling association would be monumentally foolish. Not that the association was inherently bad, but he simply didn't want to be on any person's radar. Moon had no intention of becoming anyone's research subject or strategic asset. Hence, the reason he had yet to sign to a guild or even think about it. The receptionist busied herself with paperwork while they waited. Then he heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. A woman emerged from the corridor, dressed in a well-tailored business suit, her dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. When their eyes met, they widened at once. "It's you," they both said simultaneously. It was the woman from his old apartment. The one in the towel, the one he'd accidentally seen naked less than 24 hours ago. The receptionist looked between them, confusion evident on her face. "Do you perhaps know each other?" Moon opened his mouth to speak, but Isabel immediately interrupted him, her face flushing red as she spoke quickly. "We're neighbors." "Yes, neighbors. We ran into each other in the hallway yesterday. Very briefly, nothing worth mentioning." Her eyes locked onto Moon's with an intensity that very clearly communicated. "If you say one word about what actually happened, I will make your registration process a living nightmare." Moon understood the message perfectly. "Indeed," he said smoothly, playing along. The receptionist looked between them with clear suspicion, her eyes narrowing slightly at the obvious tension and the manager's red face. But she was professional enough to recognize when something was above her pay grade. "I see," she said neutrally, making a note on her terminal. "I'll leave you to handle the registration, Manager Isabel." Isabel nodded curtly. "Thank you, Rebecca. I'll take it from here." Without another word, she turned on her heel and strode toward the private offices. "Follow me," she said over her shoulder, not bothering to check if Moon was complying. Moon followed, maintaining a respectful distance. He could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides as she walked. This was going to be a long conversation. They passed through several corridors, moving deeper into the administrative section of the building. Other staff members they encountered gave Isabel respectful nods, which she returned. Finally, she stopped at a door marked Private Office and pushed it open, gesturing sharply for Moon to enter. Moon stepped inside the private office. The office was modest but well organized. It had a desk with a computer terminal, filing cabinets along one wall, a small sitting area with 2 chairs, and a window overlooking the city. The moment the door closed behind them, Isabel sighed deeply, running a hand over her face. What are you? How can I meet you twice in a row in such unexpected circumstances?" Moon shrugged, genuinely not knowing the answer either. "Well, it's fate, I guess. Look, before you get any ideas, I'm just trying to get my Awakener badge." Isabel nodded, her demeanor reasserting itself despite the awkwardness hanging between them. "Yes, I know." She moved to one of the filing cabinets and retrieved a device similar to the awakening orb from school, but smaller. "Here, put your hand on this crystal. It will identify your class." Moon approached the crystal but didn't activate his classless nature or attempt to copy anything. Instead, he channeled his epic rank skill 5 element affinity, the evolved version of what he'd gained from Celine's class, 4 element affinity. The crystal lit up immediately in an array of bright colors: blue, brown, white, red, and crackling yellow dancing across its surface. Isabel's eyebrows rose as a phantom image materialized above Moon, the visual representation of an elemental mage class, swirling with elemental energy. "You're a variation of an elemental mage," she muttered, her tone carrying genuine surprise. Isabel moved to sit behind her desk, her fingers already moving to her keyboard. "Your name?" "Moon Outlaw." She typed it in, her eyes scanning the screen as information populated. Her expression shifted several times, changing from surprise to understanding. "You apparently failed to awaken during your class awakening ceremony. Then you disappeared for several months. Your landlord filed an abandonment notice after 60 days of non-payment." She looked up at him. "You were right. You did live in that apartment." "I told you," Moon said simply. Isabel had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Yes, well, given the circumstances of our first meeting, you can understand my skepticism. Besides, I started to believe you after a few attacks. She cleared her throat, her face coloring slightly at the memory. So what happened? You failed to awaken at the ceremony, but somehow awakened later? Moon had prepared this story. I awakened during my first sanctuary summoning. The environment there must have triggered something the awakening orb missed, or maybe the orb had a malfunction. I don't know. It was close enough to the truth to be believable. Isabel made notes in the system. And you've been in the first sanctuary for 3 months straight? That's extremely unusual for a new awakener. You would usually want to get back after the waiting period of 1 week is finished. Moon had prepared for this question. I lost track of time. The first sanctuary is disorienting. Days blend together when you're constantly moving and fighting to survive. Honestly, I didn't have much reason to rush back to Earth. It was true enough. He had lost track of time, just more dramatically than anyone would guess. And returning to homelessness wasn't exactly appealing. I see, Isabel said, making another note. And did you team up with anyone during your time there? Form any parties or join any groups? Moon shook his head. I stayed solo. Figured it was safer to rely on myself. I heard a lot of rumors about people luring new awakeners, then robbing, killing, or doing all kinds of weird things to them. Isabel nodded once again. That's true. These things are more frequent than people think. Moon deliberately omitted any mention of Celine, Derek's team, Gareth, the hidden realm, all of it. If Isabel tried to verify his story by cross-referencing with other awakeners, she'd find nothing. Solo awakeners were common enough, especially among new arrivals who were still figuring things out. Isabel's fingers paused over the keyboard, her eyes studying him with professional assessment. 3 months alone in the first sanctuary. That's remarkably survivalist of you. I'm good at surviving, Moon replied neutrally. She seemed to accept that, continuing with her questions. What level are you currently? 13. Her eyebrows rose again. 13. In 3 months. That's kind of slow. She typed it in. Any deaths during your time there? Yes, a few times. I don't know many exactly, though. Moon lied smoothly. These questions were not incrimination. It was virtually impossible for Isabel to know how many times Moon had died. Usually, these questions were only for data collection, but outliers were definitely looked at and focused on more than others that are merely treated as data. Isabel made more notes, asked a few more standard questions, his intentions for continued sanctuary exploration, and whether he planned to join a guild. Finally, she leaned back in her chair. All right, it's done. You can head to the reception to receive your badge. It'll be processed within the hour. Also, as you know, whenever you reach the next sanctuary, you must inform the Awakeners Association. It's mandatory registration for all second sanctuary entrants. Moon couldn't help the slight smirk that crossed his face. Why do you think I'm going to reach that? Most Awakeners die before they ever make it to the second sanctuary. Isabel's expression was unreadable. Just a hunch, she said, her tone suggesting she saw something in him that warranted the assumption. Then she gestured toward the door. Now get out. I have work to do. Moon stood, giving her a slight nod. Thank you for processing this quickly. Just don't make me regret it, Isabel replied, already turning her attention back to her computer. Moon left the office, closing the door quietly behind him. After Moon's footsteps faded down the corridor, Isabel sighed deeply and rubbed her temples. Something about his story doesn't add up, she thought, staring at the information on her screen. 3 months alone in the first sanctuary, only at level 13. He is hiding something. As much as she wanted to ask, she couldn't question him further without concrete evidence. His awakening was legitimate. The crystal had confirmed it. His level and class were verified. Everything else was circumstantial suspicion at best. Why is somebody like him registered under my jurisdiction? Isabel thought with growing frustration. I moved to this district specifically to avoid all the chaos my family wanted to place on me. A quiet administrative position where I could just live my life without politics or drama. And now she had a mysterious new awakener who'd literally spawned in her apartment and accidentally seen her naked. An awakener with a story that felt incomplete, with slow progression. "Hopefully, he doesn't cause me trouble," she muttered, turning her chair to stare out the window at the city beyond. At the reception, Moon received his badge from the woman at the desk. "Your first monthly payment will be made within the next few hours. Make sure you keep an eye on that. If you have any issues regarding that, come back here and we will sort it out." Moon nodded his head gratefully, storing his badge in his pockets. With the bureaucratic issues done, Moon made his way out of the Awakeners Association. A few hours had passed since Moon had received his badge. The monthly Awakener stipend had already flowed into his bank account, $10,000, standard rate for registered Awakeners regardless of level. It wasn't major wealth, but it was stability, giving Awakeners a breathing room. He'd decided to replace his old phone first. He purchased a mid-range model, nothing flashy, basic functions, and got it activated immediately. It had cost him about $500, which was decently priced. Then he made his second major decision, purchasing a membership to the trading center, one of the most prestigious exchange centers in the city. The trading center wasn't just a marketplace. It was the marketplace, a global network where Awakeners bought and sold sanctuary materials, information, and equipment. Membership wasn't cheap, requiring both upfront payment and monthly dues, but the benefits were substantial. Verified buyers, fair market prices, secure transactions, and most importantly, complete anonymity for high-value trades. Moon needed that anonymity. He had a level 20 winter beast corpse and days' worth of accumulated materials in his storage ring. Selling through legitimate channels meant taxes and records, but the trading center's privacy policies ensured his transactions wouldn't be flagged for unusual volume or value. This information would only be given to any major power if there was a compelling reason, such as an investigation into homicide and criminal records. Even the Awakeners Association couldn't force the trading center to give out the information on Awakeners trades. After all, the owner of the trading center was one of the few Fourth Sanctuary Awakeners, with powers that could topple countries. He completed the membership registration online, paying the initial fee of $2,000. His account was approved within the hour. As he navigated the application, Moon found himself reflecting on how much the world had changed since the collapse. After the apocalypse descended over 200 years ago, multiple nations had been completely wiped from existence, erased by rift breaks, overrun by monsters, their populations scattered or dead. The survivors had faced a choice: continue fighting amongst themselves or unite against the existential threat that had nearly ended humanity. They chose unity, or at least they chose consolidation. Politics wasn't completely removed, that would be impossible, but the old national boundaries had dissolved. The remaining powers reorganized themselves into four major superpowers, with a handful of weaker regional authorities operating under their protection or by themselves. The four major powerhouses of humanity were: the first major powerhouse is the United Terran Alliance, UTA, in which Moon is currently situated, consisting of the United States, Canada, Mexico, Central American nations, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and the Caribbean island nations. The capital is called New Avalon, formerly Washington, D.C., rebuilt and expanded. The UTA was known to be the richest in gate density and beast material resources among the four major powerhouses. The UTA controlled more active sanctuary gates per square kilometer than any other power, making it the primary source of raw materials and the wealthiest superpower by GDP. Their economy ran on sanctuary resources. The second major powerhouse is the Eastern Dawn Confederation, EDC, consisting of China, Japan, Korea, and neighboring Asian countries that had survived the collapse. The capital is called Tianlong Nexus, built on the ruins of Beijing and Shanghai, merged into a single megacity. The EDC is known for their ancient cultivation techniques merged with modern awakening systems and the highest population density. The EDC had successfully integrated pre-collapse martial traditions with sanctuary abilities, creating hybrid classes unique to their region. Their sheer numbers meant they produced more awakeners than any other power. The third major powerhouse is the Eternal Covenant, consisting of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and other surviving European nations. The capital is called Luminar City, built on unified ground between former Paris, Brussels, and Luxembourg. They are known for their most advanced gate research and magical theory. The Covenant's academic institutions led the world in understanding sanctuary mechanics, skill evolution, and the information about various beast clans. Their aristocratic awakener houses maintain significant political and economic influence, creating a semi-feudal power structure wrapped in modern bureaucracy. The last major powerhouse is the Sahara Dominion, consisting of Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, and other unified African nations. The capital is called Kingdom's Rest. Out of the four powerhouses, they were the youngest superpower but rapidly growing due to their large abundance of materials that had started emerging there. The Dominion had been underestimated initially, but their aggressive expansion into sanctuary territories and strategic control of Mediterranean gates had elevated them to nearly equal status with the older powers. They were hungry, ambitious, and unencumbered by the political baggage the other superpowers carried. Moon lived in New Avalon, the heart of the UTA. It meant he had access to the best sanctuary resources and the most active trading markets. It also meant more competition, more scrutiny, and more danger from the sheer density of high-level awakeners concentrated in one location. But for now, that worked in his favor. It was easier to disappear in a crowd than to stand out in isolation. His new phone buzzed with a notification. His trading center membership was fully activated. He could now access the marketplace. Moon allowed himself a small smile. He had already completed multiple goals he had set for the day. He had registered himself, gained new income stream, and signed up to the trading center. Arriving before the trading center building, it was massive. It was a large skyscraper filled with an abundance of items, information, and awakeners. Only the best of the best could enter the higher floors, whilst first sanctuary awakeners were limited to the first 10 floors. Still, these floors were filled with all kinds of wonders. Moon entered after scanning his card, and nodding at the guards standing outside the building. The guards were only first sanctuary awakeners, but Moon wasn't arrogant enough to believe that was it. This building housed materials that came from even the third sanctuary. Naturally, the stronger awakeners were hidden deeper inside. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The voice of a young man entered Moon's ears. The interior was professional and clean, with private booths lining the walls, each designed for discreet transactions. Security personnel stood at strategic positions, their presence subtle but effective. This wasn't the kind of place where people tried anything stupid. Moon looked at the attendant, probably in his mid-20s, wearing the trading center's standard uniform. "I want to trade in some materials from the first sanctuary." The young man nodded, his expression remaining professional without any scrutiny. "Of course, sir. Please follow me to a private room where we can properly evaluate your items." He led Moon down a corridor to one of the booths, gesturing for him to enter. The room was small but well-appointed, with a large table, evaluation equipment, and a terminal connected to the trading center's pricing database. "What would you like to trade in, sir?" the attendant asked, pulling up a form on the terminal. Moon kept his voice neutral, mainly an S-rank core, the beast's body, and some other cores and materials. The young man's fingers paused over the keyboard. His eyes widened with an expression of shock on his face. "S-rank core? Are you certain?" "Here," Moon said, reaching into his storage ring. The winter beast's core materialized on the table first, a sphere roughly the size of a fist, pulsing with frozen blue light. Ice patterns swirled within its depths, beautiful and deadly. This is the body, too. A massive body materialized on the floor even in death. The corpse took up most of the available space in the room. Finally, Moon withdrew one of the Arctic wolf corpses, which had the core intact in its body. Moon didn't bother to remove the core. The young man stared at the core, his professional composure cracking. That's definitely an S-rank core. Ice element incredibly pure. This could forge some of the best first-order weapons available in circulation. He looked up at Moon with undisguised awe. Core rankings were standardized across all four superpowers, based on both the level of the beast and the presence of elemental properties. The ranking of first-order cores, which was a symbol for cores gained in the first sanctuary, was the following. F-rank cores, below level 10. E-rank cores, level 10 to 15. D-rank cores, level 16 to 17. C-rank cores, level 18 to 19. B-rank cores, level 20 plus. A-rank cores, level 20 plus with a basic elemental affinity. S-rank cores, level 20 plus with a powerful elemental affinity. The winter beast had been level 20 with an incredibly potent ice element that had ruled an entire hidden realm. The attendant swallowed hard, his hands actually trembling slightly as he pulled out evaluation tools. Sir, this is extraordinarily rare. It must have been incredibly difficult to defeat this beast. It had its challenges, Moon replied, which was perhaps the understatement of the century, considering the living conditions and sacrifices he had to make to survive that realm. Cores served multiple purposes in the Awakener economy. They were primarily used to forge powerful weapons and armor. The core's energy could be integrated into equipment during creation, imbuing it with elemental properties and enhanced durability. A weapon forged with an S-rank ice core would be devastating, capable of freezing opponents on contact and dealing damage far beyond what normal first-order equipment could achieve. They were also powerful energy sources. Guilds used high-rank cores to power defensive arrays around their bases. Research facilities used them to fuel experiments. Wealthy Awakeners could even consume refined core essence to temporarily boost their abilities, though the process was expensive and dangerous. An S-rank core represented wealth, power, and opportunity all into a single object. The attendant carefully scanned the core with his evaluation device, the numbers on his terminal climbing steadily. His expression grew more shocked with each reading. The purity is really high on the charts. I've never seen readings this high on a first-order core. It's comparable to some mid-tier second-order elemental cores, the supervisor muttered, his eyes fixed on the evaluation terminal. He worked through the assessment process, despite his obvious excitement. His fingers moved across the terminal, cross-referencing market values, checking recent sales of comparable items, and running calculations. Finally, he looked up at Moon. Based on the purity of the element, its power, and the level of the core, the trading center values it at $1 million for the core alone. He gestured to the winter beast's body, the Arctic wolf corpse and others that Moon was selling. As for the body and other materials, we can offer you a total of $500,000. Of course, we can also pay you in weaker cores if you'd prefer. Moon shook his head. Money works fine with me. We have a deal. The young salesman's face brightened considerably. A commission on a transaction this large would be substantial for him and potentially open up doors for him. Excellent. Let me get everything sorted. He paused, his professional demeanor softening slightly. Would you like anything to drink while I process this? Moon considered for a moment. Water is fine. The salesman opened a small refrigerator built into the underside of his table and retrieved a bottle of chilled water, handing it to Moon with a smile. Then he turned back to his terminal, fingers running across the keyboard as he initiated the transfer protocols. Moon sipped the water slowly, watching the young man work. $1,500,000 was more money than he'd ever thought he could possess in his life. More than his parents had saved before they died. More than he could have earned in decades working his old sales job. 5 minutes later, the young man looked up with satisfaction. The transfer has been initiated. Please allow a few hours for it to reach your account. There are security protocols for transactions over $1 million. Understood, Moon replied. The salesman hesitated for a moment before asking, not to be intruding, but have you undergone your first-class evolution yet? Sir? Moon shook his head. Not yet. Class evolutions occurred around level 25, when Awakeners had accumulated enough experience and understanding of their abilities to push their class to the next tier, granting them new, powerful skills. It was a transformative process that significantly enhanced power. The young man nodded briefly, then opened a drawer in his table and retrieved a golden card embossed with the trading center's logo. Since you've completed such a significant transaction, I'm glad to offer you this VIP membership card. It grants you access to the first 10 floors of our facility, and other benefits such as discounts, priority selling, and auction invitations. He held it out to Moon. You'll also be able to purchase more precious materials, items, equipment, and various other necessities. These are premium goods not available to standard members. He paused, adding the standard disclaimer. Do note that items purchased here cannot be brought into the first sanctuary unless you've already been recognized by the system and entered through the summoning process. The sanctuary gates will reject foreign objects. The salesman was repeating the information to ensure that the person before him didn't give any of their close friends or relatives a weapon they bought to use in the first sanctuary. It had happened many times before and still happens to this day, albeit rarely. Moon took the card, examining it briefly. 10 floors of premium goods meant access to high-quality equipment, rare materials, information databases, and probably exclusive services he hadn't even considered yet. I appreciate it, Moon said, pocketing the card. Thank you for your business, sir. If you need anything else in the future, please don't hesitate to return. The salesman stood, offering a respectful bow. Moon stood as well, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, and left the private room. Moon started making his way to an appointment he had made with a real estate agent earlier in the morning. Although he wanted to purchase some equipment, Moon decided to delay it. After viewing several houses and apartments scattered across different districts, Moon settled on a cozy one-bedroom flat located in a popular residential building in the city's safer quarter. He didn't cheap out. This was where he'd be living, even if only temporarily, and he needed somewhere secure and comfortable. The security was excellent. The building employed First Sanctuary Awakeners as guards, cameras covered every entrance and corridor, and most importantly, a second Sanctuary Awakener resided on the top floor. That presence alone would deter most threats, at least until Moon grew strong enough to handle problems himself. Moon signed the documents and agreed to the monthly rate of $20,000. It wasn't cheap, not at all. A standard Awakener's monthly allowance only amounted to $10,000, though most supplemented that income through hunting and selling materials. Still, $20,000 per month was steep enough that many Awakeners simply couldn't afford it. But with the $1.5 million he'd just earned, paying the $20,000 rent plus the $20,000 security deposit barely registered, $40,000 transferred without hesitation. The agent handed him the keys with a professional smile. Welcome to Silver Point Residences, Mr. Outlaw. The apartment itself was on the 8th floor. Clean lines, modern fixtures, and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the city skyline. The bedroom was modest but comfortable in size, the kitchen was filled with appliances, and the bathroom was updated. Furniture came included, of course. A bed, couch, table, basic necessities. Nothing luxurious, but everything he needed. Moon set his few belongings down and allowed himself a moment to simply stand in his new space, taking it in. Then he locked the door and headed back out. Moon made his way back to the trading center. He'd decided to purchase equipment here rather than waiting to buy in the first sanctuary. Although the trading center maintained branches within the sanctuary itself, Moon wanted to handle it now. He had time, money, and no pressing obligations. Better to be properly equipped before his next trip rather than scrambling to gear up. The golden VIP card granted him access to all first sanctuary floors, and an elevator carried him upward into the restricted sections where premium goods were sold. Inside, Moon began exploring the floors, his VIP card granting him access to increasingly exclusive merchandise. The rarity and effectiveness of the items increased dramatically as he ascended. What started as decent equipment on the first floor evolved into exceptional gear by the 5th. Moon made it to the 5th floor before the prices shot into the late hundreds of thousands per item. A single sword costs $600,000. A piece of armor, $400,000. The quality was undeniable, but spending that kind of money on individual pieces would drain his resources too quickly. He decided to stop there and focus on strategic purchases rather than chasing the absolute best. After careful consideration, Moon selected 4 items. Spatial storage ring. Order first. Rank B. Details. An enchanted ring containing a dimensional pocket with 5 by 5 by 5 meters of internal space. Items stored within are preserved in stasis, preventing decay or degradation. Approximately 10 times larger than standard-issue storage rings. Price: $150,000. His current storage ring has been emptied, but that doesn't mean it won't get full in the future. This upgrade would give him room for materials, equipment, emergency supplies, and anything else he might acquire. The B-rank classification among first-order items marked it as high quality. Most Awakeners may do with D-rank storage rings. Cloak of the two extremes. Order first. Rank: B+. Details: a weatherproof cloak woven with enchanted fibers that regulate temperature. Protects the wearer from extreme heat and extreme cold, maintaining comfortable body temperature in hostile environments. Minor physical damage resistance. Self-repairing enchantment from the user's mana when not in combat. +5 Constitution. Price: $220,000. After 3 months in a frozen hell, Moon wasn't taking chances with environmental hazards again. This cloak would protect him well. Shadow Steel Dagger. Order first. Rank: C. Details: a combat dagger forged from shadow steel alloy. Exceptionally sharp, highly durable. Edge maintains sharpness indefinitely through self-regenerating enchantment. Balanced for both throwing and close-quarters combat. +2 Strength. Price: $70,000. Moon was primarily a ranged fighter due to the nature of his class, but the Winter Beast had taught him the danger of being caught without options. A reliable melee weapon could save his life if enemies closed the distance. Staff of Elemental Resonance. Order first. Rank: B+. Details: a reinforced combat staff crafted from mystic wood and C-rank elemental cores. Reduces spell cooldowns by 10%. Enhances elemental channeling efficiency, allowing for smoother mana flow and more stable spell formation. Reinforced construction permits use as a polearm in melee combat. Attunes to wielder's primary elements over time. +5 mana. Price: $350,000. This was his most expensive purchase. The cooldown reduction alone made it valuable, but the improved channeling would make his already formidable elemental attacks even more deadly. And if something tried to get close, he could use it to keep them at bay. Moon gathered the 4 items and made his way to the checkout counter. A saleswoman looked up from her terminal as he approached. She was in her mid-30s, wearing a white shirt, a tight long skirt that highlighted her mature curves, and black stockings. "Good afternoon, sir. Will these be all your purchases today?" the saleswoman said, a soft smile on her face. Moon set the items on the counter. "Yes." She began scanning each piece, her eye evaluating them with approval. Excellent selections. The spatial ring and the staff of elemental resonance are particularly popular among powerful mages. She glanced at his VIP card as she processed the transaction. "You have very good taste for equipment synergy." "Thanks," Moon replied. She tallied the total. "That comes to $790,000. With your discount of 5%, the total will come down to $750,000. She looked up. "How would you like to pay?" "Bank, of course." Her fingers flew across the keyboard. "Please authorize the transaction on your device." Moon pulled out his phone, confirmed the transfer, and watched as the amount was deducted from his account. Remaining balance: $718,000. After the $40,000 for the apartment and now the for equipment, he was well under $1 million. It was still enough to live comfortably for years without working again if he was careful, or enough to fund better items. Moon didn't do that. Those items were more than sufficient for him in the first sanctuary. He still needed to save up some more money for his possible ascension to the second sanctuary at some point. Moon slipped the new spatial ring onto his finger, feeling the dimensional pocket connect to his consciousness. The space was vast compared to his old ring. It was almost 5 times the size. "Thank you for your business, Mr. Outlaw. Please don't hesitate to return when you need additional equipment." She smiled professionally. Moon simply nodded and headed for the exit. The guard stationed on the floor nodded in respect towards him. Not many could afford to do what Moon was doing. After leaving the trading center, Moon's stomach grumbled. Grumble? Moon's face flushed slightly as a nearby woman chuckled at the sound. He hadn't eaten anything substantial since returning to Earth, just some cheap convenience store food he had picked up on the way to the Awakeners Association. His body, powerful though it was, still needed proper fuel. He decided to find a restaurant. Walking back toward his apartment, Moon spotted a place about a kilometer away. It was on his route home anyway, so he decided to try it out. The establishment looked decent. It was clean, moderately priced, the kind of place that catered to both civilians and low-level Awakeners. Inside, the menu offered a variety of meals. Moon selected something simple, rice with Grade 1 beef. Grade 1 meant the meat came from a first sanctuary beast, processed and prepared to be safe for civilian consumption while retaining enhanced nutritional value. It was more expensive than regular beef, but worth it for the benefits. He sat at a table near the window, his food arriving quickly. The first bite felt incredible, especially after 3 months of monster meat cooked over questionable fires. The food was well prepared and seasoned, something that he didn't have the luxury to eat in the hidden realm. Moon ate peacefully, savoring the normalcy of it all. His peace was interrupted when alarms started blaring across the entire area. Warning: a rift is opening within the vicinity. Evacuate the immediate area. The sound cut through the restaurant like a knife. Most conversations died instantly as fear settled in everyone's hearts. Civilians looked up in confusion and mounting terror. Moon's body tensed, hearing the announcement. The city had centers that focused on nothing but detecting fluctuations in space throughout the city. Unfortunately, the announcements are always during the opening of these rifts, so no Awakeners could be sent prior to the arrival. Still, the announcements reduced deaths even if it was by little. Before he could even stand, space tore open directly outside the restaurant. A rift materialized outside, connecting Earth to the sanctuary. It manifested in the middle of the street. Purple and black energy crackled around its edges as it stabilized before limbs started to appear. "Oh, shit," Moon muttered, a sigh escaping his mouth. He looked at his unfinished food, then at the rift, before cursing inaudibly. "I paid a few $1,000s for this." Roar. Monsters immediately started flooding through. The first to come out were multiple forest bears. They were massive creatures standing over 2 meters tall, their brown fur matted and wild, their eyes burning with mindless hunger. They poured out of the rift in a steady stream, spreading chaos across the street. A man who'd been eating at the table next to Moon's moments earlier bolted for the door, trying to escape. The bear caught him instantly with its powerful claws. "Ah, leave me alone. Help. Please, I have children to come ba." The creature's jaws closed around the man's torso, lifting him off the ground. His scream cut off abruptly as teeth pierced through flesh and bone. Blood sprayed across the pavement as a result. Moon's expression darkened at the scene. Forest bear. Level 13. Details: the most common type of bear in forested sanctuary zones. It has no elemental affinity. They are the weakest of their species, known for their physical strength and durability. Reading through the information, Moon felt relief cut through his tension. The rift wasn't catastrophic. Luckily, level 13 beasts were dangerous to civilians and low-level Awakeners, but not to him. He could handle this. Multiple bears had already started making their way into the restaurant, drawn by the screams and the scent of trapped prey. Civilians inside panicked, their voices rising in desperate pleas. "Someone help. Where are the Awakeners? Please, somebody do something." A bear crashed through the front window, breaking the reinforced glass without any resistance. Shards scattered across the restaurant, hitting some civilians, injuring them lightly. Now inside, the massive beast was filling the doorway. Its eyes locked onto Moon, and it charged. "Roa!" Before the bear could roar fully, the sound of an explosion filled the restaurant. Boom! Fire erupted from Moon's palm, a compressed fireball that struck the bear directly in the face. The explosion consumed its head entirely, the creature dropping mid-charge and sliding across the floor before it crashed against Moon's table. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. Moon's eyebrows rose at the number. Only 40 lives? He'd expected at least 70, based on what he'd been gaining in the hidden realm from lower-level creatures. The beasts were probably stronger, and maybe hidden realms just provide more, Moon thought. Before he could think about it further, 2 additional bears charged through the broken window, their roars shaking the restaurant. Within moments, they were directly at point-blank range. Just a few meters away from Moon. "Be careful." A woman's scream echoed through the room. She covered her eyes, certain she was about to witness Moon being torn apart by the approaching claws. Moon's staff materialized in his hand from his storage ring. He moved fluidly, intercepting both attacks with the reinforced wood. The impacts resonated through his arms, but his strength held firm. "It's rude to interrupt a thinking man," he muttered. He kicked the first bear, his strength sending it stumbling backward despite its mass. Freeing his staff from the second bear's claws, he struck it across the head with a devastating blow that left it dazed and disoriented. An earth spike erupted from the floor, piercing through the stunned bear's throat. It collapsed with a gurgling roar, blood pooling beneath it. The first bear tried to use that moment to attack Moon from behind, but a fireball consumed its face before it could close the distance, just like its predecessor. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." The scene shocked everyone present in the restaurant. The seemingly weak young man was apparently a strong awakener. 3 bears down in less than 20 seconds. Moon surveyed the restaurant. Civilians were pressed against the far wall, staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to hope. Outside, more bears were rampaging through the street, attacking anyone who couldn't escape fast enough. And the rift was still open, still spilling more creatures into the city. Moon's grip tightened on his staff. He'd wanted a peaceful meal, wanted one moment of normalcy after everything he'd been through. Apparently, the monsters had other plans. "Stay inside," Moon said to the civilians, his voice calm. "Don't go near the windows." He walked toward the broken entrance, his staff in his right hand. Now that he was outside the restaurant, Moon was able to witness the full scale of carnage around him. Multiple human corpses littered the street, torn apart and scattered across the pavement. Some were missing limbs. Others were barely recognizable as human. Blood streamed down the road like a river, pooling in the gutters, staining everything it touched. Screams of civilians filled the area, desperate and terrified, but they were mostly masked by the roars of the bears that hunted them. Moon spotted a few awakeners nearby, engaged in combat. They fought desperately, barely able to handle the beasts. One man with a sword managed to hold off 2 bears simultaneously, but he was struggling, his movements growing slower, more defensive, bleeding from multiple wounds. A woman with ice magic kept a single bear at bay, but she was visibly exhausted, her spells weakening with each cast. They were outmatched and outnumbered, the perfect recipe for disaster. Moon's heart tightened, his mind drifting unbidden to a memory he'd tried to bury. His parents had died in a rift breakage just like this one. 2 years ago, a random portal opened in their district. By the time the proper response teams arrived, his parents were already gone, torn apart. There was nothing left to even bury properly. Moon had been at school when it happened. He'd been powerless then, unable to do anything but cry like a child. Fire began forming at the tip of his staff, gathering and compressing until it grew to the size of a basketball. The flames roiled, blue-white at the core where the heat was most intense. Moon's eyes locked onto a bear that had cornered a man against a storefront. The creature reared back, preparing to bring its massive paw down in a killing blow. Moon released the fireball. It streaked across the distance like a meteor, striking the bear squarely in the side. The explosion engulfed the beast entirely, flames washing over its body with devastating intensity. The bear didn't even have time to roar, it simply collapsed, charred and dead. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." The man on the ground stared at his savior with wide, shocked eyes. He was middle-aged, his clothes torn, his face pale with terror. "Thank you," he managed to stammer, his voice shaking. "Thank you so much." Moon didn't respond. He was already scanning for the next target. The man scrambled to his feet and ran, disappearing into an alley and away from the carnage. Moon stepped further into the street, his staff held ready, fire gathering once more. After killing the bear directly in front of the whole horde, multiple pairs of eyes snapped toward him, filled with killing intent and primal fury. As if sharing a collective thought, close to 6 bears dropped what they were doing, abandoned their prey, ignored the fleeing civilians, and turned their full attention toward Moon. Moon flashed them a cold grin. "It seems like you miss your companion a little too much. Why don't I reunite you all? In hell?" The bears, as if understanding his words, grew even more furious. They charged as one, their roars shaking the air, their massive bodies closing the distance with terrifying speed. Moon was now the only awakener in the immediate vicinity, making him their primary target. The other awakeners had retreated or were engaged elsewhere. Civilians ran for their lives, not even looking back to see if Moon would survive. Inside the restaurant, the people who'd witnessed his earlier display watched through the broken window with mounting worry. "Hey, do you think he will survive? If he doesn't, we will be next," the woman asked, a look of concern and worry etched on her face. The man beside her shook his head, a frown plastered deep into his face. "I don't know. He's strong, clearly skilled, but against a whole horde of monsters pouring out of that rift, I don't think he'll last." He gestured toward the still active portal. "Especially since he doesn't appear to be a second sanctuary awakener, just first sanctuary. He's at most 18 years old, from the look of him." His expression grew somber. "It's a pity if he dies. He seems really talented and could be a powerhouse reaching second or third sanctuary at some point in his life." The woman clutched her hands together, unable to look away from the scene unfolding in the street. They couldn't even escape because the fight was happening directly outside the entrance. Outside, Moon stood his ground as 6 bears bore down on him. His staff shifted in his grip, settling into a comfortable stance. Fire continued to gather at its tip, growing larger, more volatile. His other hand channeled earth magic, feeling the stone beneath the street, ready to reshape it at a moment's notice. 6 Forces bears at level 13 to 14. Against most awakeners in the first sanctuary, that would be overwhelming. But Moon wasn't most awakeners. He'd fought level 15 Arctic wolves, survived a level 20 winter beast, even at a massive disadvantage, and killed dozens of monsters in a frozen hellscape where death meant permanent erasure. These bears were strong, dangerous, and certainly deadly to civilians and average awakeners. To him, they were just experience points waiting to be collected, and lives waiting to be claimed to evolve his skills. The first bear reached him, claws extended, jaws wide, ready to tear him apart. Moon moved, his staff sweeping low as he consecutively channeled earth magic. Stone erupted from the ground in sharp spikes, impaling the bear's front legs and stopping its charge instantly. Howl! Pain erupted across its body from the harm Moon had inflicted, but Moon wasn't finished. He followed up his strike with fire immediately, sending a powerful blast that struck the bear's torso, silencing its cries permanently. "You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives." The second and third bears came from different angles, trying to flank him as he finished their companion. Moon spun, his high agility making the movement fluid. Water gathered in his left hand as he formed a barrier. The liquid formed a defensive wall that caught one bear's claws, redirecting the force harmlessly aside. His staff struck the other bear across the snout with enough force to crack bone, stunning it long enough for Moon to follow up with a fire blast at point-blank range. Crack! You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. The remaining 4 bears hesitated, their primitive intelligence recognizing the threat despite their rage. Moon didn't give them time to regroup. He slammed his staff into the ground. Earth magic surged through the pavement, and multiple constructs erupted from beneath. Stone pillars that rose and curved inward like grasping fingers, restricting the bear's movements and pinning them in place. Moon then raised his staff, fire gathering at its tip, preparing to finish them, before a guttural noise interrupted him. Roar! A powerful beast bellowed with rage. Its roar shook the earth itself, ripping across the air through the street like thunder, stunning everyone who heard it. The sound was different from the others. It was deeper, more primal, carrying a menace that made Moon's instincts scream danger. The sound reverberated through his chest, making his heart skip a beat for a brief moment. Moon's eyes darted toward the source. A bear twice the size of the others had emerged from the rift as Moon was slaughtering the weaker bears. It was massive, easily 4 meters tall at the shoulder, its body adorned with dense muscle beneath dark brown fur. Each step it took shook the ground. A car in its path was crushed like a tin can beneath its paw, metal crumpling and glass exploding as the vehicle was reduced to scrap. The creature's eyes burned with malice far beyond its lesser kin, and every bear in the vicinity stopped what they were doing, turning toward it with something that looked disturbingly like reverence. Inside the restaurant, the woman and the man who'd been watching Moon's battle both lost control of their bladders, terror overwhelming every other sensation. Neither even noticed the warmth spreading down their legs. The presence of this creature was so overwhelming that conscious thought became difficult. We're going to die, we're dead. We're all dead, the woman whispered, her voice hollow. Moon pulled up the creature's status with a thought. Forest grizzly bear. Level 20. Details. An evolved specimen that transcended the limits that normal forest bears are bottlenecked by. Its physical capabilities far exceed its peers, with denser muscle tissue and a reinforced skeletal structure. Recognized and respected by lesser bears as a natural alpha, it commands instinctive obedience from its kind. Moon's jaw clenched at the sight. The beast before him was powerful, really powerful. It was at the same level as the winter beast. I wonder how many lives you will give me. Maybe 3 figures? Let's hope so. Evolving skills is expensive after all. Moon muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, inside the Awakeners Association headquarters, chaos reigned. How are you telling me there are no Awakeners there yet? This is a rift in the middle of the damn city. A residential district. Isabel's voice cut through the operations room frantically. The receptionist stood before her desk, pale-faced and trembling. Manager, there are none near the area. The closest response team is estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. By then, the casualties will reach hundreds if not thousands. Isabel slammed her hand on the desk, the impact cracking the wood. Her strength leaked through despite her attempt at control. She took a breath, forcing herself to think rather than rage. 10 minutes was equivalent to an eternity when civilians were dying every second. The system had failed, Awakeners positioned in the wrong districts, response protocols too slow, too far. It was also part of her mistake. She had sent most of the available Awakeners on missions to clear out monsters outside the city, but failed to keep some for emergencies. Her father would have handled this better. But she'd left all that behind, fled to this administrative position to escape their expectations. And now people were paying the price for her mistakes. I'm going there myself. She moved toward the door, already pulling up her status mentally. Keep me in contact. Coordinate the response teams to follow my position. Manager, you can't. Rebecca started. That's an order. Isabel snapped, not breaking stride. She burst through the building's main entrance at a run, her body already channeling mana, preparing for combat. 10 minutes was too long. But maybe she could buy those 10 minutes. She could try to save at least some of them. Her mind flashed unbidden to Moon, the strange awakener with the impossible story, the one who'd materialized in her apartment, the one who'd registered today with suspiciously high power for his claimed experience. He'd mentioned living near that district. Silver Point residences, less than 2 kilometers from the rift location, according to her mental map. Moon locked eyes with the forest grizzly bear. It was, without a doubt, a powerful beast. An A-tier first sanctuary creature, apex predators that sat just below boss-level entities. Even experienced awakeners approached such creatures with full teams and careful preparation. Only the strongest in the first sanctuary could take on such a powerful beast without worrying. The grizzly moved first, closing the distance with deceptive speed for something so massive. His paw came down like a hammer, aiming to crush Moon into the pavement. Moon rolled aside, the impact cratering the street where he'd stood. Concrete exploded outward, chunks of debris pelting his cloak. Moon retaliated immediately, launching a compressed fireball at point-blank range. The grizzly twisted, taking the hit on its shoulder rather than its face. Fur burned away, flesh charred, but the creature didn't even flinch. It backhanded Moon with its other paw, the blow catching his hastily raised earth barrier. The barrier shattered. The force sent Moon sliding backwards, his boots leaving trails in the blood-slicked pavement. The smart Moon realized, it won't take direct hits if it can avoid them. The creature was defending intelligently, using its massive body to shield vital areas, minimizing damage from Moon's attacks. And when Moon's attacks did land cleanly, the grizzly was injured. Burns appeared, blood flowed, but it was not enough to slow it down. Then the 4 bears he'd trapped earlier broke free from their stone restraints, joining their alpha in the assault. Moon's expression hardened. He couldn't fight defensively anymore, not against 5 opponents with 1 at level 20. His staff spun in his hands, fire erupted from the tip, before erupting as a continuous stream that swept across the charging bears. The flames washed over them, overwhelming their attempts to dodge or defend. Moon didn't stop. He immediately used their attempts at patting the fire to release 4 fireballs towards them. Boom, boom, boom. 4 consecutive explosions found their marks. The bears died almost instantly, reduced to charred corpses before they could close half the distance. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. You have reached level 16. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 55 lives. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 45 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. Moon felt the subtle surge of power as his level increased. The grizzly didn't give him time to appreciate it. It charged through the flames surrounding the corpses of its fallen subordinates, using the moment Moon was distracted by notifications to close the gap. Moon barely got his staff up in time. The grizzly's claws struck the reinforced wood with enough force to tear through metal. Moon's strength held, but he was driven backwards, his feet carving furrows through concrete. The creature pressed its advantage, attacking relentlessly. Each strike was powerful enough to shatter Moon's hastily constructed earth walls, though not overwhelmingly so he could still defend, still create space, and most importantly still survive. Moon spun his staff, deflecting a claw swipe that would have torn through his ribs. The impact jarred his arms, the force translating through reinforced wood into his bones. His strength held, but he could feel the strain accumulating. The grizzly didn't relent. It swung its other paw in a devastating backhand that Moon couldn't fully block. He raised an earth barrier. The stone erupted from the ground in a thick wall, but the grizzly's strength shattered it. Fragments pelted Moon as he dove backward, creating distance. A razor-sharp piece of stone cut across his cheek, drawing blood. He retaliated with fire, a concentrated stream that washed over the grizzly's face. The creature roared, turning its head to protect its remaining eye, but continued advancing through the flames. Its thick hide and dense muscle mass absorbed punishment that would have killed lesser beasts 10 times over. Seeing its durable body, Moon switched tactics. Water gathered in his free hand, not as an attack but as a binding. He threw it forward, the liquid expanding mid-flight into a massive sphere that engulfed the grizzly's head. The creature thrashed, unable to breathe, clawing at the water prison around its face. Moon immediately followed with wind. A compressed blade of air struck the water sphere from the side, flash freezing it through rapid evaporation and pressure changes. The grizzly's head was now encased in a shell of ice. It wouldn't hold for long. The creature's body heat was already cracking the ice from within, but it gave Moon precious seconds. He channeled earth magic into the ground beneath the grizzly's feet. Stone hands erupted from the pavement, gripping the creature's legs, holding it in place. Then Moon poured everything into the fire. His staff blazed with power as he channeled his most concentrated attack yet. The fireball that formed at the tip was different from his previous attacks. It was compressed to the point of near instability, burning blue-white at its core, containing enough thermal energy to melt steel. The grizzly shattered the ice around its head with a violent shake. It saw the attack coming, tried to break free from the stone restraints, but the earth's hands held just long enough. Moon released the fireball. It struck the grizzly center mass, detonating with explosive force that shook every building within 100 meters. The shockwave blew out windows, set off car alarms, and knocked civilians who'd been watching from balconies back into their apartments. Fire washed over the grizzly in a tidal wave of heat and force. The creature's roar was drowned out by the explosion, consumed by the sound of its own flesh burning. When the flames finally dispersed, smoke rising thick into the air, the grizzly was still standing. But it was finished. His fur was gone, burned away entirely. His flesh was charred black, cracked and weeping. One leg had buckled, no longer able to support its weight. Both eyes were ruined, cooked in their sockets by the intense heat. The creature swayed, its massive body fighting to remain upright through sheer stubborn will. Moon didn't give it the chance to recover. He formed one more fireball, smaller this time. His mana reserves dangerously low and sent it into the grizzly's open mouth as the beast tried to roar one final time. The explosion blew out from inside, ending it instantly. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that cracked the pavement beneath it. You have killed a level 20 forest grizzly bear. You have gained 600 lives. You have reached level 17. Moon stood over the corpse, his breathing stable, his mana reserves still substantial. The fight had been intense but not draining. His epic rank skill made his spells far more efficient than they should be, and the staff of elemental resonance reduced his consumption further. The grizzly was dead, and through the rift behind him, Moon could see more bears beginning to emerge from the swirling portal. They're just going to keep pouring in, Moon thought as he surveyed the area. He could keep fighting. Each bear represented money when he sold their materials, an experience that pushed him toward his next level, and lives that accumulated through his Grim Reaper talent. The longer he fought, the more he gained. But standing here, playing defense in a residential street while civilians watched, that was inefficient. After a moment of consideration, Moon made his decision. He began to walk towards the portal. The civilians who'd witnessed his victory against the massive grizzly had grown confident in the young awakener's power. With no bears currently in the street, they rushed from their hiding places emerging from shops, apartments, and alleyways. "Thank you. You saved our lives. We thought we were dead. That was incredible." Their grateful words fell on deaf ears as Moon approached the rift without breaking stride. His staff held ready and disappeared entirely into the swirling energy. The crowd fell silent, shock rippling through them. They'd assumed he was inspecting the portal, checking if it was stable, doing something reasonable. But to actually enter it, alone? Nobody had expected that. "Wait," the young woman from the restaurant said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "Did he just enter a rift? Alone?" Isabel arrived moments later, her high speed having carried her across the city in record time. She pushed through the gathered crowd without ceremony. "Move! What are you doing near the rift? It's dangerous." Her voice carried authority that sent civilians scattering backwards immediately. She reached the portal's perimeter, her body tense and ready for combat, scanning for threats. But there were no bears in the immediate area. Just corpses, dozens of them, scattered across the blood-soaked street. The massive grizzly's body dominated the scene, its charred remains testament to the battle that had occurred. Isabel's eyes fixed on the rift itself. Still active, its energy swirling, but no creatures were emerging. Someone was inside. The Awakener response team must have arrived before her and already entered to clear the rift from the source. She sighed in relief, some of the tension draining from her shoulders. Thank God. Finally. Took them long enough to arrive. With the rift now occupied by Awakeners, no more beasts could leave. Isabel's gaze swept the carnage again, her mind processing the scene. There were surprisingly few civilian deaths, maybe a dozen, given the body parts scattered around. This should have been worse, much worse. In her mind, a rift this powerful, spawning level 20 creatures, in a residential district, should have caused the casualties to reach hundreds easily. The portal was classified as a first-order B-rank portal, the kind of breakage that required full first-order response teams. She turned to the nearest person, a middle-aged man still clutching a briefcase. His clothes splattered with blood that wasn't his own. What happened here? The man blinked, seeming to come out of shock. Bears started to come out of that rift immediately after its appearance, attacking everyone in their sight. It was chaos. Who contained the beasts? I see many corpses littering the floor. The man looked confused. It was a young kid, maybe 18 or slightly older. He had a staff, used fire and earth magic. He killed everything. Even that. He gestured to the grizzly's corpse. Isabel's blood ran cold. One awakener? Are you certain? Yeah. Just him. He fought all of them alone. Was incredible. Must be a second sanctuary awakener to be that strong, right? Isabel nodded. A second sanctuary awakener would make sense for this level of carnage. But they are rare, valuable, and busy. Perhaps it was a traveling second sanctuary awakener who managed to help in time. What did he look like? Average height, dark hair, wearing a cloak, had a wooden staff, young face. Before Isabel could process this, voices appeared behind her. Manager, this is Response Team 7. We've arrived at the location. Isabel turned toward the approaching team, 5 awakeners in standard combat gear, weapons drawn. You cleared the rift so quickly? Isabel asked, confusion evident in her voice. The timeline didn't make sense. The team leader, a man in his 30s with a scar across his jaw, looked equally confused. What are you talking about, manager? We just arrived. Haven't entered yet. Isabel's eyes snapped back to the portal, still occupied by whoever had gone inside. Horror dawned on her face as understanding crashed down. Who entered the rift? She demanded, whirling back to the man she'd been questioning. The young man, he replied, pointing at the portal. The one who killed all the bears. He walked right in maybe 2 minutes ago. Isabel stared at the rift, her composure cracking. Someone had entered a B-rank first-order rift. Alone. A rift spawning level 20 creatures. Without backup or support. Isabel had already dismissed the possibility of the awakener being from the second sanctuary. Being young didn't necessarily exclude someone from reaching that tier. History had its share of prodigies who'd ascended before their 20s. But there was something no human had ever been able to circumvent. A fundamental law enforced by the sanctuary system itself. Second sanctuary awakeners couldn't enter first sanctuary rifts or the first sanctuary itself. The dimensional barriers rejected them. Their enhanced bodies and evolved classes were incompatible with lower-order spaces. It was an absolute restriction. Rifts spawning beasts at level 25 and below were classified as first sanctuary rifts, and only first sanctuary awakeners could clear them. Which meant whoever had just walked into that portal was a young awakener of the first sanctuary, powerful beyond reason for their tier, and apparently insane enough to enter an B-rank rift alone. Isabel's hands clenched into fists. Get me a direct line to headquarters, now. Someone find out who that awakener was. Inside the rift, Moon found himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. Massive trees stretched overhead, their trunks scarred with claw marks that ran deep into the wood. They were territorial markings left by generations of bears. The bark had been stripped away in places, revealing pale wood underneath where the creatures had sharpened their claws. The ground was worn smooth along specific paths, packed dirt trails created by countless paws traveling the same routes repeatedly. These paths branched out like veins through the forest, connecting different areas of the habitat. Bones littered the clearings between trees, different creatures of various shapes and sizes that had fallen prey to the bears. Some were fresh, still carrying scraps of meat. Others were old, bleached white by time and weather. Large earthen dens had been dug into hillsides and beneath exposed root systems, their entrances wide enough to accommodate the bear's bulk. A stream cut through the territory, its banks churned to mud by heavy traffic. Fish bones and scales scattered along the water's edge marked it as a primary food source. And surrounding Moon, drawn by his sudden appearance in their domain, were nearly 15 bears. They ranged from level 13 to 15. Their eyes locked onto the intruder with unmistakable malicious intent. Growls rumbled from their chests in warning. "All right then, let's see what you've got." Moon raised his staff as the 15 bears spread out, encircling him. Fire gathered at the staff's tip. The nearest bear charged. It was a level 14 with a scarred muzzle and eyes burning with fury. Moon released his spell, sending carnage towards the charging beast. Boom! The fireball caught it mid-stride, flames washing over its head and chest. The creature's roar cut off as it collapsed, smoke rising from charred fur. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. 2 more bears lunged from different angles. Moon spun, his staff sweeping low. Earth erupted beneath one bear's paws, stone spikes impaling its legs. Growl. With the first trapped temporarily, the second got closer with its claws extended to deal a fatal blow. Moon's staff held firm against its jaw, the impact reverberating through reinforced wood. He followed up with a fireball at point-blank range. Boom! You have killed a level 15 forest bear. You have gained 50 lives. The trapped one was still struggling. Moon ended it with another fireball. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. Only 12 out of the 15 circling him were left alive. Soon enough, that number would reach 0. They came all at once, not giving him a chance to finish them off. They had tested him as a threat. Now it was time for aggression. Moon unleashed fire in a sweeping arc, the flames cutting through multiple targets. 3 bears caught in the blast, their fur igniting instantly. They rolled, trying to extinguish themselves, but Moon's fire clung like napalm. You have killed a level 14 forest bear. You have gained 40 lives. You have killed a level 13 forest bear. You have gained 35 lives. You have killed a level 15 forest bear. You have gained 55 lives. By killing 3 of the bears with one attack, only 9 remained. Although that was great news, the fire was spreading fast in the jungle. Whether it was dry leaves, dead wood, or all kinds of inflammable materials, they caught fire. The trees with their stripped bark caught it rather quickly, flames climbing toward the canopy. Smoke began to fill the air, a thick cloud of smoke that even Moon started choking. Shit! Due to the smoke, Moon couldn't see properly. The bears were shadows moving through smoke, using the chaos to close the distance. Claws raked across his cloak. The enchanted fabric had absorbed most of the impact, but Moon felt the pressure and felt how close that attack had been to injuring him. He retaliated, sending an attack hurling in the direction of the bear attack. Unfortunately, it was a miss. The bear was already gone, circling around with its crew. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Moon switched elements immediately. He wanted to level the field once again to make it more favorable. Water gathered in his hands, and he sent it outward in a wave, dousing the nearest fires, clearing the smoke enough to see.